The practice of magical evocation. Instructions for invoking spirit beings from the spheres surrounding us. By Franz Bardon. Dedication, by Franz Bardon. This book is dedicated to my faithful mate, my dear wife Marie, in constant memory. Prologue, by Audiobook. Remembering his high task, set to him by divine providence, the author of Initiation Into Hermetics here delivers to sincere seekers after truth his second work, the practice of magical evocation. In this second book he shows the next stages of the magical path to all those students who were able to start their magical development by means of the first volume. He points out clearly that there should not be any rest nor repose on the way, since this would undoubtedly mean a relapse to stagnation, to ignorance, and thus to spiritual darkness. There may only be progress, onward to those brilliant heights which are in store for all those who spare no effort, taking in hand courageously and unflinchingly their spiritual ascent. This book is a means for this aim. We are indebted to the author for pointing out very clearly to his disciples the host of dangers which lie in wait, and which can lead him astray for a long time or even for his whole lifetime. No book of the past or the present about this knowledge gives a picture as true and clear as this book does. The author is able to express in simple words the deepest knowledge, and furthermore he describes a series of strange and wonderful occurrences and events on our planet as well as in various worlds and zones around us. Thousandfold thanks may meet divine providence for her great grace, and the author sent by her, from all readers and true disciples of the highest knowledge. All those can be happy who hold this book in their hands. May they keep it well and follow true and conscientious these precious teachings. Part 1, Magic. Magic. Magic is the highest science existing on our planet, for it teaches the metaphysical as well as the metapsychic laws valid in all the planes. This science has been called magic since human records began, but it has so far been reserved to special circles, mainly comprising high priests and high potentates. They alone knew the truth but kept it a secret. They not only were fully acquainted with the synthesis of their own but of all other religions, too. The people, on the other hand, were taught about religion in symbols only. It took many centuries until scarce fragments of this science were also made known to mankind in a veiled manner, as was understandable. Because the majority of people had not undergone any magic training by law, they could only understand these fragments from their individual point of view and, in consequence, pass on their knowledge incompletely and one-sided. That is the reason why magic science has, without any exaggeration, remained a secret science up to this date. The true understanding of magic laws depends on the spiritual maturity of the individual. To reach this maturity, a certain pre-training is absolutely necessary. The reader will therefore find it natural that he must be fully conversant with the first tarot card, at least up to step 8, if he wants to have further positive success in his practice of higher magic. There are no miracles as such, furthermore there is also nothing supernatural. The facts and effects remain obscure because people are not able to perceive them firsthand. Magic is a science teaching the practical application of the lowest laws of nature up to the highest laws of the spirit. The person intending to learn about magic must first learn to understand the functioning of the lowest laws of nature in order to conceive the laws building up on them and finally the highest laws. Depending on the stage the reader has reached or on the laws he is at the moment dealing with, he may, to get a better survey, separate magical science in 3 groups, that is, in lower magical science, which comprehends the laws of nature and their working, functioning and controlling, and may, if you please, be called natural magical science. Furthermore, in the intermediate stage of magic comprehending the operating and functioning and controlling of the universal laws within man, that is the microcosm, the small world, and finally in the high magical science comprehending the operating, functioning and controlling of the laws of the macrocosm, that is, of the whole universe. I already mentioned a few times in my first book the analogy by which lower, intermediate and high magical science are connected, and I also gave a full description of the operation and functioning of these powers. Magical science may be compared with the school system. Low magic is the subject of the elementary classes. Intermediate magic, that is the magic of man, is taught in secondary or grammar school, and high magic is lectured at the university. Since, according to the Hermetic tablet, the universal axiom valid for magic is as above, so below, and vice versa, it is strictly speaking not correct to talk about a low, intermediate, and high magic. There actually is only one unique magic, and the grade of maturity which the magician in question has arrived at is the measurement for his individual development. The universal laws, no matter whether applied with good or bad intentions, always remain the same. The application of a law depends on the character and the intentions of the individual. If the magician uses his powers for good purposes, he may choose, for himself, the expression white magic. If he uses his faculties for bad purposes, he may talk about black magic, but no matter whether the actions of a magician are morally good or bad, they are brought about by exactly the same laws. The sensible reader will undoubtedly be certain that there exists neither a white nor black magic. This differentiation has been brought into common use by mystical and religious sects, since they call a person they don't like a black magician. To give you a striking comparison, just think of the fact that it would be equally insensible from the universal point of view to say, for instance, that night is evil and day is good. One cannot exist without the other, and both poles had to come into existence when the macrocosm and the microcosm were created, in order to make the one differ from the other. God, the creator of the universe, has not created anything unclean or evil. This is not to say that man should do the good and the evil. The difference between the two exists to enable man to tell the truth from the opposite and to master it. The true magician will therefore never underestimate the negative, but he will also not avoid it. He will always allow the negative to take the place due to it, and the negative must be as useful to him as the positive. That is to say, the magician never considers negative powers to be evil powers. He will look at good and evil not from a religious, but from the universal point of view. Magic is usually mistaken for sorcery or witchcraft. I therefore want to explain briefly the difference between magic and sorcery. The true magician always adheres to the universal laws, he knows about their causes and effects and deliberately uses these powers, whereas a sorcerer uses powers the origin of which he does not know, although he is fully aware of the consequences caused by his using these powers, but he has no idea about their actual connections, because he has no knowledge of the universal laws. He might know one or two laws or have a partial knowledge of them, but he does not see the true connections between the operating, developing, and functioning of these universal laws, as he has not reached the maturity necessary. The true magician, on the other hand, unwilling to be graded as a sorcerer, will never do anything without having full knowledge about what he is doing. A sorcerer, too, may use this or that out of his knowledge of magic with good or bad intentions, no matter whether he uses positive or negative powers. But he has no right to call himself a magician. A charlatan is a person trying to deceive other people. He is not a sorcerer, nor is he a magician. He actually is, to use common terms, a swindler. Charlatans like to boast about high magical faculties, which, in truth, they do not possess, and try to surround themselves with a veil of mystical secrecy in order to hide their ignorance. It is this category of people who are responsible for the bad name true magical science has got. The characteristics of a true magician are not secrecy, nor external pomp, quite the contrary. He is modest and always trying to help people and to explain to the mature persons the secrets of magic. Naturally, he will not give away his secrets to people not yet mature enough for them, in order to avoid degradation of the holy science. Never will the true magician demonstrate his knowledge of magic science by his external behavior. A true magician is hardly any different from an average citizen, for he always tries to adapt himself to any other person, any situation or occasion. His magical authority is an internal one with no necessity for external splendor. There is yet another inferior variation of magic to be mentioned, for it is often mistaken for true magic, but has nothing to do with the latter. I mean the so-called art of jugglery. The juggler's manual skill and his faculty to cause illusionary impressions in the people watching him enables him to copy some phenomena which the genuine magician brings about by the application of the universal laws. The fact that always jugglers use the word magic for their tricks bears again evidence of the inferior meaning to which it has sunk. It is not intended to give the reader any details of jugglers' tricks or stage tricks. It is, however, a fact that the juggler is neither a sorcerer nor a magician, even though he may give himself the most promising names because of his great manual skill. In this book a synthesis will be given of that field of magical science which up to our modern age has never been revealed, the magic of evocation, since it is this field of magic which is most difficult to understand. From the oldest age of antiquity up to our modern times, hundreds of books have been published which contain instructions for the invocation of beings, for concluding pacts with the devil, and so on. But none of those books has been able to communicate to its readers genuine knowledge, nor to secure for them success in the practical application of the teaching, although it has sometimes happened that certain individuals, due to their inherited disposition and their maturity, have had success. The genuine magician who wants to get behind the problems of the magical evocation need not fear that he will only have a partial success, or no success at all. He will soon be convinced that with the synthesis of the magic of evocation given here he is able to carry out a successful evocation. The other categories of magic, as, for example, the magic of mummies, magic of sympathy, of spells by sympathetic means, will not be dealt with in this book, for these fields will be easily explored by the magician himself, should he be interested in them. Instructions in this respect are to be found in the usual books dealing with such matters. The magical aids. Though a genuine magician is able to carry out everything by his own powers, which he has gained as a result of his spiritual maturity during his development in the ways of magic, it remains up to him to avail himself also of ceremonial magic and to make use of it and of all its aids as much as he likes. The advantage ceremonial magic offers is that by repeated, respectively constant use of one and the same instrument results can be attained without the use of the magician's personal strength. Ceremonial magic thus makes possible an easier working with occult powers by the use of various aids. Actually, all auxiliary devices, all magical instruments, are aids to the magician's consciousness and memory. By directing his attention to a certain instrument, the faculties and powers it symbolizes are brought to his consciousness. As soon as the magician, during an act of evocation, takes into his hands one, or the other, of his instruments, he will get the contact he wants and the results he is aiming at without any special effort. If, for example, he takes his magic wand in his hand, which represents his absolute will, the contact with the desired spirit will be attained at once, due to this wand, by means of the magician's will. The same will happen in respect of all other magic aids, for they, too, symbolize spiritual forces, laws, and qualities. The magician who wants to make use of ceremonial magic must be very particular about his magical instruments, for these are to be treated with almost religious awe. Their value rises with their careful, exact, and attentive use. Magical instruments are the same as holy relics and help the magician to create the necessary temple-like atmosphere required for ceremonial magic. At the moment of their application, the magician must be almost in a state of complete ecstasy. Should an instrument be used for any purpose other than the one for which it is intended, it loses its magical effectiveness and can no longer serve its original purpose. Since every magical instrument demands a special feeling of respect in the magician's consciousness, it must be kept out of those persons' sight who are not truly initiated, in order to avoid its desecration. Before the magician reaches for his magical instrument he must, therefore, undergo a mental cleansing process by prayer or suitable meditation. He must never touch a magical instrument, unless he is in the necessary composure for the ceremony. He must always be aware of the fact that every magical aid or instrument symbolizes the most divine laws and that they therefore must be handled like relics. Only in the hands of the magician bearing all this in mind will the instrument bring about the desired results. Taking all the measures recommended regarding his adjustment to all magical instruments, the magician will bring about, in himself, an extremely strong manifestation of faith, of will, and all properties of the law, and thus increase his magical authority that he will be able to influence a being or a force, by his will, to bring about the results he is expecting. Even though the magician may not use his magical instruments for a considerably long period of time, they still remain in constant contact with the faculties they symbolize. As every instrument is magically charged with, that is, dedicated to, a special purpose, it never loses its magical powers, provided it is handled correctly, not even if centuries pass from the moment of its last application. If the charging and consecration of the magical instruments is such that they may only be used by a certain magician for whom they have been manufactured, no other magician can make use of them. They would not have any effectiveness even in the hands of a magician who is fully initiated in the holy science of magic, unless charged by the latter for his own purposes. In the chapters that follow, the most important magical instruments will be described together with their symbolic functions as well as their practical application during ceremonial magic operations. Using this information as a starting point, every magician will be able to make further instruments to serve special magical purposes, if necessary or desirable. I shall only strive to give a guiding principle of how the magician has to proceed. The Magic Circle. All authors of books dealing with ceremonial magic and giving reports about conjuration and invocation of beings of any kind point out that the magic circle plays the most important role in this. Hundreds of instructions can be found on how to make magic circles to attain various goals, for instance with Albertus Magnus, in the Clavicula Salomonis, in the Gertia, in Agrippa, in Magia Naturalis, in the Faust Magia Naturalis and in the oldest grimoires. It is told everywhere that when invoking or calling a being, one must stand within the magic circle. But an explanation of the esoteric symbolism of the magic circle is hardly ever given. Therefore I intend to give the studious and eager magician a completely satisfactory description of the magic circle according to the universal laws and analogies. A true magic circle represents the symbolic layout of the macrocosm and the microcosm, that is, of the perfect man. It stands for the beginning and the ending, for the Alpha and the Omega, as well as for eternity, which has no beginning and no end. The magic circle, therefore, is a symbolic diagram of the infinite, of divinity in all its aspects, as can be comprehended by the microcosm, that is, by the true adept, the perfect magician. To draw a magic circle means to symbolize the divine in his perfection, to get into contact with him. This happens, above all, at the moment the magician is standing in the center of the magic circle, for it is by this act that the contact with the divinity is demonstrated graphically. It is the magician's contact with the macrocosm in his highest step of consciousness. Therefore, from the point of view of true magic, it is quite logical that standing in the center of the magic circle is equivalent to being, in one's consciousness, a unity with the universal divinity. From this one can see clearly that a magic circle is not only a diagram for protection from unwanted negative influences, but security and inviolability are brought about by this conscious and spiritual contact with the highest. The magician who stands in the center of the magic circle is protected from any influence, no matter whether good or evil, for himself is, in fact, symbolizing the divine in the universe. Furthermore, by standing in the center of the magic circle, the magician also represents the divinity in the microcosm and controls and rules the beings of the universe in a totalitarian manner. The esoteric essence of the magician standing in the center of the magic circle is, therefore, quite different from that which the books on evocations usually maintain. If a magician standing in the center of the magic circle were not conscious of the fact that he is, at that moment, symbolizing God the divine and infinite, he would not be able to practice any influence on any being whatsoever. The magician is, at that instant, a perfect magic authority whom all powers and beings must absolutely obey. His will and the orders he gives to beings or powers are equivalent to the will and orders of the infinite, the divine, and must therefore be unconditionally respected by the beings and powers the magician has conjured up. If the magician, during such an operation, has not the right attitude towards his doings, he degrades himself to a sorcerer, a charlatan, who simply mimics and has no true contact with the highest. The magician's authority would, in such a case, be rather doubtful. Moreover, he would be in danger of losing his control over such beings and powers, or, what would even be worse, he could be mocked by them, not to speak of other unwanted and unforeseen surprises and accompanying phenomena that he would be exposed, especially if negative forces were involved. The way in which a magic circle has to be formed depends on the grade of maturity and the individual attitude of the magician. The diagram, that is the drawing by which the divinity is expressed within the circle, is subject to the religious concepts of the magician. The procedure followed by an Oriental magician when forming a magic circle is of no use to an Occidental magician, because his ideas of the divine and the infinite are quite different from those of the magician from the East. If an Occidental initiate drew a magic circle according to Oriental instructions, with all divine names appertaining to it, it would be ineffective and completely fall short of its purpose. A Christian magician must therefore never draw a magic circle according to an Indian or any other religion if he wants to save himself from an unnecessary effort. The construction of the magic circle depends, from the beginning, on one's individual ideas and beliefs and one's individual conception of the qualities of the divine, who is to be symbolized graphically by this circle. This is the reason why a genuine magician will never draw a circle, carry out rituals, or follow instructions concerning ceremonial magic to which he himself is not identified in his individual practice. For this would be similar to wearing Oriental clothes in the Occident. Bearing these facts in mind, it comes natural that the magic circle has to be drawn in complete accordance with the views of life and maturity of the magician. The initiate who is conscious about the harmony of the universe and its exact hierarchy will, of course, make use of his knowledge when drawing the magic circle. Such a magician may, if he likes, and if the circumstances permit it, draw into his magic circle diagrams representing the whole hierarchy of the universe and thus come into contact with, and awake his consciousness of, the universe much more rapidly. He is free to draw, if necessary, several circles at a certain distance from each other in order to use them for representing the hierarchy of the universe in the form of divine names, genii, princes, angels, and other powers. One must, of course, meditate appropriately and take the concept of the divine aspects in question into consideration when drawing the circle. The true magician must know that divine names are symbolic designations of divine qualities and powers. It stands to reason that while drawing the circle and entering the divine names, the magician must also consider the analogies corresponding to the power in question, such as color, number, and direction, if he does not want to allow a breach in his consciousness to come into existence because he has not presented the universe in its complete analogy. Each magic circle, no matter whether a simple drawing or a complicated one, will always serve its purpose, depending, of course, on the magician's faculty to bring his individual consciousness into full accordance with the universal, the cosmic consciousness. Even a large barrel hoop will do the job, providing the magician is capable of finding the relevant state of mind and is completely convinced that the circle in the center of which he is standing represents the universe, to which is to react, as a representation of God. The magician will realize the more extensive his reading, the greater his intellectual capacity and the larger his store of knowledge happens to be, the more complicated his ritual and magic circle will be in order to furnish sufficient support for his spiritual consciousness, which then will make possible an easier connection of the microcosm and the macrocosm in the center of the circle. As for the circles themselves, they may be drawn in various ways to suit the circumstances, the prevailing situation, the purpose, the possibilities, no matter whether they are simple ones or whether they follow a complicated hierarchical system. When working in the open air, a magic weapon, dagger or sword has to be used for drawing the circle on the ground. When working in a room, the circle may be drawn on the floor with a piece of chalk. A large sheet of paper can also be used for the circle. The most ideal circle, however, is the one sewn or embroidered into a piece of cloth, flannel or silk, for such a circle can be laid out in a room as well as outside of the house. The circles drawn on paper have the disadvantage that the paper will soon wear out and fall to pieces. In any case, the circle must be large enough to enable the magician to move about in it freely. When drawing the circle, the appropriate state of mind and full concentration are most essential. If a circle were drawn without the necessary concentration, a circle would undoubtedly be the result, but it would not be a magic one. The magic circle that has been worked into a piece of cloth or silk has to be redrawn symbolically with one's finger or magic wand, or with some other magic weapon, not to forget the necessary concentration, meditation, and state of mind. The magician must, in such a case, be fully aware of the fact that it is not the magical weapon in use that draws the circle, but the divine faculty symbolized by that magical instrument. Furthermore, he must realize that it is not he that is drawing the magic circle at the moment of concentration, but that the divine spirit is actually guiding his hand and instrument to draw the circle. Therefore, before drawing the magic circle, a conscious contact with the Almighty, with the Infinite, has to be brought about by the help of meditation and identification. The trained magician, having a thorough command of the practical exercises of the first tarot card, as explained in my first work, Initiation into Hermetics, has learned during one of the steps of that book how to become fully conscious of the spirit and how to act consciously as a spirit. It is not difficult for him to imagine that not he, but the divine spirit in all its high aspects is actually drawing the magic circle he wishes to have. The magician has thus learned also that in the world of the invisible it is not the same, although two persons might physically be doing the same, for a sorcerer, who does not possess the necessary maturity, will never be able to draw a true magic circle. The magician who is also acquainted with Quabbala can draw another snake-like circle within the inner circle and divide it into 72 fields, giving each of these fields the name of a genius. These names of genii, together with their analogies, must be drawn magically by pronouncing them correctly. If working with a circle embroidered into a piece of cloth, the names inserted into the various fields must either be in Latin or in Hebrew. I shall give exact details about the genii and their analogies, use and effect in my next work called The Key to the True Quabbala. An embroidered circle has the advantage that it can easily be laid out and folded together again without having to be drawn and charged anew each time it is to be used. The snake presented in the center is not only the copy of an inner circle, but, above that, it is the symbol of wisdom. Besides this, other meanings may be attributed to this snake symbol, for example the snake's strength, the power of imagination, etc. It is not possible to give a full description of all this, for this would go far beyond the aim of this book. A Buddhist magician drawing his mandala, putting his 5 deities in the form of figures or diagrams on top of the relevant emanation, is, at that moment, meditating about each single deity whose influence he is trying to evoke. This magical ceremony, too, is, in our opinion, equivalent to the drawing of a magic circle, although it actually is a genuine prayer to the Buddhist deities. To say more about this matter in this book is quite unnecessary, for enough material has already been published in Eastern literature about this kind of magical practice, either in exoteric or in secret manuscripts. A magic circle may serve many purposes. It may be used for evocation of beings or as a protective means against invisible influences. It need not in all cases be drawn or placed on the ground. It can also be drawn in the air with a magical weapon, like the magic sword or the magic wand, under the condition that the magician is fully conscious of the universal quality of protection, etc. If no magical weapon is at hand, the circle can also be described with the finger or with the hand alone, providing this is done in the right spirit, in agreement with God. It is even possible to form a magic circle by one's mere imagination. The effect of such a circle on the mental or astral plane, indirectly also on this material world, depends, in this case, on the grade and strength of such an imagination. The binding force of the circle is generally known in magnetic magic. Moreover, a magic circle may be produced by the accumulation of elements or the condensation of light. When practicing evocations or invocation of beings, it is desirable to draw within the center of the circle in which one is to stand another smaller circle or a pentagram with one of its points upwards, the symbol representing man. This is then the symbolization of the small world, of man as genuine magician. The books dealing with the construction of the magic circle clearly state that during the act of invocation the magician must not leave the circle, which, in its magic sense, means nothing else but that the consciousness of, or contact with, the absolute, that is, the macrocosm, must not be interrupted. Needless to say that the magician, during his magic operation with the help of a magic circle and with the being standing in front of him, must not step out of the circle with his physical body, unless he has finished his experiment and dismissed the relevant being. All this clearly shows that a true magic circle is really the best means to practice ceremonial magic. The magician will always find that the magic circle is, in every respect, the highest symbol in his hand. It is hardly necessary to mention the specimen of a magic circle, since every magician will now know from what I have said above how he has to proceed, and it is now up to him to make use of the instructions given here. Yet he must never forget the main thing, that is the orientation he needs when working with a magic circle, for only if he has reached the necessary cosmic contact by means of meditation and imagination, that is, the personal connection with his God, will he be qualified for entering the circle and starting work inside it. The magic triangle. A magic triangle is, contrary to the magic circle, which symbolizes infinity, endlessness, the connection with God, the Alpha and the Omega, the symbol of manifestation, of everything that is made, of everything that has ever been created. Without the knowledge of the symbolism of the magic triangle and of all other magic aids, ritual and ceremonial work would not be possible. All grimoires or rites of exorcism generally require that the magician who is working with a magic triangle sees that the invoked spirit, the being and power, is manifested. The manifestation of a being, a spirit, in a triangle is but one aspect of ritual magic, and no being will be fully manifested unless the magician understands the whole symbolism of the magic triangle. To get the right idea of this symbolism one must, to some extent, be acquainted with the Kabbalah and must have a complete knowledge of the secret of the number 3. The more one knows about the analogy of the mystical number 3, the deeper one will be able to penetrate into the symbolism of the triangle one draws, and the easier it will be for a being to manifest itself. It would lead us too far if I were to deal fully, at this point, with the mystical number 3 and its analogies. I can only give a few hints which may serve the magician as guiding principles. Above all, the triangle is a diagram of the three-dimensional world we know, that is, the mental, the astral and the physical world. Each power which is to be projected into the physical world must run through the 3 planes mentioned above. The diagram shows us that the triangle must be constructed with its point upward and thus indicates that 2 powers project from a point at the top to the right and the left and end in a line fixing their limits. Taking the picture of these 2 diverging lines as a whole, it shows the 2 universal powers, the plus and the minus, electricity and magnetism, which are united by the line below. By this the manifested causal world is symbolized, which, from the astrological point of view, is equivalent to Saturn, that is, the mystical number 3. In the mental world it symbolizes willpower, intellect and feeling, in the astral world it symbolizes power, legality and life, and in the physical world it symbolizes, as already said above, the plus and the minus, and the neutral. The triangle with its conformity is thus reflected in everything and on every plane, for it is the beginning of everything that has been created, the cause of everything comprehensible. The mystical number 3, that is, the symbolism of the triangle, plays, as is well known, a very important role in every religion. In the Christian religion, for example, there is the Trinity, God the Father, God the Son and God the Holy Ghost. In Indian religion there is Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, that is, the Creator, the Preserver and the Destroyer, etc. Hundreds of symbolic analogies could be given here, but it is left to the magician to go deeper into the details of this symbolism and its analogies. The most important thing for him to know is the equilateral triangle, which is, for the magician, the universal symbol ranking immediately after the magic circle. A magician would never be able to get a certain power or a certain being into a circle without the help of the magic triangle, for the circle is, as we now know, the symbol of the infinite and not the symbol of manifestation. No magician should ever forget this fact. One could, of course, also call a being or a power into a figure different from the triangle, and this is usually done with lower spirits, but when dealing with high powers or high-ranking beings, the magician will never be able to work without having drawn the relevant diagram, that is, a triangle, immediately after having constructed the magic circle. The magician will now be aware of the fact that the circle is the first diagram having no limits, the triangle is the first diagram with limits or space symbol in which a being, a power, etc. may be projected. In the case of magical evocation, the triangle has to be large enough to give sufficient space for the power or being evoked or projected, for the being or power must never be bigger than the triangle itself. The magician must make sure that the being or power he has called into the triangle is under his full control, and that he himself, while standing in the center of the circle, is thus representing a superior power, a universal, a divine idea. Therefore, a being which has been called into a triangle is not able to leave the triangle again without the magician's permission or, to use a magical term, without abdication. As for the shape of the triangle, it may either be acute or right-angled. For the triangle, the same material is used as for the circle. When operating in the open air, the triangle can be drawn with a magical weapon such as the magic sword or dagger. If the circle has been inscribed on a piece of cloth, then the triangle has to be drawn on it also. The construction of the triangle must be done magically, not the physical hand of the magician is employed, it must be drawn whilst the magician is fully conscious of his mental and astral hand, similar to the construction of the magic circle. Otherwise the triangle will produce no effects and will have no influence on the power or being to be invoked. The magician has to meditate, so that with the help of the triangle as the highest symbol, the manifestation of the desired being or power is effected. The magician will soon realize that the more he knows about the symbolism of the magical triangle, the greater will be his influence on the being or power he has evoked. Furthermore, it is a great advantage for the magician to know that already at the point of drawing the triangle, he is, in his consciousness, connected with God, which state he has brought about by having meditated or used his imagination, so that actually not the magician is drawing the triangle, but the deity incorporated in the magician. It is quite useful to redraw the line of an old triangle with one of the magical weapons mentioned above each time before using it again, in order to revive the analogies within the triangle and also within the magician's mind. In case the triangle is painted on a piece of cloth, the magician should gently follow the lines with the weapon. In the case of magical operations for which no magical weapons are needed, the lines of the triangle may be traced by a magic wand or with the forefinger alone. The seal or the talisman of the being concerned is usually placed into the center of the triangle, in order to express its symbolic meaning. I shall give a full description of how a seal or talisman has to be made in one of the subsequent chapters. A well-trained magician can place a fluid condenser, relevantly charged, in the center of the triangle, instead of a seal, pouring it into a flat vessel, into the so-called magic cup. But he can also use a piece of blotting paper impregnated with the fluid condenser and relevantly charged for the manifestation of the power or being to be called up. It is, in principle, up to the magician's individual taste which of the two described possibilities he makes use of. In some cases these details may, however, depend on the choice of the powers or beings which are to be evoked or manifested by the magician's will. I have already dealt with fluid condensers, with liquid and solid ones as well as with the simple and the complicated types. In my first book, Initiation Into Hermetics, the magician may use either simple or complicated fluid condensers, whichever serves his purpose best. The magic triangle is, as can be seen from what has been said, mainly a diagram for putting the magician into contact with the power or being he wants to employ. It may serve a certain purpose, or, if necessary, also more than one purpose. Its main object is firstly to get into contact with the being or the power the magician wants to employ, secondly to call a certain being from the macrocosm into our physical world, and thirdly to condense this being in a manner that it may even have certain effects on our physical world. All this is directed by the magician's will. The being or power evoked by the magician will either affect the mental, or the astral, or the physical world, just as the magician wishes to have it. Following the principles which by now are already well known to the magician, each power or being will only have effects within the spheres into which it has been called and in which it has been condensed. This means that, for instance, a being projected into the mental sphere will naturally not be able to influence the physical world, but will only become effective in the mental world. The same is valid for the astral and the physical world. The reader will find more details about the mystery of condensation or materialization from one sphere into the other in a later chapter. The magic sensor. Many people falsely think that the desired being or power must appear when they are merely carrying out a censoring or citation, and they are very disappointed when they, in consequence, have only partial success or no success at all. Sometimes they become the victims of their own imagination or of various kinds of hallucinations, which is even worse. I will reveal to the reader the great mystery and the symbolic meaning of the magic sensor. Above all, the symbolism of the sensor conceals the mystery of the materialization and condensation of the desired being or power. Since this fact is known only to a few initiates, many evocations in which the exteriorization of a being is planned go astray. As a good example of what is meant, let me compare such faulty procedure with a fish that is pulled out of its element, out of the water, under the supposition that it will go on living in the air. Later on, one is not a little surprised that the fish has quickly perished. It is the same in respect of calling up beings and powers. If a being is to be called from an invisible world into this world, then an atmosphere must be created which the being will find agreeable. It would likewise be impossible for a human being to enter, with his physical body, a more subtle atmosphere without having taken the necessary measures before doing so. An appropriate disposition along with strong will and faith might, however, enable one to produce an oscillation in the own microcosm which is agreeable to the being, and one might thus be able to get into contact with the being, in a similar procedure being described in Initiation into Hermetics, that is, in the chapter dealing with the magic of the mirror. Nevertheless, the being would, in such a case, never be able to transfer itself into our physical world to have any effects on it. Only high intelligences, spirit beings, acquainted with the laws of the physical world and knowing how to apply these as a high initiate, who knows and controls the laws of the spheres outside our physical world, are able to prepare the place for manifestation, in our case the triangle, by themselves. In a case like this, however, the magician has no possibility to use and command the being which had to produce the conditions for the projection by itself, not even then if he would create the form of the deity within himself. He would have to be satisfied with the fact that a being like that would never acknowledge him as a true magical authority, but would, on the contrary, try to deceive him deliberately, or would refuse to obey him. This kind of evocation, in which a being creates the necessary atmosphere by itself, is unfortunately practiced by sorcerers who, because of ignorance or incomplete magical development, are incapable of preparing the so-called magic space for the sighted being. The being called up by a sorcerer in such a way will, in most cases, refuse to obey, or will try to deceive the sorcerer, or even force him to agree to a contract, a pact, not to mention the menaces and the many other dangers that such a sorcerer would have to face. The case of Dr. Faustus and Mephistopheles is a striking example. I shall have a bit more to say about these two later in this book. No doubt, there have been hundreds of cases like that in the history of man. Most of them, however, have remained unknown. A genuine initiate taking all the measures and considering all the applicable analogies for ritual magic will never have to fear such a tragedy. It is therefore necessary for the magician to know well the symbolism of all magical aids and to understand them, in order to get complete control over beings and powers. The sensor serves, as I have said above, as the symbolism of the materialization of a being. The magician is obliged to create the atmosphere necessary for the being he intends to evoke. He must not rely on the being to do that, for it would only create the atmosphere to suit its own desire, otherwise the magician would be in danger of completely coming under the influence of that being. According to the oldest available mysteries on the subject, the creation of the atmosphere for a desired being of any rank was understood as adjustment to the magical space. Various instructions have been in use up to the present day. We are in possession of old Egyptian papyrus rolls giving instructions on how to bring about the necessary concentration on the magic space, but since their symbols have been misinterpreted, they have either dropped out of use or been completely misunderstood. When preparing the space for the materialization of a being belonging to the symbolism of the censor, it is necessary that the space first be impregnated. I have already dealt with the impregnation of the space in the physical plane and with its charging for one's own or for somebody else's use in Initiation into Hermetics, and have pointed out there how important this impregnation, this concentration on the magic space in which the desired being or power is to manifest itself, is when preparing the censor. The quality of the impregnation of the space is dependent on the type of power or being that is to be evoked. Surely, nobody will charge the space with the principle of earth when, in fact, he wants to work with the element of fire, etc. This would not only be nonsensical, but it would also be in contradiction to the law. If, for instance, the magician works with beings of the elements, he must charge the space where he wants to have the beings materialized with the being's own elements. Gnomes and other spirits of the earth can only appear in places filled, that is, charged, with the element of the earth, spirits of the water only in places charged with the elements of the water, and spirits of the air and fairies will only be manifested where the mental astral elements of the air are prevailing, salamanders or fire spirits in a space charged with the fire element. Higher beings and intelligences must have the space filled with light. This light must have the color of its planetary analogy. Extraplanetary beings can only appear in a place filled with clean white light. The exact coloring of planetary light is effected by means of imagination. Beings of the Saturn sphere will, for instance, only appear to you if you create a violet color, the color of Saturn. Beings of the Jupiter planet will show themselves if the color vibration is blue. The beings of the Sun appear in a golden color, those of the Mars planet in a red color, those of the Venus in a green, those of the Mercury sphere in an orange, and those of the Moon in a silvery color. When working with positive beings, the coloring of the individual spheres in shiny light may only be a very slight one. The darker the color gets, the more difficult it becomes for a good being to be manifested. When operating with negative being, the appropriate color has to be deep and saturated. If one tried to get a positive being to be manifested in an impregnated space with a color of dark vibration, even if it were its appropriate color, it could happen that a negative being of the relevant planetary sphere would take on the shape of the invoked positive being, trying to play the part of the desired positive being. It is a rule that the being appears which has the characteristics of the color created. Lower beings need a darker color, that is, a slower vibration, than higher beings, which, in fact, have a cleaner color and therefore a color with a higher vibration. When working in the open air, a certain space has to be designated by help of one's imagination. When operating in a closed room, it is essential that the whole room be charged with the appropriate element. Impregnation is either effected by breathing through the lungs or through the pores and making use of one's imaginative powers, or by the force of imagination alone. To create the appropriate colored light or element, the magician has to use his body, which he will first load with the element or colored light and later empty it into the space via his hands and his magic wand or directly through the pores, thus filling it up and enlivening it, that is, preparing it, for the being or power to be invoked. This practice of the imaginary transfer of colored light from the magician's body into the room is used for invoking beings and powers which are to serve the magician's own purpose. However, the same method is applied in case the magician intends to intensify and project from his own body, soul and spirit, that is, from his microcosm, a quality or powers also belonging to a planetary analogy. When working with beings which are to serve people other than the magician, impregnation is only being effected by his imagination alone. The space impregnation has then to be effected directly from the universe. The desired power or being will only be able to operate and intensify itself in a space prepared in this way. If the space is sufficiently impregnated, the magician may choose to create a special condensation in the magic triangle and to form, by the help of his imagination, the shape of the being invoked. The power of condensation, or dynamics, of the appropriate element is, in so doing, of paramount importance, for the effective manifestation of the being depends wholly upon it. In order to facilitate this condensation, the magician may also apply a weak incense, the ingredients of which must, however, be appropriate to the planetary sphere from which the being is to be called. If the magician wants to have especially strong influence for physical effects, then the appropriate condensed electric or magnetic fluid must be transferred into the shape created for the appearance while burning incense. He may also banish one of the two fluids, or, if he likes, both fluids, in this case called electromagnetic fluid, Initiation into Hermetics, chapter on vaulting, into a fluid condenser, which, in consequence, will be used by the being for becoming physically effective. If, however, the magician intending to materialize a being does not insist on its appearance in a special form and does not mind if the being appears without any shape, or in a shape chosen by itself, then the surface of the liquid or solid fluid condenser placed within the triangle has to be charged with the appropriate electromagnetic volt whilst the magician is concentrating on the wish that the being may use this power for effecting the desired results. The reader will find the necessary instructions for creating this volt charge in the shape of a ball with an electric inside and a magnetic outside in Initiation into Hermetics in the chapter dealing with vaulting. There, too, all laws, for instance, the one on the duration of an effect, etc., have to be considered. Physical incensing with the necessary ingredients will only facilitate the creation of the electromagnetic fluid. Possibly, the magician will have to use it in the beginning if in need of something to support his concentration on the matter. But it is not essential at all, and a good magician, having all the laws perfectly under his control, can certainly do without it. The use of narcotic ingredients, as suggested in many books on exorcism, will be avoided by a true magician, for such narcotics, apart from their intoxicating effects, do not actually help to invoke the desired being, but merely cause hallucinations or similar projections in the subconsciousness of the desired being. A genuine magician will, therefore, never risk his health by such or similar experiments. If the magician intends to have dead people or any other beings living in the occult world or the astral world appear in front of him, or if he wants to use them for certain other purposes, then he has to impregnate the space with the occult in the way described above, and he has to use the electromagnetic fluid as a volt charge or to create one. I shall, however, return to this subject and give a broader description of it in one of the next chapters dealing with necromancy. The magic mirror. The use of magic mirrors for purposes of ritual magic has, up to now, been scarcely recommended in books on magic, since only a very limited number of initiates have been acquainted with the correct application of fluid condensers with regard to mirrors, and these initiates have kept it a great secret. The magic mirror is a magical aid that is not absolutely necessary, but the magician will always appreciate it as a good support in his work, especially when operating with powers or beings of minor intelligence. In some cases, the magic mirror may even replace the magic triangle. A magic mirror provided with a fluid condenser is of great advantage, but if the magician has no such condenser, he will be able to do without, that is, an optical magic mirror will suffice. I have given a full description of the use of the magic mirror in a separate chapter of my first book, Initiation into Hermetics, therefore I shall only say something about the purpose which a magic mirror is to serve in connection with evocations and in what way it may facilitate that work. In ritual magic it may be used for the following purposes. 1. To get into contact with powers and beings and to make them visible. For this purpose, the magic mirror is either placed into the triangle, or what is of even greater advantage, fixed to the upper point of the triangle, on its outside. The charging or impregnation of the mirror with the desired power comes next. Employing your imagination, you must concentrate your desire for the thought purpose into the condensed power, volt, before the actual evocation. 2. The magic mirror may, secondly, be used for space impregnation, in which case the necessary dynamics will automatically be preserved during the whole period of evocation without the magician needing to pay particular attention to it, thus being able to concentrate fully on the other phases of his ritual, for instance, on the materialization or the clairvoyance. In such a case, the mirror is to be placed into a corner of the room, so that its influence will work on the whole space of the relevant magic operation. 3. The mirror may be employed as a magnetic force for attracting the being that is to be evoked. To effect this, the surface of the mirror must be charged with a fluid condenser facing the direction in which it is to operate. The mirror has then to be placed into the center of the triangle or at the top of its upper point. 4. Furthermore, the magic mirror may be used as an accumulator or condenser, so that much qualitative and quantitative power can be accumulated as to enable the being evoked to bring about the desired effects. It does not matter if, in this case, the being is to be transformed by the help of the condensed power into a visible shape or if some other result or effect is intended. All this actually depends on what the magician wishes or desires to achieve. 5. Moreover, the magic mirror may replace a telephone. For this purpose the fluid condenser must be charged with the occult, and a timeless and spaceless state has to be created by the force of concentration. The evocation then has to be spoken into the mirror. The magic mirror thus becomes an astral channel of communication. Not only is this the magician's method for calling before him a certain being or power, the being itself is able to talk to the magician out of the mirror. The magician may thus sometimes hear the being's voice not only mentally or astrally, but also physically, as if it were speaking through a loudspeaker. In principle it will, however, be up to the magician to choose the sphere in which the mirror is to operate. A mirror charged for the physical world will make it possible for people not trained in magic to hear the voice of a spirit. Of course, two magicians, equally well trained, may, if they choose, converse with each other over the greatest distances, not only astrally and mentally, but also physically, by this mirror method, and they will hear, if they like to do so, every word through their physical ears. 6. There is still another purpose the mirror may serve in ritual magic, for protection against undesired influences. The condensation of light usually brings this about. When charging the mirror, the magician has to concentrate on his desire to keep off all undesirable influences. The power of radiation of a mirror charged in such a way must be great enough to prevent any lava, phantom, etc., from coming near the space in which the magician is operating. They must not, under any circumstances whatsoever, penetrate into this space. Also in this case the mirror has to be thus placed that it radiates the whole room or space in which the relevant magic operation is carried through. In general, the magician will have his mirror serve only one purpose. He will only apply it for that type of problem that seems to him the most difficult one. In ceremonial magic, the magician may, if he likes, use more than one magic mirror as a magic aid, in order to attain his goals and facilitate his work. The magic lamp. The magic lamp, known as the so-called Laterna Magica, is also quite often referred to in many grimoires and in the oldest books dealing with evocations. It represents, in the practice of ritual magic, a very important aid, and the magician will surely want to make use of it in his work. The magic lamp is the symbol of enlightenment, cognition, experience, intuition, and the inner light. In short, all symbolic analogies of the light are represented by the magic lamp. Lighting the magic lamp is, from the Hermetic point of view, equivalent to lighting the magician's inner light, and having it burn like a flame. Color, which comprises the quality, vibration, and oscillation of the light, is also one of the mysteries of the magic lamp. The quality of a being or of a sphere is expressed by the being's character. The purer and brighter the colored atmosphere of a being or sphere takes shape, and the more it shines and glistens, the higher is its intelligence and the purer is its quality. Low or negative beings appear in a dark and cloudy, that is, an unclean, color. To know all this is of greatest importance to the magician practicing ritual magic. His enlightenment is symbolically expressed by the lamp. When working with beings, the lamp has to be covered with colored glass or cellophane paper in such a way that the color created will find the being's approval. Thus, when working with beings of the elements for the fire spirits, the lamp will have to have ruby red glass or accordingly colored that the lamp radiates a red light. For spirits of the air or the so-called fairies, a dark blue light is necessary. The lamp therefore has to be covered with dark blue cellophane paper or with a piece of silk of that color, thus creating a blue light. Water spirits or so-called water nymphs must have a green light. For spirits of the earth, a yellow color which may have a shade of brown will have to be used. The occult color can be used as a universal light, in which case the lamp must have a violet color. High spirits or intelligences from the world beyond the planets need a white light. For beings coming from a certain planet, the light has to be created in such a way that it is appropriate to the color of that planet. Beings of Saturn, for example, thus need a light violet or ultramarine colored light. Beings from Jupiter are blue, from Mars a red, from the Sun a yellow, from Venus a green, from Mercury an opalescent, and from the Moon a white light. Only in a very restricted number of cases may operations of ritual magic be carried out under normal artificial light, since physical electricity has a disturbing effect on the astral oscillation which, at the time of the operations, is vibrating in the room or place used for that purpose. Generally, the Laterna Magica or magic lamp is equipped with a candle or oil flame. An ideal light is procured by a spirit lamp, a spirit flame. The spirit, methyl, has to be prepared in a special way. 1/3 chamomile blossoms to 2/3 of spirit are to be mixed together and to be left drawing in a closed bottle or pot for 8 or 9 days, then the mixture is to be poured through a strainer or otherwise filtered. The spirit prepared in such a way is, at the same time, a useful fluid condenser, which, above that, may be charged with the magician's will in order to get better results. The charged spirit, when set to flame, helps create a favorable atmosphere, which will also contribute to bringing about good results. The spirit flame may also be charged for clairvoyance or for different operations with a magic mirror, or for other astral magic operations which need no artificial light. If the magician is operating in a closed room, the lamp may be placed in the magic circle or into a corner of the room. It is most advantageous to fix it in a position above the magician's head, so that the room is evenly illuminated. When lighting the lamp, the magician has to meditate and concentrate on the uniform kindling of the inner light of soul and spirit. The magic wand. The most important aid in ritual magic is, and always will be, the magic wand. Since the days of your magicians and sorcerers have been pictured with a magic wand. Charlatans and stage illusionists are still making use of it today, trying to throw dust into the eyes of their audience by all sorts of tricks. The person who thinks it suffices to hold a magic wand in his hand in order to fulfill wonders is led astray. I will give here an explanation of the symbolic meaning and the description of the syntheses of the magic wand, seen from the magical point of view theoretically as well as for practical application. Above all, the magic wand is the symbol of the will, the power and the strength by which the magician maintains his influence on the sphere for which he has made and charged it. A magician will not have just one wand for his practice, but he will make several wands depending on what he intends to do or attain. The actual purpose of a magic wand is to help the magician project his will into any sphere or plane. He may have a wand. 1. To influence any being, no matter if human or animal. 2. To cure people from diseases and to do away with bad, unfavorable influences. 3. To evoke high intelligences and to invoke demons and spirits. To say that the magic wand symbolizes the absolute power of the magician is truly justified. The person having fully comprehended the mystery of the magic wand in its magnitude will never do his operations of ritual magic without this implement. It would lead too far if I tried to state here all the possibilities of the magic wand. For the intelligent student, these hints will suffice and will serve as guiding principles. His knowledge will be enlarged by ample meditation. The magic wand is a condenser, no matter what material it is made of or in which way it is manufactured. Charged with the will of the magician, it expresses a certain power. It may be a simple one, the usual type of wand, or a complicated one. All the wands carved out of wood are regarded as simple wands. But only a special kind of wood, suiting the purpose, may be used. Thus, hazelnut or willow are to be used for a wishing wand. The wishing wand is a modification of the magic wand. Though a wand made of ashwood may be used as a magic wand for all magical operations, the magician, when carrying out operations of ritual magic, will only charge it for the purpose of curing people. The wand made of elderwood proves, on account of its analogy to Saturn, especially efficient when calling up or evoking elemental spirits and demons. In making magic wands, willow twigs may also be used for any type, for the willow is a very good fluid condenser. The attentive reader will remember that willows are often struck by lightning because of their high content of water and their capability of absorbing. He may also remember the old saying referring to thunderstorms, "From the willow flee, look for a beech tree." The wood of an oak or an acacia, too, is an excellent material for making a magic wand. It is, indeed, very easy to make a magic wand of any of the kinds of wood mentioned. Cut a twig, approximately 3/8 to 3/4 inches in diameter and about 12 to 20 inches in length, remove its skin and smooth it. Often the cutting of a magic wand has been restricted to special astrological periods, and the magician acquainted with astrology is free to make use of his knowledge when making a wand. But such a procedure is by no means necessary, since the magician knows very well that the stars may have a certain influence, but that they cannot force the wise to do anything, as he actually rules them. Thus anybody may, if he likes, make by himself a magic wand out of one of the materials mentioned above. If the magic wand is to serve ritual purposes, you are recommended to use a new knife when cutting the twig. The knife may later be used for other ritual purposes or other magical operations. It should, in that case, never be employed for any common purpose. If the magician does not expect to use the knife again after having cut and smoothed the twig for the magic wand, he should bury it in order to prevent it from ever coming into the hands of anyone else. Another kind of magic wand is the steel magnet, which has to be equipped with an insulated grip. Take a round steel rod. The best steel to use is electro steel, that is, magnet steel, approximately 12 to 20 inches long with a diameter of 3/8 inches. Polish it and have it nickel-plated to prevent it from rusting. After having nickel-plated the rod, the magician may magnetize it by means of an electric coil, similar to the magnetization of a horseshoe or the magnet of an electrical motor. The greater the power of attraction of the magnet, the better it works. This is the way to get a very strong steel magnet which will not only do its work as such, but which will also serve as an excellent magic wand for many magical and magnetic experiments. First of all, one must locate the north and the south pole on the magic electromagnetic rod and mark both poles, the south pole with a minus and the north pole with a plus. For the insulation of the rod, the middle must be then wound with a silk ribbon as wide as the palm, that is, about 3 to 4 inches. A rubber hose of the same length or a wooden handle that has been pierced for this purpose may also be used. Such a wand will enable the magician to cause many magnetic and magical phenomena, of which only a few will be treated here. If the magician is working with the electromagnetic fluid of the universe, intending to intensify it strongly in the physical world, then he must take hold of the wand in such a manner that his right hand will touch the plus pole and his left hand the minus pole, with the ends of the rod touching the middle of his palms. After this, the electrical fluid from the universe has to be led via the right side of the rod into the magician's body by means of the imagination. The plus radiation of the rod, odd pole radiation, will thus be strongly intensified as it has the same oscillation and will make it easier for the magician to store the electrical fluid in his body. The same procedure has to be applied to the magnetic fluid of the south pole. Vice versa, the magician now intensifies the electrical fluid again, which he has previously stored up in his body, this time concentrating it into the plus end of the rod so strongly that he can make his influence work directly on the physical world. The same goes for the magnetic fluid which he will be able to store up in his left, that is the negative pole radiation. The middle of the rod, covered with the insulating material, will remain neutral. If the magician, by force of imagination, now concentrates his intention into the condensed electromagnetic fluid of the steel magnet, the wand indeed becomes a magic wand. By means of the electromagnetic fluid, which radiates as a brilliant light from the rod, any realization on the physical world will be possible. Initiates usually apply this wand for influencing sick people and for all magnetic phenomena. This magic electromagnetic wand is, by the law of the universe, an excellent condenser with the same kind of oscillation as the universe, but in a most subtle way. The person meditating on this will be able to find other methods easily due to the universal laws. The magician will, for instance, be able to either pull the fluid out of the universe like an antenna and store it in his body, or to transfer it by force of imagination to other people, near him or far away. The wand will soon be an indispensable implement for the magician, for the positive and negative powers concentrated in it will help him to create the necessary oscillation in his electromagnetic fluid. Besides this, there are magic wands charged either with solid liquid, or combined condensers. Much could be said about how to make such rods and which methods are to be used, but I will only mention the most appropriate to serve the magician in his work. Take the twig of an elder bush, 12 to 20 inches long and 3/8 to 3/4 inches in diameter, peel off its skin and smooth it with sandpaper. Then remove its pith so that you get an elder pipe. Put a cork on the one end of the pipe and seal it with sealing wax. Insert a condenser, a liquid condenser, if you like, from the other side, then also seal this end of the pipe airproof. The rod is now ready for use. You may, if you wish, use a different kind of wood, for instance, the twig of an ash, willow or oak tree, or of a hazelnut bush. The twig, which has no pith, must, however, be pierced through carefully with a fine drill, making a pipe of it. Instead of the liquid condenser, a solid condenser may be used, the same kind of condenser described in Initiation into Hermetics. It is also possible to use a piece of blotting paper soaked with a liquid condenser instead of a solid condenser, which, after it has dried well, is charged, and then, after having been rolled together, is inserted into the hollow space of the rod. The disadvantage of wood is that it will, as time goes by, molder or be affected by the fluid condenser, which will cause it to become perforated. It might therefore as well be replaced by a metal pipe. Those kinds of metals which are good conductors of heat and electricity are best. The best of all, of course, is a copper pipe with a diameter of 3/8 to 1/2 inch. In order to avoid any oxidization on the surface of the metal, the pipe can be nickel, chrome, or tin-plated before it is filled with the condenser. One opening must be soldered together at once, the other immediately after having filled up the pipe, thus you get a first-class magic wand, applicable for all purposes. Magicians working with the magnetic and the electric fluid in turn will do well to procure for themselves a rod made out of a thin iron or steel pipe, as recommended above, for operations with the magnetic fluid, and a copper pipe for operations with the electric fluid. A universal wand is manufactured in the same manner, with the exception that a nickel-plated brass pipe must be used, instead of a pipe of copper or iron. The magician wealthy enough for financial considerations not to matter can use, instead of the fluid condenser, a condenser made of semi-precious stones. He will use for his electric fluid, a copper of the inside of which is filled with pulverized amber, an unsurpassed condenser for this kind of fluid. For his operations with the magnetic fluid he will, in this case, have to fill up the steel pipe with pulverized rock crystal instead of using a solid condenser. Rock crystal, again, is a very good fluid condenser for the magnetic fluid. But it is also possible to solder two separate small pipes, thus making a single rod out of them. One half of the tube is, in this case, filled up with pulverized amber, the other with pulverized rock crystal. Having done this, a single rod, separated in the middle, will contain both kinds of fluid condensers. In a case like this, however, the two halves must be connected by a thin piece of copper, or iron, wire going through the center of both pipes. The outside of such a rod may be nickel-plated. This ideal wand then has a unique fluid capacity and will serve any magical operation. There is still another possibility: a wooden rod may be ornamented with 7 rings made of the planetary metals. The rings should be fixed to the rod in quabalistic order. That is, a golden ring, for the sun, is placed in the middle of the rod and 3 metal rings on each side. The following metals may be used for the rings in question: lead corresponding to Saturn, tin corresponding to Jupiter, iron corresponding to Mars, gold corresponding to the Sun, copper corresponding to Venus, brass corresponding to Mercury, silver corresponding to the Moon, Apart from this, the rings may have engravings portraying the intelligences of the above-mentioned planets. The use of a wand like this will, in general, be restricted to the conjuration of intelligences of the 7 planets. When used for other purposes, it will not prove superior to the other types of wands. This is all the magician needs to know. From the examples above, he will, by himself, be able to proceed to other variations. The shape and the size of the wand plays a minor part. The most important thing about a magic wand is its charging for practical use, a description of which is given below. The charge of a magic wand is done in much the same way as the charge of a magic mirror, provided with a fluid condenser for special purposes. There are many ways of charge for a wand. They all depend on what the magician intends or wants to use it for. Above all, the magician must always be aware of the fact that the magic wand is a symbol of his will, his strength, and his power, and that it is representing a container like a fluid condenser of that power, quality, etc., in which he is not only able to transfer, but also to store up that power, according to his wish, to an exceedingly high density. It matters little if such a rod is nothing but a simple twig, cut and adapted accordingly, or if it is a complicated wand, saturated or filled up with a fluid condenser. A magic wand may be charged with 1. The magician's willpower. 2. Special qualities, faculties, etc. 3. Magnetism, biomagnetism, etc. 4. The elements. 5. Occult. 6. The help of a light fluid. Here are some examples for practical use. With regards to point 1, charge with willpower. Take into your hand the wand which you have prepared and concentrate your will on, or rather into, the wand, that is, transfer your whole consciousness into the wand so that you feel you are the wand itself. Your concentration must then be filled with the idea that all your willpower, your strength, is embodied in the wand. This kind of concentration must last for at least 5 minutes without any interruption. Already at the moment of embodying your will into the wand, you have to think that whenever you take the wand into your hand, your willpower will be put into action, and that everything you want to have happening will happen. When you have transferred your whole will by utmost tension and strongest imagination into the wand, you end the charge of it by wrapping it into a piece of pure silk and putting it in the same place as your other magic implements. After some time, load the wand again in the same manner, and every time you repeat the ceremony you must increase the intensity of your imagination. Never forget that your whole spiritual will is embodied in the wand. It is important that you limit the time and, if possible, also the space of the power concentrated in the wand, that is, concentrate your willpower into the wand with the idea that as long as it will exist it will represent all your will, all your power, and remain effective. A wand charged in this way will remain effective till you die, or should it be your special wish, even beyond your physical death, that is, it will remain a magic wand. It may even last for centuries, and its influence may even increase with time, providing you have charged it with the wish that its power should grow from one day to the next. The effectiveness of the wand will first work on the mental sphere, then, after some time and repeated charging, on the astral sphere, and finally even on the physical world. The time required until a wand, first effective on the mental world, becomes effective in the physical world depends on the magician's maturity, training, and power of imagination, and also on what he is striving for. The magician who is well acquainted with Kabbalah will know that to bring about a realization from the mental sphere into the physical world, usually about 462 repetitions are necessary. By then the influence from the mental sphere takes shape, that is, becomes condensed in the physical world. This, however, does not mean that the magician may not be able to bring about the same kind of success earlier than this. As already pointed out, the magic wand's power of realization depends on the intention and purpose for which it has been made and charged. One could query whether the rod needs to be charged at all, since the magician's will should suffice. The magician, however, will not always be in a position to expand his mental exertion in the manner necessary for the transfer of one's will. There will be situations which will exhaust even the best magician, who then would be incapable of concentrating to his fullest power of expansion. However, a skillfully charged magic wand will also have its effect at moments when the magician is not using his willpower, but is just concentrating his thoughts on the realization of his wish, using his magic wand for this purpose. There is, of course, in this case a slight danger that a blasphemous person may get hold of the magic wand in order to realize his own desires, which, if it happened, would go on the cost of the magician and his rod voltage. Therefore a magician will always do well not to tell any person, not even his best friend, for which purpose, in which respect, and in which manner he has charged his magic wand. This way of charging a magic wand with one's willpower will generally serve to influence beings, spirits, human beings and animals which are to act according to the magician's absolute will and which are to obey the magician's magical power, no matter whether in this physical world or on the mental or astral planes. The influence of the magician is not at all restricted to living entities, it will also work on dead matter if this has been taken into consideration at the time of its being charged. Regarding point 2, charge with qualities, faculties and the like. Under charging the wand with certain universal qualities is understood qualities such as omnipotence or other specific ones which the magician needs for his realizations in the mental, astral or physical planes and which are concentrated into the rod in the same manner as described above. It is possible, similar to the charge with the magician's will, when charging the wand with a certain quality, to impel the quality into the wand not only by embodying one's consciousness into it and by condensing the power, but also by pulling the quality down from the universe by means of one's imagination and concentration of willpower, thereby condensing the quality in the wand, thus charging it. Constant condensing of a certain quality will make the relevant spiritual power if concentrated in the wand a direct physical power. This means that with the wand the magician is in possession of an accumulator equivalent to a battery powerfully charged with electricity. That then one and the same power may be used for good as well as for bad purposes is true, but a magician, having proceeded as far as this in his individual training, will never think of any evil motives or try to put them into action, since he, at all times, is anxious to be regarded as a true and faithful servant by divine providence. Regarding point 3, charge of the wand with magnetism, biomagnetism or prana. The same procedure is to be followed as described in the preceding chapter. It is recommended, however, to achieve the storing of power in the wand without transferring one's consciousness into it. This can be effected by mere imagination, by means of the magician's body or directly from the universe. In this case, too, the magician must not forget to set limits to the power transformed into the wand. He must also, by force of imagination, concentrate on the purpose he wishes the wand to serve. Repeated charge of the wand will make it not only effective in the mental and astral planes, but also in the physical world. The experienced magician need not be told again that the power then dwelling in the wand will radiate to the furthest distances. If he introduces the occult principle between himself and his object, he will be able to bridge time and space, and the power in question will immediately, by using the wand, work on the person concerned with the same kind of influence, intensity and success as it would be if the person were standing right in front of him. Charge with life force or magnetism, with the right idea of setting limits or conditions, that is, in this case, with the idea that the life force or magnetism in the wand will be automatically intensified from one day to the other, the wand will easily enable the magician to call into existence any phenomena that can be affected by life force. With a rod charged in this way, even an unexperienced person could work miracles, providing he knew how to use it. Therefore it is in the magician's own interest to keep well the secret of his magic wand. He may also charge his wand in a manner that it will automatically, without any effort on part of the willpower of the magician, bring to him a piece of life force from the universe, which will then radiate from the wand. This kind of charging the wand with magnetism, biomagnetism, is preferred for curative operations. A magician working in the medical field may like to make use of this method and heal people far away from him by force of his wand charged in the above-mentioned manner. In the hands of a magician, a wand charged in this manner, which can heal people miraculously over the widest distances, is, no doubt, a blessing for the suffering man. The charge of a magic wand with an electric, magnetic, or electromagnetic fluid is always the same, with the only exception that the transfer of the magician's consciousness may be omitted. If only one wand is to be charged, the procedure is a little more complicated. For the wand to be charged with one fluid only, be it electric or magnetic, that fluid has to be drawn from the universe with the help of the imagination and must be impelled into the rod, to which end the magician has to concentrate on the wish that whenever he desires something, the fluid inside the rod will realize at once what he wishes, even though it be directed to the furthest possible sphere or the occult principle. If you terminate the accumulation so that the fluid accumulated in the rod will intensify itself automatically from the universe, that it will, in other words, work by itself bioelectrically and biomagnetically, the rod will grow into an enormously strong battery. The magician is recommended to accumulate in his own body, prior to every use, the relevant fluid in order to be strong enough for the work with the accumulated fluid of the wand. If he is not willing to do this, he should at least insulate himself before he starts work by putting on a pair of pure silk gloves, preferably manufactured by himself. Not before he has thus insulated himself should he take the wand into his hands. Since the magician usually works with both fluids, he should take the wand charge with the electrical fluid into his right hand, and the wand charge with the magnetic fluid into his left. It is always better to charge two rods, one with the electric, the other with the magnetic fluid, especially if simple twigs or wooden wands, which are not impregnated with a fluid condenser, are used. This is not absolutely necessary, but it will make work easier. The magician who has a wand filled with a fluid condenser, without the wand being parted in the middle, will find it more advantageous to have the wand filled with only one fluid, as this also will make the work easier for him. If the rod is to be charged electromagnetically, that is if both fluids should be prevalent in the wand, the magician must use a rod which has no hole in its middle. Either end of the rod has to be pierced instead, and each half of it has to be provided with a fluid condenser. The magician must, however, put a mark on either end to remind him where the electrical and where the magnetic fluid is. To give the magician a better view, the half provided for the electrical fluid is usually painted red, the half provided for the magnetic fluid is usually painted blue. The rod must then be charged in such a manner that the largest intensity of the fluids rest at the ends of the rod and that the middle, insulated with silk, remains neutral. Charging of either half has to be carried out separately. That means that you may draw from the universe first the electric fluid, accumulating it in the one end of the rod until that end is sufficiently loaded, and immediately after that the magnetic fluid, or vice versa. The magician should never try to accumulate the electric fluid several times and then the magnetic fluid several times, for the equilibrium of the fluids inside the wand must be maintained. The magician must therefore accumulate the electrical fluid on one day and the magnetic fluid the next day. When charging the wand again, he has to go about in the other way. The magician will charge a rod with the electrical or the magnetic, or both fluids, if he wants to make his influence work by the help of these fluids on objects nearby or far away, regardless of their being subject to the occult or existent in either the mental, astral or physical world. Special variations of operations, for instance such as vaulting or treating sick people, or bearing of certain imaginations, will not be dealt with here, for the person having carefully studied up to this point will now be able to work out for himself his individual working methods. Regarding point 4, the charge with elements. This kind of charge can be effected in two different ways. 1. The magician, by help of imagination, charges his rod, no matter whether it be simple or provided with a fluid condenser, with desire that when using it, the elements will have to obey him, regardless of which sphere they may belong to. If the wand has been sufficiently charged with the magician's power over the elements, then the results wanted will be brought about by the beings of the elements. The magician will do well to expand his power to all elements, fire, air, water, and earth, so that he will not be forced to restrict his operations to a single element. When evoking, the magician should call to his magic circle the heads of the elements, one after the other, and have them swear to the magic wand that they will give him their absolute obedience at all times. After that, the magician may, if he likes, engrave on his wand the relevant symbols or seals of each individual head of the elements. This, however, is by no means absolutely necessary, for the wand in the hands of the magician represents the magician's absolute will and his power over each being of the elements. The shape of the seals of each head of the elements will become visible to the magician in his magic mirror or by direct transfer with the mental body in the realm of the elements. On top of that, the magician might well, on account of his personal experience and development, construct a symbol of the relevant element and have the head of any element swear to it that he will always be the obedient servant not only of the symbol which the magician has engraved in the wand, but of the whole wand. 2. The other way to charge the wand with elements is as follows: the magician draws the element which he wants to use for his work directly from the universe, that is, its particular sphere, by force of the imagination, and dynamically accumulates it in the wand. When working with this kind of loaded wand, the results wanted are not caused by the beings of the elements, but directly by the magician himself. The advantage of this way of charging a wand is that it will give the magician a strong feeling of satisfaction, because he is the immediate cause of the magical effect. It is necessary, however, that a separate rod be manufactured for each of the elements and the wands must be stored apart from each other. To prevent the magician from mixing them up, he must be sure that he can easily differentiate between them by their outside appearance. Each wand may, for this purpose, have the color of the relevant element. At the beginning the results will only occur on the mental plane, but prolonged use and repeated charging will make it work also on the astral plane, and eventually also on the physical world. This kind of wand will enable its owner to influence all manners of spirits, men, animals, even inanimate nature, by the element, similar to the influence of the electromagnetic fluid. Good magicians are able to cause, by the force of such a wand, marvelous natural phenomena, for instance, change of weather, acceleration of the growth of plants, and many other things of that nature. Regarding point 5, charge with the occult principle. When applying this principle, the charge of the magic wand is possible, but not any kind of accumulation, since the occult principle cannot be intensified. But repeated meditation on the qualities of the occult principle with all its aspects in the magic wand will finally enable the magician to create causes in the occult principle, which will itself realize in the mental and astral planes, and also in the physical plane. Using a rod charged in the manner described, the magician will be able to impel, by force of imagination, a power or quality via the wand into the occult, which then, like a volt created by an electromagnetic fluid, will have direct influence on the three-dimensional world from above. Such a wand will be regarded with awe by positive intelligences and will have a frightening effect on negative beings. A wand charged in this fashion is usually preferred by magicians working with negative beings, so-called demons, in order to make them pliant. For further details on this subject, see the chapter dealing with necromancy. Regarding point 6, charge with light fluid. The universal light, from which everything has been created, is to be accumulated in the wand by help of imagination and consideration of the qualities of the light, so that it will shine like a sun, concentrated universal light. A wand charged in this way is usually employed for theurgical purposes, that is for the evocation of higher beings of the light and intelligences, for it is an excellent magnet which will make the relevant light beings pay attention to the magician's will and desire. Besides this, all other measures must be taken, like, for instance, the insulation of the rod with white silk, its secure keeping, and so on. Not only will the magician be able to work, with the help of the wand, in the physical world, he will also be in position to transfer, with his mental or astral hand, or with both, the mental and astral shape of the wand into the relevant plane and will have his influence work in these planes without having to hold the wand in his physical hand. In case of the exteriorization of his whole mental body, he can take with him not only the mental shape of his magic wand with all its qualities into the mental plane but also the mental shape of all magic implements and aids, and there he is able to operate as if he were present with his whole physical body to carry out the operations. Never should the magician forget that the wand represents his true will in its completeness, absoluteness, and power, which may well be compared with a magical oath, and therefore many magicians have their magic wand symbolize not only their willpower, but also the magical oath, which, from the Hermetic point of view, may never and can never be broken. Many magicians carve into their wand the symbols appropriate to their willpower and the charge of the wand. Universal symbols, signs, seals of intelligences, divine names, and the like, may serve this purpose as far as they represent the true willpower of the magician. The details of this particular matter are left entirely to the magician's individuality. The magician will know from these instructions how he has to go about reaching his aim, and it is up to him to provide, if he likes, his wand with a secret name standing for his willpower. It will also be clear to the practicing magician that such a name must be kept a secret and must never, under any circumstance, be spoken. The magic sword, dagger, and trident. There are evocations of negative beings and such not liking being transferred into our physical world. For these beings the magician will use, should the magic wand not suffice, the magic sword, providing he insists on their manifestation. The magic sword has several symbolic meanings, but generally it serves as the symbol of absolute obedience of a being or a power to the magician. It is also the symbol of victory and superiority over any power or being. The sword is analogous to the light, it is an aspect of the fire and of the word. Already the Bible says, "In the beginning was the Word, light, and the Word was with God." He who is somewhat acquainted with symbolism will remember that, as an example, Archangel Michael, the killer of the dragon, is symbolized with a burning sword. The dragon, in this case, is the symbol of the hostile, the negative principle. Adam and Eve, too, were driven out of paradise by an angel with a burning sword. The symbolic meaning is also in this case quite clear and unequivocal. The magic sword usually serves as an implement in those cases where the magician wishes to exert a certain compulsory or forcible influence on a power or being, usually quite against its will. It is an indispensable implement for magicians dealing exclusively with demonology and who therefore would never get any positive results unless they were using a magic sword. The true magician will usually get satisfactory results with his magic wand, but in spite of this he will not fail to manufacture for himself an implement such as the magic sword, in order to have it handy in case of emergencies. Such a magic sword means more safety for the magician and will strengthen his authority. But when working, he will only use the sword for operations, especially for evocations, if a being were to oppose him strongly or to refuse to obey him. Some grimoires call such an instrument as the sword a dagger, yet the magic dagger is nothing else but a diminished sword with the same kind of symbolism. A magic dagger is manufactured the same way as a magic sword. When evoking demons and lower spirits, the sword or dagger may be replaced by a trident which has to be mounted on a long wooden shaft, similar to a wooden fork. The trident, like the sword or dagger, is a means of coercion. Grimoires, on top of that, recommend ornamenting the trident with engravings of divine names. This is left to the magician's individual taste and depends on the purpose of the evocation and the magician's attitude. The trident is also an enlarged symbol of the magic sword. The 3 points symbolize our three-dimensional world, and the magician can force the beings to fulfill his desire not only in the mental or astral world, but also in this physical world, or, if the magician likes, in all 3 planes. Regarding this, the fact that demons usually turn up with a trident and are pictured with a trident should be mentioned. This does not mean that they run this trident through the souls in hell, as is sometimes wrongly assumed by foolish people, but that their influence works on all 3 worlds, the mental, astral, and physical. The points of magic swords, daggers, or tridents may also be employed for breaking or killing unevoked and unwanted beings like phantoms, larvae, elementals, elementaries, and the like, which may try to hinder the magician in his work. And yet another way of using these implements must be mentioned here, since it is hardly known to anybody. A magic sword or dagger, not so much a trident, may do good service as a magical lightning conductor. After having ended his evocations, especially after evocations of higher negative beings, principles of demons and the like, the magician who intends to go to rest but who is uncertain whether these spirits will let him sleep unmolested, may furnish his bed with a magic lightning conductor. Such a lightning conductor can be manufactured by winding a copper or iron wire round the legs of the bed, both ends of which have to be connected with the sword or dagger. Then the sword or dagger must be stuck into the floor. The wires form a closed circle around the bed even if it has a square shape. The function of the sword or dagger is to conduct the influence directed towards the magician into the earth. Of course, the wire has to be drawn with the wish in the magician's mind, that it will form a circle and that no being or any unfavorable influence will be able to get inside the bed, and that every influence, no matter from which being it may come, will be conducted into the earth. In such a magically sheltered bed provided with a magic lightning conductor, the magician will sleep undisturbed, and he may rest assured that no influence, no matter from which sphere it may come, will never have any effect upon him, or will ever be able to surprise and overwhelm him. If the magician has no sword or dagger handy at the moment, or if he has to use it for other purposes, a new knife which, in this case, must not be used for any other purposes, will fulfill the same function. This magic lightning conductor will also protect the magician against influences of black magic, especially during the hours of sleep. A well-trained, fully developed magician may be able to do without this implement, for he may draw a magic circle around his bed by force of imagination, mentally or astrally, thereby using his wand, sword, or dagger. This will also give him full protection against any unwanted influences. The way in which a magic sword is manufactured depends on the magician's individuality. Several books instruct the magician to use a sword which has formerly been used for cutting off a man's head. This is obviously suggested to raise, in the heart of the magician, a certain feeling of awe, or a certain stress as soon as he takes hold of the sword. Usually those magicians who make use of such a sword are those who need such superficialities to get into the right state of mind. From the Hermetic point of view, such or similar preconditions are not necessary, providing that all other faculties necessarily exist. A sword made of the best kind of steel, refined steel, will fully serve its purpose. If the magician cannot produce such a sword himself, he may have it made by a smith or another metal expert. The length of the sword may vary between 2 or 3 feet depending on the magician's height. The handle of the sword may be made of copper, since copper is a very good conductor of fluids. The shape of the sword does not play an essential role. It need only be sharpened on one side, but, of course, it can also be sharpened on both sides. Its point, however, must be well sharpened. It depends on the individual taste of the magician, if he has the handle ornamented or provided with suitable symbols. So much about the manufacturing of a magic sword. The charge of the sword is done by transferring upon it, by the help of the imagination, the qualities belonging to it, such as the power over all beings, the absolute victory, and the respect due to it as the symbol of combat, life, etc. These qualities have to be dynamically intensified in the sword by repeated charging. The magician may also accumulate the light fluid in the sword in such a way that it will look like the shining sun or like a flaming sword, similar to that one which Archangel Michael holds in his hand in his symbolic pictures. The main point is the attitude of the magician towards the magic sword, accompanied by an unbreakable belief in his absolute victory in all planes, which will give the sword the necessary force so that every power, every being will fear and respect it under any circumstance. After each use, the sword has to be wrapped up in a piece of white or black silk and put away safely like the other magic implements. The magician may, by practicing mental wandering, transfer the spiritual form of the sword into the mental plane and visit the planetary spheres, taking his magic sword as well as his magic wand with him. There, according to his wish, he can make use of his magic power with the help of his magic implements. That every being will have to obey him in these spheres is clearly evident by what has been said before. The magician is able, during his magical operations and evocations, to transfer his mental sword with his mental hand into the relevant sphere by force of imagination, and there he can make the being carry out his wishes. Such a force, however, can only be exerted without danger by a magician who has a clean heart and a noble soul. If a sorcerer tried to do the like, he would only make the being hate him and would soon become a victim of them and their influence. The history of occult science has given many examples of the tragic fate and even more tragic end of such sorcerers. It would exceed the extension of this book to talk about certain events in detail. The magic crown, cap and magus band. Always when carrying out operations of ritual magic, no matter whether evocations, invocations or other operations, the magician should wear something on his head. He may take, for this purpose, a golden crown with magic symbols engraved on it, or he may take a cap or some other headgear with the symbols of the macrocosm and microcosm of the deity with whom the magician is connected or whose shape he is taking on. The symbols must either be drawn with a good color or embroidered or fastened with silk. Such a symbol of the macrocosm and microcosm, for instance, is a hexagon in the middle of two circles inside of which is the microcosmic symbol of man, the pentagram. If the magician embroiders his cap himself, or if he has it embroidered by somebody else, he may choose a golden color for the circles as a symbol of infinity. For the hexagon he may take a silvery color as the symbol of the created universe, and for the pentagram in the center a white or violet color. Instead of using a cap or a turban as a headgear, a silk band, a so-called magus band, may suffice. This band may be in white, violet or black and is to be wound round the magician's head. The part running over his forehead should be ornamented with the macro-microcosmic symbol, described previously. The symbol may either be embroidered or drawn on a piece of parchment, thereby using the color mentioned above. Instead of the symbol of the macrocosm, some other symbol representing the magician's connection with the deity may be used. For instance, a cross, which at the same time symbolizes the positive and the negative, and the ends of which symbolize the four elements. A rose cross symbol may also be employed, that is a cross with 7 roses in the center, also symbolizing the 4 elements, the positive and the negative, and on top of that, the 7 planets. The magician's choice is not, as can be seen, restricted to a particular symbol. He may express his spiritual development, his destination, his maturity, his cosmic relationship by several symbols, whichever he prefers, and he may wear them on his cap or magus band. As already mentioned, the crown, cap or magus band is a symbol of the dignity of the magician's authority. It is a symbol of the perfection of his spirit, a symbol of his relationship to the microcosm and macrocosm, the tiny and the great world, the highest expression of his magical power, serving him to crown his head. All articles, no matter whether cap, crown or magus band, must be made of the finest material and must serve no other purposes but operations of ritual magic. As soon as the cap, crown or magus band is ready and has been tried out, it should be sanctified by meditation and a holy oath, so that the magician will only put it on his head when he is fully absorbed with the idea of his unity with the deity, and he will only make use of the cap for operations which demand this kind of symbolism. When speaking his oath, the magician should put his right hand on the cap and should concentrate, by force of imagination, on the idea that at the moment he puts the cap on his head he is united with his deity, or with the symbol ornamenting his cap. Then he should put his headgear away safely together with his other magical implements. Whenever the magician is prepared for evocations, after having meditated for this purpose, and puts on his headgear, he will at once be united with the deity and will have, not only in himself, but in the whole space or at the place where he puts it on, that feeling of a holy temple atmosphere. Therefore the magician will agree that his headgear is also an intrinsic part of his magical implements, and that he must draw his full attention towards it. Sorcerers also use caps which are ornamented with symbols of demons, but only few of them know about their genuine meaning and correct application, not to mention their actual symbolism. A magician, however, who does everything consciously can never decline to be a mere sorcerer and will never do anything he does not understand. Everything he does is done for a special purpose. The magical garment. This is to be treated in the same manner as the cap or magus band. The magical garment is a long robe made of silk, buttoned from the neck to the toes. The sleeves of the robe end at the wrists. The robe looks like the vestment of a clergyman and symbolizes the absolute purity of all ideas, and the purity of the magician's soul. It is also the symbol of protection. Just as a common garment protects a man's physical body from outside influences, rain, cold, etc., so the magical garment of the magician shelters him from outside influences which may attack his body through its astral or mental matrix. As already mentioned several times, silk is the best insulating material against any astral or mental influences. A robe made of silk is therefore an excellent means of insulation and may also be successfully used for other operations not directly connected with ritual magic, for instance, protection of the astral or physical body when projecting the mental or astral body so that no being can take possession of the magician's astral or physical body without his approval. A magic robe may also be successfully used for similar operations for which the insulation of the mental, astral, and physical body is necessary. It is, however, up to the magician which possible variations he wants to make use of. Under no circumstances may the magician use a garment for ritual magic or evocations which has been used for common purposes such as, for example, training, or current magical operations. A special robe must be taken for this special kind of magic, and its color must suit the purpose. Here I should point out that for common mental and astral operations or experiments, the insulating garment may be put on top of any other clothes. For evocations and ritual magic, however, the magical garment is to be worn over the naked body. The magician may, however, in cold weather, put on a shirt or pants made of pure silk and put the robe over them, but the pants or shirt must be of the same color as the robe. The magician may use house shoes of the same color as the robe. The soles of the shoes can be made of leather or rubber. The color of the robe corresponds to the work, idea, and purpose the magician wishes to carry out. He may choose one of the three universal colors, white, violet, or black. Violet is equivalent to the occult color and may be used for nearly all magical operations. White is chosen for the robe only, when dealing with high and good beings. Black is the appropriate color for negative powers and beings. The magician is able to carry out almost all ritual operations with these colors. If he can afford the expense, he can have 3 robes made, one of each color. A wealthy magician may choose, for his robes, colors analogous to the individual spheres of the planets he works with. Thus he will take 4 beings of Saturn, dark violet; beings of Jupiter, blue; beings of Mars, purple; beings of the Sun, yellow, gold or white; beings of Venus, green; beings of Mercury, opalescent, orange; beings of the Moon, silver or white. Of course, only the prosperous magician will be able to afford such expenditure. A magician not so prosperous will get satisfactory results with just one robe in a light violet color. His cap or magus band should be of the same color. When the robe is ready, the magician must wash it in running water in order to deod it, so that no alien influence will remain on the silk. Then he must iron the robe by himself, for no other hands but his should ever come in contact with it. The magician will find these measures quite justified, for, being very particular in this respect, he will already find it disturbing if another person, even if it is someone of his family, of his relations or friends, merely touches one of his magical implements. The robe prepared in the manner described must then be put in front of the magician, who, by help of imagination, must unite himself with his deity and bless the robe, not as his own person, but as the deity evoking itself. He must take an oath, that is, swear to the garment that he will only use it for ritual purposes. A dress influenced and impregnated in such a way then has genuine magical power and will offer the magician absolute security. Before the magician prepares his robe for magical purposes, he may embroider it, if he likes, with universal symbols similar to his cap. All this, of course, entirely depends on his own will, and he may rest assured that he cannot make any mistakes in this respect. The magical belt. The magical belt is part of the magical garment. Put round the waist, it keeps the whole robe together. The belt is made of the same material as the robe and cap, but leather may also be used. It must, however, be of the same color as the garment. Magicians of days gone by preferred belts made of lion skin, which they first made into leather and then into a belt. The skin of a lion was the symbol of power, superiority, and dominance. The symbolic meaning of the belt could really be best compared with the domination over the elements, the magical equilibrium. And the upper and lower part of a man's body, kept together in the middle by the belt, symbolizes the scales. The symbol chosen may either be drawn or carved into the leather, or it may be embroidered on a silk belt. The symbolic drawing of the equilibrium of the elements and their domination can be made according to the magician's own ideas. He may, for instance, draw a circle and inside it a pentagram with one point upward, and in the middle of the pentagram again a triangle as the symbol of the domination over the elements of the three planes. In the middle of the triangle a cross with two arms of the same length should be drawn as the symbol of the plus and minus principles and their equilibrium. Also in this case the magician should go about as he has done with the cap and garment, that is, he must sanctify and bless the belt and swear that he will use the belt together with the robe and only for ritual purposes. The belt will be stored away safely, together with the robe, in the same place as the other magical implements. Further magical aids. The magician must deal the same way with any further aids which he may want to use for his ritual purposes as he has with the magical implements already described. There is still quite a number of them, and it would lead us too far if I were to deal with each of them in this book, as magical aids depend on the purpose and aim for which they are made. Thus, for instance, the magician needs a special pen, ink, engraving pencil for writing and engraving, needles for embroidering, embroidery wool and embroidery silk, parchment paper, colors, sacrificial blood for certain operations, the so-called holy oil, with which he anoints his implements and himself on certain parts of his body. Salt, incense or other means for incensing, a whip which he uses in much the same way as his magic sword, attributing to it the same symbolism. Apart from that, he needs a chain as the symbol of the relationship of the macrocosm with the microcosm with all its spheres. At the same time, the chain is the symbol of the magician's admittance to the great brotherhood of magicians and to the hierarchy of all beings of the macrocosm and microcosm. The chain may be worn round the neck like a piece of jewelry and indicates that the magician is a member of the association of all true and genuine magicians. For certain magical operations, a cup is also used as the symbol of wisdom and life. During certain magical operations, the magician gets his holy meal, his Eucharist, the Holy Communion, out of this cup. A cup filled with wine is used to charge the wine with the divine power similar to the Holy Communion of Christians. The charging of the cup is to be carried out in such a way that the magician transforms himself into a deity, then blesses the wine, thus transforming it into the divine blood, wisdom, power, life. During work breaks, the magician drinks this transformed wine and so takes part in the Holy Sacrament. I have already dealt with this subject in Initiation into Hermetics in the chapter on the Eucharist. A bell may also serve as a magical aid for evocations. Such a bell should be made of electromagicum, that is a prescribed mixture of all the metals of the planets. The magician uses this when he wants to draw the attention of the invisible world to himself. This is done by rhythmic ringing. The rhythm and the number of chimes depends on the number rhythms of the sphere with which the magician wants to have communication. This oriental method is scarcely used by true magicians. In the East, especially in Tibet, this kind of evocation by bell ringing, cymbal beating, etc., is often practiced. I have already mentioned that all these implements must be new and never used for any other purpose except the one to which they are dedicated. Each implement must be put away safely after use. If it is no longer needed or if the magician does not intend to use it anymore, the implement has to be destroyed or rendered innocuous. If one would use a magical implement for any other purposes, it would become desecrated and magically ineffectual. All magic implements have to be handled as if they were relics. The more carefully the magician handles his magical implements, the greater will be their magical power and effect. The pentacle, lamen or seal. The difference between a pentacle and a seal is that the pentacle is a universal symbol of power and must be charged with the qualities of the relevant power by help of the magic wand or imagination. Its purpose is to induce awe and obedience in a being, so that it fulfills the magician's will. The shape of the universal symbol depends on the religious attitude of the magician. The same universal symbol of power which the magician has embroidered or engraved in his headgear, crown, cap, magus band, may be used, for instance, a hexagram constructed within two circles in the middle of which rests a pentagram. In the center of the pentagram is a cross which has arms of the same length. A cross alone may also serve as a universal symbol. Many magicians make use of the pentacle Solomones as a symbol of coercion for all beings. The magician surely will not choose a symbol the construction of which he would not find analogous to the universal laws, for with such a symbol he could not make obvious the authority he needs for his purposes. Only by completely understanding the meaning of his symbol and by being able to take the right attitude towards it will the magician get true magical results. A magician should always think of this. He should only use symbols which are clear to him in meaning and which represent the idea of his power. A seal, contrary to the pentacle, is the graphic representation of a being, power or sphere which is expressed by its symbolism. The existing types of seals are: 1. The traditional seals which have either been found by clairvoyance or have been reproduced by spirit beings during astral visits to the various spheres. Beings will only react to this kind of seal if the magician knows how to transfer himself into their sphere of power. Due to a constant increase of the magician's reservoir of power, caused by frequent use of one and the same seal, he will also increase his influence and be able to make it work on the being in question. The copying and reproduction of seals, however, has been the source of many errors, and the seals have often been corrupted. Sometimes this has been done deliberately in order to make the magician's work more difficult and his success with this material less probable or even totally impossible. A magician with an open mind for astral operations may, if he likes, check the genuineness of the seal by use of the occult principle, or trance, and by placing his total concentration on the seal. By doing this, he will also be able to correct the seal. 2. There also exist universal seals which not only symbolize the qualities and range of action of beings but also their other characteristics. By applying the laws of analogy, one may produce graphic constructions of such seals and charge them with the qualities of the relevant spirits by force of imagination. The being will have to react to such seals without resistance. 3. The magician may also produce seals entirely according to his own ideas, without following any analogous relations. He must, however, have such seals approved by the being concerned. The being's approval of such a seal or sign can be established as follows: the magician wanders with his spirit into the being's own sphere and has the being swear mentally to his seal, its shape, or representation, that it will always react to it. A layman is very similar to a universal symbol, but is not a symbol of the microcosm and macrocosm. It represents symbolically the intellectual and psychic authority, the attitude, and the maturity of the magician. The layman is usually sewn to the magician's garment, somewhere on his chest, or it is specially engraved into a suitable piece of metal, or drawn on a piece of parchment and worn like an amulet. It expresses, by its symbolic presentation, the absolute authority of the magician. The magician will avail himself of a talisman if, during magical operations, he needs protection from unwanted influences, or if he wants to have an outstanding success with his magical operations. The talisman may be the graphic representation of the qualities and faculties with which it has been loaded. The charging of the talisman has to be effected either by the magician himself or by a being evoked by him. If it is done by a being, the power necessary for the charging will have to come from the being's own power or reservoir of power. In this case, the traditional signs, that is, signs which have been conferred upon the magician by another magician, or that came direct from a being, may also be engraved on the talisman. The magician, however, may also make use of relating signs which he has had approved by the relevant being. Pentacles, laymans, seals, or talismans to be used for ritual purposes may be made of suitable metals analogous to the being's sphere, to the elements, planets or signs of the zodiac and the seals or signs engraved on them, or they may be engraved on small wax plates which the magician has made by himself from pure beeswax and afterwards charged. Pentacles, seals, and talismans may also be made of parchment and the symbols then painted or drawn on them with the corresponding colors in drawing ink. The old grimoires suggest the use of virgin parchment, that is, the paper made from the skin of a prematurely born calf. The genuine magician will not need such parchment. A piece of common parchment which, by means of his imagination, he has deoded, that is, freed from all bad influences, will do him the same kind of service. He may also use, for his seal or pentacle, a piece of blotting paper impregnated with a fluid condenser, but, in this case, he cannot draw the symbol with liquid colors, he must use a soft-colored pencil, otherwise the colors will blot when drawing the seals or signs. The charge of the seal, pentacle, talisman or layman is done by running the finger over the drawing, and by the help of one's imagination, impregnating it with the desired characteristic. It is clear that by doing this the magician must be in genuine contact with the Supreme, with the deity, so that it is actually the deity, and not the magician, who charges the seal etc. via the magician, or the magician's body. Instead of using his finger, the magician may also take his magic wand and by its help charge the seal or talisman. That such a talisman etc. will then have magic power goes without doubt, for by this procedure it becomes consecrated and the magician will be quite convinced of its magic effect. The seals of the various beings will be dealt with in detail in the chapter on the hierarchy of the beings and their qualities and effects. The Book of Magic Formulae. In all works that have so far been written on ritual magic, the Magic Book, the Book of Magic Formulae, that is, the book that contains the incantations for the beings or spirits to be conjured or evoked, has been regarded as the most important part of the magic of evocation, but its contents have so often been misinterpreted that we will do well to try to get a clear picture of it from the Hermetic point of view. It is quite wrong to believe that all that has to be done is to buy a book and write into it the magic charms and incantations of evocation, or that it will suffice if these formulae are learned by heart and in consequence the desired being evoked. The grimoires which we have so far been able to examine, no matter whether they were old or modern ones, all contain the same mistake as far as the interpretation of the Book of Formulae is concerned. True initiates cannot help laughing at these mystifications, though feeling sorry for the people who, by such misinterpretation, will get no positive results. Looking at it from one point of view, it is correct to write about magic formulae in a mysterious way, and not give away their secrets too easily, in order to avoid profanation. But since this book is only written for readers with high ethical and moral standards, and since only mature people will be in a position to follow its instructions successfully and to understand and truly acquire what we have to say about true initiations, I shall talk about this quite openly too. First of all, the Book of Formulae is not to be understood in a literal sense, for the expression magic spells, or magical formulae used in the grimoires has served as a cloak for certain ideas. In other cases its object has been to take away the magician's consciousness from its normal state by barbaric words, names and expressions, and thus bring him into a state of ecstasy in which, it is assumed, he is able to influence a being. But generally speaking, the only success that untrained persons will have in this case is hallucinations, phantoms or delusions, or incomplete, mediumistic results which need not be dealt with here. Usually such mediumistic results are, provided that they are genuine at all, the outcome of the exteriorization of the person's unconsciousness. Sometimes elementals, and, should the person concerned have a strong capability for emanation, even elementaries might be formed which the genuine magician has already been informed about in Initiation into Hermetics. These elementaries are falsely regarded as the beings which are the object of evocation, and a person whose astral senses have not yet been sufficiently developed is not able to tell the difference or to control the situation. Therefore, readers are warned against trying to practice ritual magic without necessary training. Apart from disappointments, the disturbances in the person's spirit and soul could have most regrettable consequences for the health. A genuine magician who has completed his magical training may, however, without any danger whatever, safely practice ritual magic. This field of magic is no place for dabblers' experiments but a scheme of operation which facilitates the magical labor for the mature magician with already developed powers. The Book of Formulae, sometimes wrongly called the Book of Spirits, is the genuine magical diary of the magician practicing ritual magic, in which he enters, step by step, the procedures of his ritual in order to be able to follow every point conscientiously up to his goal. Some readers might wish to know how mutilated charms, formulae for incantation etc. could ever develop. From the days of yore the secret of magic has been restricted to high castes, potentates, kings and high priests. In order that the real truth, that true ideas and spiritual facts might never be known by the public, many code words and secret formulae have been introduced, the deciphering of which has been reserved to the mature. The key for these codes was only transferred upon mature persons by word of mouth, and their profanation was punished with death. This is the reason why this science has remained a secret up to our time, and it will continue to remain an occult and mystic science even if it is directly published, as the immature and profane person will regard it all as delusion or fantastic nonsense and, depending on his grade of maturity and psychic receptivity, will always have at hand an individual interpretation or view of this science. The most secret matters will thus never lose their occult tradition, and there will always be but a few people who will profit by it. If a person who is not an initiate gets such a book of magic formulae in his hands and does not know the key to it, he will take everything in its literal sense without knowing that the particular words and formulae are nothing but aids for the magician's memory and that it is a schematic layout for the ritual work of a true magician. This makes it clear why sometimes the most senseless words have been used as magic charms to evoke a certain being. But the Book of Formulae is a proper notebook in which the genuine magician writes the whole procedure of his magic operations from beginning to end. If he is not sure that his book will never fall into the hands of another person, he will have to use, point by point, code names. I can only give here a few instructions. These will, however, enable the magician to proceed according to his own taste and ideas. 1. Purpose of the operation. 2. The being, power, sphere etc. to be evoked. 3. The place selected for the magical operation. 4. Preparation of all magical implements needed for the operation. 5. The actual magical operation. 6. Assuming the shape of the deity controlling the being concerned, that is connection with the relevant deity, its attributes, faculties etc. 7. The drawing of the magic circle according to the magician's connection with the deity. If the operations are carried out with a magic circle sewn on a piece of linen, piece of cloth, or the like, it has to be redrawn. 8. Drawing of the magic triangle. 9. Putting censer into the correct place, including, if necessary, the way of censoring. 10. Lighting of the magic lamp, including meditative attitude to cause intuition and enlightenment. 11. Charge of the seals, pentacles or lamens of the being desired. 12. Charge of the magic mirror, or several magic mirrors, depending on the special purposes they are to serve. 13. Putting on of the magical garment and meditative attitude to cause protection, purity etc. 14. Putting on of the magical headgear, crown, cap or magus band and meditation to bring about the contact with the deity. 15. Girding on the magical belt with the right attitude to bring about the magician's power to control all powers, especially the elements. 16. Girding on magic sword to magic belt with the meditative attitude of absolute victory, recharging, with magic wand in the right and concentrating on the idea that the magician's absolute will be realized. 17. Entering of the magic circle with the simultaneous feeling of ties and symbolization of the microcosm and macrocosm. 18. Concentration on the magic space, that is the complete elimination of the ideas of time and space. 19. Repeated contact with one's deity. 20. Placing of the magician's whole personality into the relevant mental sphere with all his implements. 21. Giving orders to the being or power of that sphere in regard to its evocation and imaginative forming of shape in which the being or power is to appear in the magic triangle or magic mirror. 22. Returning with consciousness to the operating room. 23. Wanting or ordering a spirit to communicate a message or do a certain job in whatever sphere necessary. 24. Conscious dismissing of the being, at the end of operations, to the sphere from which it has been evoked and the finishing of the operation by saying a prayer of thanks. 25. Storing up of all magical implements, including the magic circle, etc. 26. Entering the total course of operation, the time it needed, its success, etc. into the book of formulae. The genuine magician has to compute his book of formulae in this or a similar manner and, in consequence, has to proceed by it. If he is acquainted with the knowledge of Quabala, he may use the names of the relevant deities whenever he is placing his consciousness into a certain sphere. This is, however, just another of his aids, a support to his memory, and the true magician will be able to do without it. The first operation will presumably always be a little uncertain, but time will teach the magician everything he needs in this respect, and he will, sooner or later, become a perfect master in this field of magic. Hard work will bring its reward. In the domain of the spirit beings. Before describing a true magical operation and evocation, I must make the reader acquainted with the spheres of the beings. A genuine magician is not allowed to do anything unless he knows fully what he is doing and unless he has a clear picture of what he intends to achieve. As the magician will have learned from the preceding chapter on the Book of Formulae, it is extremely important to know the correct handling and analogies of the magical implements, for without this thorough knowledge, their analogies and symbolism, it would be impossible to get any positive results. Further, the magician would not be able to find the genuine attitude for his meditations and to rise his spirit into the right sphere of consciousness. His magical implements would become an illusion and he would be lowered to the level of a common sorcerer. He could neither make his magical authority work on the beings, nor could he influence them in any way. The genuine magician does everything consciously. He has laid down each procedure systematically in his book of formulae before his operations, and his mind, his consciousness, is connected with his implements, their faculties, loadings, etc. He must be just as well informed about the spheres of the being with which he wants to work. He must be able to pass a clear judgment on the existence and doings of these beings. His own experience will help him a great deal in this respect, for he will have visited, with his mental body, various spheres as suggested in Initiation into Hermetics. The following discussions are therefore a short summary of the magician's experiences on his visits to the said spheres. Only the confirmed materialist, who, with his physical senses, does not perceive anything else but the material world and who only believes in what he sees, hears and feels, will doubt that there are other spheres beside this material world. The genuine magician will not give any judgment upon a materialist and will not try to dissuade him from his views. The materialist is in the state of maturity, in this physical world, which corresponds to his personal development. The magician will therefore make no effort to teach a materialist better, for the latter will always end by saying that he has never seen a spirit and therefore only believes in the things he has been able to perceive with his physical faculties, that is to see, hear or feel. The materialist does not deny the matter, he agrees that the material and power in which he lives must exist, but to believe that there exist other, more subtle spheres of material or power goes beyond his horizon. Therefore the magician never tries to influence the belief of another human being, for the non-initiate will always have his individual opinion of higher facts, and will always judge from his own point of view. Just the same as our physical world exists in three different states, solid, fluid and gaseous, so exist, following the laws of analogy, certain states of aggregation in a more subtle form, which are not accessible to our normal senses, but which are, however, connected with our physical world. These states of aggregation are called, from the Hermetic point of view, planes and spheres. In these more subtle spheres the same things happen as in our physical world, and there, too, the law of the Hermes diagram is valid, that which is above is as that which is below. The same powers are in action there, just the same as on our planet. Here as well as there the same kind of influences work. Therefore, in every sphere we have the same play of elements, the electric and magnetic fluid, which is maintained and controlled by divine providence according to the occult principle. The person relying only on what he perceives with his 5 physical senses has only one sphere open to perception, the sphere corresponding to his physical senses, and he is not able to proceed beyond it. Everything else must remain inconceivable, incredible, and supersensual to him. The genuine magician, who has refined and developed his senses by mental and psychic training, will only consider this physical world as the starting point of his personal development and will never deny the existence of higher spheres because he is able to convince himself of their existence. That these spheres are more subtle and more compact states of aggregation has long become obvious to the true magician by his own personal experience. The magician will always be able to visit with his mental body the sphere corresponding to the state of development of his mental body's senses, and to be active in it. He must always bear this in mind when practicing the magic of evocation. Naturally, these more subtle spheres are not subject to our ideas of space and time but go into one another in our terms, so that, for instance, in a space which, in our imagination, is always somehow bordered and furnished with limits, many different spheres may be present. Depending on the grade of subtlety or density, there are innumerable spheres and intermediate spheres. To name them all here would be impossible. I will only mention those which are of importance for the practice of magic. Their graded density is called hierarchy. Before a magician plans to work on these spheres, he must have a conception of their hierarchy, and must be well acquainted with the sphere in which he intends to work, first theoretically and later, of course, also practically. But, above all, he must have a thorough command over the physical sphere before he proceeds to the more subtle one next to it. Each of these spheres of hierarchy have their particular influence on our physical world according to the laws of analogy. With regard to the planetary spheres, astrologers have discovered a somehow workable synthesis, but unfortunately the astrologers of today uses this chiefly only for mantic purposes, and it is hardly known that astrology actually only gives a partial explanation of the influences of these spheres, of planets and zodiacal signs. The astrological part of the higher spheres will not be dealt with here, for it does not come within the scope of this book. The true magician, however, will find a much closer relation between the individual spheres, if he deals with astrology, and will notice that astrology shows the true influences of the relevant spheres on our physical world, in their causes and effects. The grading of the spheres according to their grade of density and their qualities is called, in Quabala, the Quabalistic tree of life. The analogies and their practical application from the Quabalistic point of view will be dealt with by me in detail in my forthcoming book, The Key to the True Quabala. This book is to rouse the reader's interests in the spheres of the Quabalistic tree of life as far as they may serve magic purposes, that is, as far as their beings are concerned. The spheres in their correct order are: 1. The physical world as the starting point for the work of the magician, in which every human being, no matter whether initiated into Hermetics or not, lives and moves with his senses, his spirit, his soul, and his body. 2. The next higher sphere existing above the physical world is the Earth zone, the zone girdling the Earth. This zone has various grades of density, so-called subzones, into which man proceeds after having put off his earthly shape. This is the so-called astral world. In its lower grades of density dwell the average persons in their astral bodies after their physical death. In its higher spheres are also initiates, depending on their state of maturity. The more mature, more developed, more ethical a magician is, the more subtle is the zone layer in which he comes after his death. His place in the astral world will depend on how far he advanced during his life in this physical world. There is no heaven or hell in the astral world. These are merely the outcome of silly religious opinions and the object of the teachings of some religions which, due to their ignorance, separate life in the astral world into life in heaven or hell. If one regards the lower, rougher spheres of the astral world as being the hell, the brighter, higher spheres as the heaven, part of these religious beliefs could be true. The magician who knows how to interpret such symbols and ideas will find his own explanation for the expressions hell, heaven, and purgatory. It would go too far to tell the reader all about life in the astral world. Many books could be written on this subject. I will, nevertheless, give a few hints of interest to the magician. The magician will have experienced during his mental and astral wanderings, when his mental and astral body were split off, that in the astral sphere the ideas of time and space do not exist for him, so that in one single moment he is able to travel any distance, and on his way there are no material hindrances which he would not be able to penetrate with his mental and astral body. Every human being will have the same experience after his physical death. The initiate, however, has the advantage of getting acquainted with this fact during his lifetime, and that already in this material world he is liberated of one sorrow, the fear of death. He knows well in which astral sphere he will live after his death, and for him the putting away of his physical body is only a transition from the physical world into a more subtle one, similar to changing his place of residence. The magician will experience yet another thing here on earth. All interests that are normal with an average, that is an undeveloped, non-initiated person in this physical world, will cease in the astral plane. Therefore it is not at all surprising that a genuine magician, who is equally familiar with the conditions here and there, that is in the physical and the astral world, loses his interests in this physical world, as far as he does not regard it as the means for his personal development. He will already learn here on earth that fame, honor, riches, and all other earthly advantages cannot be taken from here to the astral world and are therefore useless. A true magician will therefore never cry for mortal things. His interest will constantly be directed to using the time which he has at his disposal in this physical sphere to the best of his abilities for his personal development. It is therefore quite clear that all bonds like love, fidelity, etc., which might keep a human being in this physical world come to nothing there. People who have loved each other here, but have not kept the same pace in their psychic and mental development cannot, after dying, live in the same sphere, and they will no longer feel the same affection for each other as they have done here. If, for instance, a man and a woman are equally developed, they can move in the same sphere of the astral world after their death and will be connected by an inner band of sympathy to each other, but, in spite of this, they will not experience the same kind of love as they did in the physical world. In the astral world there exists nothing like the instinct for self-preservation, the instinct for carnal, sexual love and sexual lust. In the higher spheres a different feeling of affection than on earth connects two equally developed beings by a subtle band of vibration. In our physical world the sympathy or attraction of two beings is usually caused by external stimulation and maintained by the same factors. Naturally, this is not so in the astral world. The idea of beauty in the astral world, too, is quite different from the idea of beauty in this physical world. Since a deceased person is no longer subject to time and space when entering the astral sphere and thus in that world loses the means to measure its degree of perfection, it longs to return to the earth. The human being not only longs to return because he must equalize, by force of the law of karma of cause and effect, the errors he made during his lifetime, but he also longs to come back to have another chance of development in the physical world and to gather further experiences, in his spirit, for the higher spheres of the astral world. Every human being, after having died, will realize yet another fact in the astral world. Having only a low degree of development, he will not be able to communicate with beings who, during their lifetime, have reached a higher degree of development, because these beings will stay in a higher, more subtle sphere of the astral world, and he himself will not be able to travel to their sphere of light. Even if he were able to move to those higher spheres, he would not be able to stand the elevated vibration there and would drop back. That is, he would soon find himself transferred to that astral sphere in which he belongs on account of his degree of development. A person with a high degree of perfection, however, is able to place himself into a lower sphere by accommodating the vibration of that sphere in his spirit. If, therefore, a spirit with a low degree of development wants to get into contact with a spirit of a higher degree of development, the former must ask the latter, by force of imagination, to come to his sphere. Whether the higher developed being will fulfill the wish of the lower being always depends on the purpose for which the lower being calls the higher one. This clearly shows that a lower being is not capable of moving to the higher spheres of the astral world. The contrary, however, is quite possible. A magician with a good degree of development is able to place himself into any sphere, for he is capable of accommodating and creating every kind of vibration and any form of every sphere he wants to get into touch with. Many a reader will here remember the words of the Bible and perceive its meaning, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. The experienced magician knows that the physical body is sustained by food, that is, condensed elements, and that the breath connects the astral with the physical body by the so-called astral band. Therefore he is also aware of the fact that as soon as, at the moment of dying, a person's breath stops, the separation of the astral and mental body from the physical body takes place. He will also find it quite logical that whenever, due to his magical training, he consciously separates not only the mental but also the astral body from his physical body, he will be put into a state of ecstasy or apparent death during which his breath has also stopped, with the only difference that his physical body, during this state of ecstasy, is not subject to decay, and a connection is still maintained with the mental and astral body. Since the magician can have power over life and death, if approved by divine providence, he is able to restore this connecting link in order to make a dead person live again, similar to the saints, who, as we know from history, have been able to do the same. I have already dealt with this matter in detail in Initiation into Hermetics. If the magician has experienced his physical death, there is no reason why he should return to the physical world, and he is not desirous of restoring the band between the material and astral worlds. Of course, there are also magicians and sorcerers of lower degree who consciously try, from the astral world, to build again the link between their astral and their physical bodies. But because they lack the necessary perfection enabling them to condense the light sufficiently, their success must remain a partial one. Usually such beings, clinging to their physical shape, try to evade the preconditions for such a realization and vampirize the electromagnetic fluid, vital energy, from living bodies in order to accumulate it in their abandoned physical bodies, assuming that in the course of time they will be able to revive them. The physical body laid aside by such a being in the manner indicated may be saved from decay for centuries. History gives us many examples of the conservation of deceased persons, and science cannot yet give any satisfactory explanation for this. Such vampires are, from the Hermetic point of view, to be pitied, and the religious belief of those days did well in destroying such bodies which did not decay. Usually only by this destruction, such a body was usually pierced with a wooden spear or its head cut off and the body itself burned, was the spirit of such a body freed from its bondage. The sagas of the werewolves, too, can be explained from the Hermetic point of view. The procedure was the same, only that at the moment of vampirizing, the astral body took on the shape of an animal in order to evade recognition by the possibly sensitive person who was vampirized. In summing up, in the physical world the physical and the astral bodies are kept together by food and breath, and all the three parts, body, soul and spirit, are strengthened from the higher spheres by more subtle material elements during the sleep. In the astral world, on the other hand, the astral body is enlivened by the impressions it gets by material vibrations in the astral sphere. If a human being is returning from the astral world into the physical world, then the band between the astral and the mental bodies rends so that the being dies there to be reborn in our physical world. The act of dying there is similar to physical death. The astral body is no longer fed by the mental body with impressions from the astral world. The process of decay of an astral body takes much longer than that of a physical body, and an astral body may go on to exist for many years, according to our chronology, without being maintained by the respective spirit. Other beings, usually demons, like to take possession of such corpses in order to play tricks with them. During numerous spiritistic sessions the astral bodies of dead people have appeared which were abandoned by the spirits of those dead people a long time ago and have since been controlled and used by a demon. Only a well-trained clairvoyant who is able to distinguish an astral body from a mental body by the help of his well-developed mental senses can discover the truth. Such demons like to fool people, play tricks on them and make all kinds of mischief. All imps and spooks, phantoms, hobgoblins, and the like, proceed in the same manner. I have already discussed this matter thoroughly in Initiation into Hermetics. Normally, an astral body slowly dissolves to its elements, the so-called astral corpse is sucked up by the elements, becomes more and more transparent, similar to a sieve, until it finally totally decays into the material of the individual elements. Besides man, who after his death betakes himself to the astral plane, many other beings dwell in the earth zone. Apart from those already mentioned, for instance elementals, larvae, phantoms, goblins, there also exist, in that zone, the beings of the elements. I shall deal more with these individual beings of the elements and their heads in the chapter dealing with hierarchies. Each spirit which wants to declare itself in one way or another must pass through the astral world, regardless from which sphere it comes, even if it should live in the highest spheres. For the zone girdling the earth is the first zone beyond the physical world. In Kabbalah, this zone is also called Malkuth, that means kingdom. I shall have more to say about this in The Key to the True Kabbalah. In the astral world of the zone girdling the earth the same powers exist and are at work as in the physical world, they are, however, more subtle. Also there dominates the element of the fire with its salamanders or spirits of fire, the element of water with its water spirits and undines, the element of the air with its fairies and sylphs or spirits of the air, and the element of the earth with its gnomes or spirits of the earth. All the beings in the astral sphere of the earth zone move about in their respective elements just as the fish in the waters of the earth moves about correspondingly in its element. Each element has positive and negative beings so that we may talk of good as well as of evil salamanders. The same is true of the beings of the other elements. In reality, however, there exists neither good nor evil, for divine providence created nothing bad or inharmonious. It is only a human comprehension to assume this. From the Hermetic point of view, the one kind of beings have good, the other bad influences, thus have its good and bad effects respectively. These beings are, in the astral world, the tools for the things that happen in our physical world. They are the cause of all effects in the astral body of each being, no matter whether initiate or non-initiate. The actions and doings of the element of air and the element of fire in the astral sphere cause the astral electric fluid, the actions and doings of the water element and the element of the earth cause the astral magnetic fluid. The beings use the fluids in order to create the effects, or, better said, the causes in our physical world. The occult principle of the astral sphere keeps all the elements of the astral sphere in harmonious equilibrium. If a being of the astral sphere wants to influence our physical world, no matter whether it be a spirit of the elements or a human being, it must be capable of condensing both fluids, the electric as well as the magnetic, in such a manner that they are realized in the physical world. A well-trained magician who has a good command of the elements and fluids is able to carry out this act of condensing quite by himself, by the help of the imagination. When taking no active part in the work himself, he may have the condensation carried out by a medium from whom in this case, the spirits will extract, like vampires, the electric and magnetic fluid necessary to bring about the desired effect. As is well known, the difference between a being of the elements and a human being lies in the fact that a being of the elements consists of only one element, whereas a human being is composed of all four elements, plus a fifth one, the occult principle. An elemental being can only work with the element and the fluid to which it appertains. A human being, however, may become acquainted with all powers and may learn to control them. But in both cases, whether being of elements or human being, divine providence or the occult principle is the determining factor. However, a human being is capable of incarnation, a being of the elements is not able to do this by itself. The astral body of a being of the elements breaks up into its element, a human astral body dissolves into the four elements. Another difference is the fact that with the moment of death an elemental being ceases to exist, for its spirit is mortal. Man, who is something like a small macrocosm, possesses, since he has been created in God's image, an immortal individual spirit. Although it is possible to make, out of a being computed of only one element, a four-element being by special magical operations and to give it an immortal spirit, a true magician will do this very seldom, and never without special reasons which must be valid enough to be justified before divine providence. The occult principle of the astral sphere determines also the reincarnation into the physical world of a human being living in the astral world. The astral material of light, usually called astral light, is the most divine emanation in the astral world. To initiates who see the divine principle of the astral world, this light principle appears as bright as the light of the burning sun or as the sun itself, provided they were in the physical world able to behold divine providence in the light without having their deity transformed into a particular shape. The individual religion of a person has its due place in the astral world insomuch as he has attributed a certain shape and name to his deity according to his religious views in the physical world. Atheists feel no necessity for a god even in the astral world and are therefore not able to form an idea of the deity there. Nevertheless, they long for something higher, much like a thirsty man longs for water. People who have believed in several religions or deities during their existence on earth will find chaotic conditions. They will have a difficult time there, if they are not able to make up their minds to follow a certain form. However, during their course of development in the astral world, their conception of God will be clarified so that finally they will believe in the deity which was really best for them. This conception of God then usually determines the place of their reincarnation. A magician having explored during his lifetime the astral sphere of the zone girdling the earth will know from his own experience how the powers and beings of the astral sphere operate and what they do, but he may also learn it from those beings with which he is working magically. Just the same as the not yet fully developed magician in the physical world uses a spiritual guide for his training and likes to be taught by him, either by passive communication or automatic writing, etc., a not yet perfect human being too will find his guides in the astral world. These guides will teach him from time to time and assist him whenever necessary. Highly developed spiritual beings of the zone girdling the earth condense themselves in their appropriate astral sphere and thus become the guides of individuals, or of groups of individuals, and initiate the astral beings of lower perfection into the higher laws. Such guides must never be compelled to do their work in the astral world. They are commissioned by divine providence to offer assistance to any astral being, depending on its maturity and state of perfection. In the astral world, the guide, one may also call him Genius Loci, not only teaches his protégé the laws, but assists him in his whole development. It sometimes happens that an astral man wants to do something at his own accord, but is warned at the critical moment by his guide or genius not to do anything arbitrarily. The genius will intervene especially in those cases where an astral human being with a low degree of development is about to do something contrary to the laws of divine providence. The guide informs his protégé about the laws of the physical world and prepares him for his rebirth. This clearly shows how necessary it is that the magical development of a human being during his time in the physical world leads him towards perfection in order to be prepared for life in a higher sphere. All blows of fate that are apt to purify a man's spirit in the physical world and that will help him to get the kind of experience necessary for his spiritual development are already prepared and determined by divine providence in the astral world for each individual according to his maturity and degree of development. The human being knows before his embodiment about the matter of teaching in the physical world and not only agrees to it, but even longs to get through it. At the moment of his rebirth he loses his knowledge about everything that divine providence has planned for him. If an individual living in this world could know in advance everything he has to go through, he would no longer have a free will in the physical world. Such an individual would be equivalent to a mere robot in all his doings or an automaton, and the task which he would have to complete in this world would become impracticable. Only an initiate of higher degree, being master over karma, that is over cause and effect, and feeling equally familiar with the physical as well as the astral world is mature enough to know everything in advance without having to fear any disadvantageous influences on his free will. Beings incarnate themselves from the astral world into the physical sphere of our planet, bordered by time and space, in order to work on their development, since the material laws of this plane put far more hindrances in front of every individual than is the case in the astral sphere. The impediments of the physical world strengthen the spirit and enable it to grow more rapidly in its development than it would be possible in the astral world. Therefore, the human beings of the astral world are urged to achieve reincarnation in this world as soon as possible, and are ready to accept even the toughest conditions in order to be able to continue their spiritual development. Every man can reach perfection, for the evolution of the whole of mankind leads towards it. The spiritual guide designated to each individual by divine providence for his initiation into the astral world leads and controls the spiritual development of his protege, and in many cases carries on with his commission after his protege has reincarnated in the physical world. The magician should therefore try at the very beginning of his development to get into contact with his genius. How this is achieved has already been told in Initiation into Hermetics. It sometimes happens that people who have already reached a high degree of perfection here on earth are able to continue their spiritual development in the astral world up to perfection, but these are selected by divine providence to fulfill one or more missions on earth. Such spiritual leaders are then magicians or initiates by birth who at a certain phase of the physical development of their human bodies, usually shortly after the period of puberty, become suddenly aware of their state, their degree of spiritual development, and just need a little more to be mature enough for their divine mission. Such missions need not always be of a magical or spiritual nature, they may also have to do with other aspects of this world. This explains the birth of human genii and inventors in all fields of material knowledge. The magician knows that all this is planned and controlled by divine providence, that is on the principles of occult in the astral world, and that nothing can take place which, from the magician's point of view, could not be explained by the universal laws. This has been a rough sketch of the most important aspects of the astral sphere of the so-called Earth Zone or zone girdling the Earth, which is the zone next to our physical world. The Earth Zone is, according to human thinking, not the most condensed form of sphere in spite of its being placed above us, since in it there exist the most various intensities of light, or vibration, in accordance with the degree of maturity of each individual human being. This Earth Zone is by no means bordered in any way, it stretches out over the cosmos, not only over the ball of the Earth. The laws ruling this zone have nothing to do with the idea of space, however, as they go for the whole microcosm and macrocosm and their analogous connection. This is the reason why man can only reach his perfection, his ultimate magical maturity, and his genuine connection with the deity, in this zone girdling the Earth. This clearly shows that, from the point of view of magic, the Earth Zone is the lowest sphere, but at the same time also the sphere with the highest emanation of the divine principle. I shall show further that there exist further spheres belonging to this hierarchy which the magician is able to contact, but he is able to live in the Earth Zone also as a being of perfection, as the true image of God. In this zone girdling the Earth, the whole creation from the highest perfection of the deity down to the lowest and roughest form is manifested. A human being may get into contact with all kinds of spheres which lie above the Earth Zone, but he cannot become their constant inhabitant, because the Earth Zone is the reflecting mirror of the whole creation. It is the manifested world of all degrees of condensation. The old Quabbalists knew this truth and therefore called the Earth Zone Malkuth, which does not mean earth ball, but kingdom, by which expression creation from its highest to its lowest manifestation is meant. According to the tree of life of the Quabbala, it contains the Quabbalistic number 10, which stands for the beginning of evolution. To the person acquainted with Quabbala, this number 10 is the reflection of number 1 in its most subtle form, that is, God, for the number 10 may be reduced to a 1 by deleting the 0. The intuitive magician at once sees the true relations between creation and his individual body and realizes that it is not without reason that he has 10 fingers and 10 toes. The reader will, however, read more about this in the third book of this trilogy, The Key to the True Quabbala. The intuitive magician will also perceive a certain relation between the Earth Zone and the Muladhara Chakra, but I will leave it to him to meditate in this respect. 3. Next to the zone girdling the Earth comes the zone of the Moon, with which the magician must become acquainted immediately after the Earth Zone. 4. Beyond the Moon Zone lies the zone of Mercury, and beyond that zone follows 5. The zone of Venus. If the magician has become sufficiently acquainted with these zones, he will have to learn 6. About the zone of the Sun, and later 7. About the zone of Mars, then follows 8. The zone of Jupiter, and at last 9. The zone of Saturn. Many other zones lie beyond the last named, but it will be enough for the magician to get to know the zones corresponding to the planets, and be able to control them well. The analogies and the hierarchy of each zone are dealt with in the next chapter. Each sphere lying above the zone girdling the Earth, between the Moon and Saturn, has a threefold effect: firstly on the mental, secondly on the astral, and thirdly on the physical world. Depending on the question in which sphere of the Earth zone a certain effect should be caused, the creation of the cause for such an effect must be considered in that zone. Since the zones mentioned above have certain individual influences on our Earth zone, the magician operating with beings of such zones must have a clear picture of the analogy of the laws of each zone regarding his own microcosm and the microcosm of any other human being. Each analogy of the zones to the micro and macrocosm must be quite clear to him, and he must know how to create the cause corresponding to the analogies with the help of the beings. In the magician's conception, each zone will not be a limited plane beyond the Earth zone, but all zones run into one another in the microcosm as well as in the macrocosm. The zones bear astrological names, but do not have directly to do with the constructions of the stars of the universe, although there exists some relation between the stars and their constellations, enabling the astrologers to draw their conclusions for magick purposes or to find out unfavorable influences. I have already given some hints about the synthesis of astrology. Each zone is inhabited in just the same way as the Earth zone already known to us. The beings of the zones have their special commissions and are subject to the laws of their zone, as far as causes and effects are concerned. In our opinion, there exist millions of beings in each zone. It is impossible to grade these beings categorically. Each of these beings has reached a certain degree in its spiritual development, a certain degree of maturity, and a commission has been transferred upon it according to this degree. A person without any magical development and without the necessary maturity is not able to proceed beyond this material world in order to get into contact with astral beings, not to mention getting into contact with the beings of superior spheres. There are only a few people in our physical world who, with their spirit, are able to penetrate the borders of human existence and to proceed to other zones. People who are able to do this consciously are called initiates from the point of view of hermetics. An initiate is a selected person who, after many years of spiritual development, reaches the degree of maturity necessary for his commissions. A true initiate is not a philosopher who has reached maturity by mere theoretical knowledge. He is a person who, after constant strenuous training, has worked himself out of the crowd of average persons and has gained his knowledge by practice. Here the saying may well be applied: many are called, but few are chosen. However, nobody need fear any imposed limitations, and a diligent pupil of magic can reach perfection and become an adept after conscientious training. Each human being on this earth can reach the highest degree of perfection. As said above, only a few people will spiritually traverse the common sphere of the zone girdling the earth to visit the sphere next to it. These people are the leading heads in magic. They are the initiators and teachers with the holy commission and duty to help the individuals below them on their spiritual way. The same is true, by universal laws, within the 7 zones lying beyond the Earth zone. There also exist few selected individuals among millions of others living in those zones who, in their development, have reached the necessary degree of perfection to be the leading rulers or initiates there. Also, the heads of the other zones have their rank, dignity, and title, just as the initiates in the zone girdling the earth are honored by the post of dignity corresponding to their degree of maturity and their knowledge and take the rank of barons, earls, knights, dukes, etc. The magician will realize that these names for ranks and titles symbolize the degree of maturity of a being and certainly will not regard them as earthly ranks. Therefore, only the leaders, the initiates of the individual zones, are able to influence, with their causes and effects, our spheres, no matter whether mental, astral, or physical. The way in which each individual being may influence our world will be dealt with analogously step by step in a further chapter on the hierarchy of the beings. Just the same as, in our opinion, there exist in the Earth zone positive and negative, that is good and evil beings, so is the situation the same in all other zones. The good or positive powers and beings are generally called angels or archangels, the negative ones demons or archdemons. The same kind of hierarchy is to be found with the negative beings. There are common demons, barons, counts, etc. The average person will have a conception of these beings corresponding to his power of understanding. In his imagination, angels and archangels will have wings, demons and archdemons will have horns. But the person well acquainted with the symbolism will be able to interpret this conception according to true hermetics. A magician knows that an angel has no wings in the literal sense of the word and will see the analogy in these wings. The wings are an analogy to the birds who move about freely in the air above us. The wings are the symbol of what is superior to us, the symbol of agility, liberty, freedom, and at the same time the principle of floating above us in the air, the element which is lightest and penetrates everything. The negative beings or demons are usually symbolized by animals with horns and tails, or by creatures that are half human and half animal. Their symbolism, on the contrary, stands for the opposite of what is good, the inferior, incomplete, defective, etc. The question of whether these beings, positive or negative, in their own spheres actually have the shapes attributed to them by men, and meet each other in these shapes, may be left undecided to the non-initiate. The magician who is capable of visiting these zones by mental and astral traveling and who is able to influence himself with the vibration of these zones so that for the time of his stay he is like an inhabitant of the respective sphere, will have found out that this is not so. Without losing his individuality, he will find quite different shapes there, which cannot be expressed by words. He will not find personified beings and their leaders there, but powers and vibrations that are analogous to the names and qualities. If he tried to concretize, from his individual point of view, one of these powers, or give it a shape according to his power of understanding, that power would appear into him in a shape equivalent to his power of symbolic comprehension, no matter whether positive power, alias angel, or negative power, alias demon. A magician working with beings will make the beings perform the causes in that zone in which he exercises his influence. The work of a quabbalist is different. The latter places himself, with his spirit, into the zone in which a certain cause and effect is intended. Though he, too, masters the laws of the zone, he does not need the interposition of the beings for his purposes, but does everything by himself with the help of the quabbalistic word. There will be more about in my next work, The Key to the True Quabbaler. The principles of the quabbalist's work are quite different. The magician, however, in his present state of development, cannot, for the time being, do otherwise than go on making use of beings up to the point where he has reached a higher degree of development. Each quabbalist must first have become a magician, in order to be able to work differently and more advantageous by later. If a magician calls a being whose shape he does not know into the earth zone or into our physical world from another zone, then such a being, provided it wants to take on a visible shape at all, must take on the shape appropriate to its qualities in order to get into contact with the magician. A common demon, however, is not able to do this, for a demon lacking the necessary maturity is not capable of condensing itself from out of its sphere into the earth zone or our physical world. Therefore most books on magic conjurations do not even mention simple demons, but talk only of demons with a certain rank and title. But even these are never dealt with in detail. In this connection, one may raise the question of whether a being living in another zone would be able to call and initiate, a person of spiritual rank, into its zone. Such a question has to be denied from the Hermetic point of view, for a human being, and especially an initiate, is a godlike creature symbolizing in miniature the macrocosm and representing the complete authority in the microcosm and macrocosm. A magician can therefore never be forced to do anything by any being, whatever degree of perfection it might have, with only one exception, divine providence. All heads, no matter of what rank or from which zone they come, and no matter whether good or evil, are only partial aspects of the macrocosm, of God. Without permission of divine providence no being is able to urge its will on the perfect magician who has reached the connection with God. This again makes obvious to the magician the true value of man, especially of the man connected with God, and his significance within creation. If a being of another zone wishes to enter the earth zone or our physical world because divine providence has ordered it to do so or because it is its personal desire, no matter whether in a mental, astral or physical way, then such a being or head, irrelevant of its rank, must take on the shape appropriate to the qualities of the sphere from which it comes. An angel, for instance, who has love as its main quality, will appear as a perfect beauty. A being whose qualities are severity and strictness will have to appear in the shape appropriate to these qualities. It is exactly the same with beings of negative qualities. Depending on the negative qualities they represent, they will have to take on, when appearing in the Earth zone or on our physical Earth, the shapes which symbolize these qualities. The appearing shapes of these beings, no matter whether good or evil or from whatever zone they come, will enable the magician who is well acquainted with symbolism to tell their qualities. The qualities of a being, its appearance and symbolic representation, is fully appropriate to its name, and according to the law of analogy, so that even a being of the highest rank is not able to give itself a name unsuitable to its qualities. The magician, especially if acquainted with Quabala, is capable of thoroughly checking the analogies according to the law of analogy and of determining whether the assertion of a being is true or not. No being, not even the worst and most deceitful type, will ever dare to tell the genuine magician a name which it does not really possess, and it will never dare to appear in a shape other than the one corresponding to its qualities. The genuine magician, however, is naturally free to order the being who has appeared in its true shape to change its shape into one desired by him. He will always be obeyed by the being concerned, for the genuine magician, as repeatedly stated before, is a perfect authority, is a God-man. Each being, whether good or evil, whether angel or archangel, demon or archdemon, from whatever zone it may come, has certain restrictions in its qualities, caused and controlled by divine providence, and depends on these qualities in its zone. A magician will therefore do well in asking beings to fulfill only tasks which they are able to fulfill due to their qualities and which lie within the range of their zone. The magician must then know well all qualities, faculties, causes and effects, powers and influences of each individual zone, and have them under his control in order to avoid making the mistake of asking a being to do something outside of the range of its zone. If the magician does not take this into consideration and if, in consequence, he asks a being for something not lying in its power, then the best such a being can do is to place itself in another zone and there to cause another being to fulfill the magician's will and desire. The actual effect is, in this case, not brought about by the being evoked by the magician, but by another being. The absolute will of the magician is thus not directly expressed, as the effect takes place without his knowledge. I shall give some more details on the various shapes in which beings normally appear etc. in the chapter on hierarchy. The magician might also be interested to learn how a being of another zone is able to bring about the desired effect in our physical world, be it mentally, astrally or physically. Since the will and desire of the magician is analogous to the qualities of the zones which he is dealing with, the commissioned being prepares the causes necessary for the effect in the world of causes of its own zone with the help of the electric and magnetic fluid, similar to the procedure of vaulting, as described in Initiation into Hermetics, or directly by word power, cosmic language, and leads it through the world of causes of the relevant zone into the world of causes of the Earth zone. Condensed by imagination, and from here, depending on the kind of effect it should cause, into the mental, astral or physical sphere. This is the actual procedure in respect of the beings capable of making their influence work from their zone into our sphere. A spirit being, however, is not able to do anything on its own accord or by its own will to influence our sphere. Only the strict order of a magician given with his absolute authority enables a being to influence our sphere effectively from its zone. By doing so the being cannot be made responsible for anything, every responsibility lies with the magician. To make it yet clearer, the work done by a being is the same kind of work which a servant does for his master. Of course, a true magician will never dare ask a being, especially a negative being, to do things causing negative effects, for although he has become the master of life and death, the master of the laws, divine providence still controls him, and he would have to atone immensely for evil deeds which he could not account for. One might now ask why a magician uses an elemental, elementary, astral or physical being mentally, astrally or physically, for his operations in our world or sphere, or in another sphere, and why he does not prefer to work with the power he has himself acquired and so to cause the desired magical effect. He is, in fact, able to cause certain effects when operating in the mental sphere by elementals or vaults, that is by electromagnetic fluids, and he is also able to generate a certain physical power by various operations with elementaries and to bring about in this way some physical effect. The difference in the procedure lies in the fact that the powers, beings, elementals, elementaries etc. generated by him cannot operate independently, since they possess no intellect. The beings of any other zone, however, are, because they are intelligent creatures, able to carry out jobs for which a certain degree of intelligence is necessary. In those cases where a magician can do without any such being in obtaining his goal, he will naturally desist from employing a being from another zone to fulfill his purposes. He will, above all, evoke beings in case 1. He wants to demonstrate his authority over the beings, and 2. In order to get full information on the zones from which the beings come. Every experienced magician who leaves the physical world either with his mental or with his astral body to visit the various spheres of the Earth zone, or even to visit other zones, will realize that the beings of all zones, irrespective of their qualities and faculties, speak a universal language, called metaphorical language, that is, the language of imagination. This is the reason why all beings can make themselves understood by another. Any average person may moreover experience this the moment he leaves his physical body, for he is then able to converse with any person amongst the dead, no matter to which nation he may have belonged before. If a magician wishes to say something in a sphere lying outside our physical world, that is, if he wants to form ideas there, he will also do that by way of mouth, but no sounds will come out of his mouth. In place of sound vibrations, pictures manifest themselves which then can be perceived by any being. If, however, a spirit being is embodied in our physical world, that is, if it has left its zone to get adequately condensed in order to be visible and audible, then this metaphorical language is at once translated into the language the magician knows. This means that should a magician call, by condensation, from the Earth zone into the physical world, a person who before his death was of Chinese, Indian or any other nationality, he will find that such a spirit has a perfect command of the language the magician himself speaks. A religious person will remember that the apostles and disciples of Christ who, after the death of the Savior, were filled with the Holy Ghost, were able to speak in all the languages of the earth. This expression of the Holy Bible, filled with the Holy Ghost, clearly means that the apostles, the disciples of Christ, were, by the enlightenment of the Holy Ghost, at that moment in the astral world and therefore able to translate the metaphorical language into any other desired language. This is no miracle, for it lies in the faculties of every being. Every person who has some idea about hermetics will know that the metaphorical language is the language of the universe, and that the ancient peoples made abundant use of this metaphorical or cosmic language. The hieroglyphs of the old Egyptians are a striking example for this fact. That the words expressed by the metaphorical language had a strong magic effect cannot be doubted. And it is not without purpose that the people of the Orient and others made so much use of the metaphorical language, for within the borders of their country stood the cradle of all hermetic sciences. Advantages and disadvantages of evocational magic. Most people who get hold of a book on evocational magic are misled, by various methods, to put at once into practice the recommended procedure without having reached the necessary degree of magic development. They think that the few incomplete preparations recommended in the instructions will suffice. The motives that lead to this kind of precipitate operation usually have various causes. With one person it might be mere curiosity, which makes him wonder whether other spheres really do exist. Another person might be desirous of seeing spirits, beings and demons, and yet another person might hope to put himself into certain advantages by magical operations. A fourth person perhaps wants to evoke beings to acquire from them certain powers and faculties, to become famous and honored, etc. Some people possibly intend to get certain information from certain beings or to do harm to persons they do not like. Innumerable motives which lead the inconsiderate to practice magical evocation could be mentioned here. This chapter has been written especially for these people, for they should take to their hearts these warning. Ignorance by no means prevents people from danger and misfortune as a result of magical operations should they be carried out without sufficient training and personal development. If someone without proper magical development and preparation dares to approach the practice of evocation, he can be sure of either getting no results at all, which will probably cause him to give up the whole matter, or he gets only incomplete results, which can make him a complete unbeliever. Embittered by this, he will say that everything is delusion without having tried to find the causes of his lack of success within his own person, and without becoming aware of the need to go deeper into the knowledge of magical science if he wants to have success. It is quite the contrary with people who, either during their present incarnation or during a previous incarnation, have reached at least some degree of spiritual perfection and who have a certain power of imagination. They will not be able to get perfect, but perhaps partial results. These people are rightly called sorcerers or necromancers from the Hermetic point of view. And it is usually these people who fall into the hands of invisible powers, as we can see from history. The most striking and best-known example is the tragedy of Dr. Faustus, popularized by Goethe. I must desist here from describing the personality of Dr. Faustus, but every magician will be able to explain what happened in this case. Every genuine magician works with the beings consciously. He is for them a person of certain authority, power, and force. Owing to his magical development and maturity, his attitude towards the spirit beings is quite different from the attitude of a sorcerer. A magician's influence on a being, too, is quite different, and the dangers to which a magician might be exposed are so small that they need scarcely be mentioned. The magician is subject to only a few temptations by the beings, but since he has achieved the magical equilibrium, nothing can lead him off his way, not even the most tempting projects. The beings acknowledge his authority and regard him as their master, as the image of creation, the image of God, and are quite willing to serve him without ever daring to ask for any rewards for their services. It is different with a necromancer or sorcerer, however, because of his inability to create the necessary authoritative power towards the beings. He is always in danger of losing his equilibrium at the cost of his individuality and magical development. If a necromancer or sorcerer has a relatively high power of imagination and is able partially to raise up his consciousness, it may happen that, by using magic through barbarous names, he succeeds in having one of his evocations translated into the language of the being and the being he is evoking hears his voice. The next question to arise is whether the being reacts to the evocation and intends to do what the sorcerer wants him to do. For the being at once realizes whether the sorcerer is mature enough and developed enough to be able to exercise coercion or whether it can go easily in opposition. If a positive, good being is involved, it will pity the sorcerer. If the sorcerer has evoked an indifferent and less active being and if the sorcerer's desire, if it were realized, would not harm him, it might, now and then, give a token of sympathy and do what the sorcerer wants done. But if the sorcerer desires anything that might harm him or any other person without being able to take the full responsibility for this, then the being will not react to the sorcerer's evocation. All means of coercion mentioned in various books for the sorcerer's use in order to have the beings to work for him are ineffectual and but mere phrases with only a slight or no effect at all on astral beings. Negative beings, on the other hand, prefer to react to negative and evil intentions and try to help the sorcerer in their realization. But a head of demons also knows quite well that he need not do what the sorcerer wants, if the sorcerer desires something which would debit him too much karmically or which he could not take responsibility for from the karmic point of view. In such a case not even a demon would dare to fulfill the sorcerer's wish, for this being, even though it be a negative one, depends on divine providence. It cannot, on its own accord, create vibrations which would cause a chaotic state in the harmony of a sphere. Therefore it is necessary to point out again and again that a certain degree of magical development and perfection is absolutely necessary for the evocation of the beings of any sphere and in order to be able to place one's consciousness into the relevant sphere or zone and to translate one's thoughts into the metaphorical language or cosmic language so that a being understands them. With these points in mind, the magician will realize the true value of the Book of Charms which he has started for his personal use, and that the book actually is a language book of the cosmic language in which he will enter all the procedures of his art of magical evocation translated into symbolic picture language. A necromancer or sorcerer working according to the worst rituals and carrying out the most barbarous invocations and evocations is by no means able to practice invocations in a systematic order, that is, to start a conversation with the being concerned, not to mention the authority he should be able to represent, for he is lacking the necessary magical maturity and perfection. A necromancer might, at the most, put himself into an ecstatic state during his operations, which is not more than a cry into the zone in question, even if his citations are most terrifying and appear to him very promising. In most cases the sorcerer, during his state of ecstasy, is a victim of the most misleading hallucinations. In the most favorable case, such an incomplete invocation of a sorcerer might, quite unconscious to him, result in the creation of an elemental or an elementary, owing to the ecstatic stress of the sorcerer's nerves, depending on the amount of nerve power he projects from his magic circle into the magic triangle. Such an elementary might then unconsciously take the shape of the evoked being. The sorcerer, being unable to tell the difference, would regard the elementary as the being evoked by him. Such an elementary is then able to awaken certain desires in its creator and provide their satisfaction. I have already said enough about this in my first book, Initiation into Hermetics. In this connection I must point out that the magician must have a clear idea of what a contract is, how such a contract is made, what are its disadvantages, etc. I shall now give further details on this point. Should a sorcerer or necromancer succeed in actually calling the head of a certain sphere into the physical world by the ecstatic elevation of his spirit, such a head, if it is a negative one, will always try to get under his influence not only the soul but also the spirit of the sorcerer in order to make him fully dependent. The sorcerer usually realizes during his second or third operation that he is no longer able to get himself into the same state of ecstasy which previously helped him to have a certain influence on the concerned sphere. This is reason enough for a feeling of uneasiness within him, which usually causes him literally to seize hold of the being appearing to him in order to have his desires realized. The head now appearing to the sorcerer would not at all react to him if he were not sure that the sorcerer's soul and spirit were mature enough for him, and that therefore it pays to try to get both. The head sees the many karmic developments which the sorcerer may have undergone already and during which he has reached a certain degree of intelligence and maturity, and he is therefore certain that the sorcerer will render him good service after his death. The being knows about all this already in its own sphere, while watching the sorcerer carrying out his operations. If it seems advantageous enough, a head, usually a negative one, will appear to the sorcerer, and will try to get the sorcerer for itself at any cost. Depending on the character of the sorcerer, the being will apply the most variable methods, knowing well the most vulnerable points where it can hit the sorcerer. If, for instance, the sorcerer is anyhow fearful, the being will try to frighten him in order to make him obey. If, however, the sorcerer is somehow aware of his spiritual and psychic faculties, the being will try to win him with all kinds of promises, for instance with the promise that it will do anything, etc. But at the same time it will point out that such a thing is not possible without a mutual agreement and will point out the advantages of such a contract. It is then up to the sorcerer to resist the temptations of the being and to oppose it. A fight within the sorcerer's own conscience will start and will develop into a terrible one, for the conscience of a man is the most subtle form of the divine providence. If, however, the sorcerer is not willing to listen to the divine warnings, that is to follow his conscience, but suppresses it in spite of its repeated appearance, then he becomes a victim of the being by making an agreement or a contract with it. This theme will certainly interest everybody. Therefore I will examine it more closely from the Hermetic angle. Why does a spirit being want to get possession of the soul and spirit of a sorcerer? There are several reasons for this. Firstly, no being, least of all a negative one, will ever do anything for the sorcerer without the hope of getting a relevant reward. The sorcerer is forced by contract to leave the earth zone after he has cast away his physical body. He is indeed taken away by the devil, as legends state, and must travel to the sphere of that being with which he has made the contract in order to serve there as its servant. The head, with whom the contract has been made, usually employs a deceased sorcerer as a messenger to the astral, mental or physical sphere of the earth zone where he has to carry out commissions for his master, corresponding to the negative sphere of that being. Such a head likes to get into connection with a sorcerer because the latter has been created as the image of God and therefore has 4 poles and consequently many more possibilities than the being itself. In most cases the head's servant, in this case a human being, is made into a spiritus familiaris or factotum and put at the disposal of other similar sorcerers. In the function of a spiritus familiaris the sorcerer then is given all the power the head itself possesses, since from that moment he is deputizing for the being. The transfer of power upon the sorcerer is effected either by an anchor from the head or the principle of demons or by influencing him with zone power so that he can either bring about the ordered effects by himself and secure the results wanted, or he is supplied with other servants to help him carry out his commissions. But whether such servants are true inhabitants of the zone and, as such, mere subordinates of their masters, or whether they really are victims as described above, is difficult to determine, for such beings are not allowed to tell anybody anything about themselves. It is also possible that unwanted phases in the memory or consciousness of such spirits have been deleted, either by a magic spell or other practices. And so the sorcerer, in spite of the qualities he has on account of his 4-pole nature, becomes dependent on the head sphere, that is on his master's sphere, and that prevents him from freeing himself of the ties with his head and from living his own life. He becomes a will-less instrument of the head and must do everything the latter wants. After having sealed the contract or pact, the sorcerer cannot do any work for weeks or months. During this time he is taught by his head various practices and is initiated into the use of his powers. The sealing of such a pact is actually not much different from what is stated in the grimoires or magic books. There is, however, a little difference hardly known to anybody. The pact itself is not compiled by the spirit being, but is, in fact, drawn up and written by the sorcerer himself, like the Book of Charms. The text of the pact is written down in ordinary ink. Special ink, however, may be used for this purpose, depending on the rituals applied, but this is not so important. The contract clearly states what services have to be rendered by the being which wishes it will fulfill, which possibilities are given the sorcerer with this pact, including other conditions which must be fulfilled by the being on behalf of the sorcerer. On another page of the contract the duties are laid down which, on the one hand, the sorcerer must carry out for the being and which, on the other hand, the being orders itself to carry out. It further states in which manner the head can be called and whether it has to appear visibly or invisibly, how servants, put at the sorcerer's disposal, have to be treated, etc. The most important point is the period for which the contract is valid and that after the expiration date of the contract the sorcerer is obliged to travel to the sphere of the demon. Also the way in which the sorcerer will die in the physical world and how he will move over into the sphere of the head is fixed by contract. All points and conditions are agreed to by both parties, and the being usually signs the contract by its own seal, using the sorcerer's hand as a medium, and the mutual agreement is countersigned. It is also quite possible that the being asks for, or insists on, the sorcerer's signing the contract with his own blood. But contracts have been made, and are still being made, without such a condition. Usually the contract is written in duplicate, one copy remains in the sorcerer's hands, the other is for the being. It is stated in the books that the being takes both copies, but this is done rarely and only happens with a certain category of beings. Usually the second copy is folded together by the sorcerer, and burned. This burning of the contract actually means that the ideas and points of the contract are transmitted to the relevant zone. In this, or in a similar manner, with which there may be little differences which are not essential at all, pacts are sealed, especially pacts with negative beings. Such a pact can neither be broken by the sorcerer nor by the being and must be adhered to unconditionally. It often happens that the victim does not even know that he has made such a horrible contract and comes to the respective sphere without knowing that he has to pay off the duties the being has rendered him on earth. If, however, bad conscience starts working on the mind of a sorcerer before the contract expires, and if, in consequence, the sorcerer tries to free himself by any means, then the being will try anything to harm the sorcerer and to destroy him. Many witchcraft trials of the past are the unmistakable proof of this, and sorcerers who felt sorry for their sealing of such contracts and who therefore tried out all means and ways to free themselves have had to atone heavily for their breach of contract at the instigation of the beings concerned. Many sorcerers of ancient times were not able to evade the funeral pyre only because the idea and divine spark won inside them and made them prefer death instead of remaining in contact with a demon till the expiration of the contract. But sorcerers who strictly adhered to the points of the contract and fulfilled every duty till the period expired always remained under the protection of the dark powers, and no power in the world could ever harm them. Those who did not adhere to the contract and regretted their mistake were severely persecuted by the beings, for the latter always found means and ways to harm their former protégés. The kind of contracts described above may be regarded as the usual type, for the sorcerer tries to get into contact with a being by means of the magic of evocation and to maintain this connection with the being either directly or by the spiritus familiaris serving the being. The reader may now ask whether such a sorcerer is condemned to be the servant of a being or head forever. Answering such a question presents no difficulty to a magician who is equally acquainted with all spheres. As soon as the sorcerer has repaid the head in full measure for its duties on earth, this can take, in our chronology, many hundreds of years, since time and space are absent in the spheres. The sorcerer's conscience will start working on him more and more, and his four-pole nature feels himself little by little free from the bondage. When the sorcerer has paid back every penny of his debt, he can again do what he likes. But if, at that point, he still stifles his conscience, unwilling to follow it, he will remain in the sphere of his head and will, eventually, lose his four-polarity and identify himself with the plane in which he lives by taking on the vibration of that plane forever. By this way he will condemn himself. The sorcerer then ceases to be a human being, the image of God, and becomes a being of that sphere, that is, he sinks down to a demon. This certainly is the most regrettable state a human being can get into, and may be called damnation from the religious point of view, or as true sin against the Holy Ghost. This would be the complete procedure for the sealing of a contract between a sorcerer and a being of another zone. Should the sorcerer follow the voice of his conscience, he will be able to leave the zone of the head and find a new home in the earth zone. Here he can again live as a four-pole being and renew his spiritual development. If, in this case, it is necessary for him to return into our physical world, this rebirth will be granted him without any difficulties, for in the physical world it is far easier to become purified and to work on one's magical development like other beings. A reincarnated sorcerer is then able to acquire, in our world, great magic power, since he has experience in working with negative powers. Such reborn sorcerers are the born magicians, for they possess inborn magical faculties and do not need to accumulate much knowledge or to undergo a special training in magic. It cannot be denied, however, that it could again happen that such a person is overcome by the temptation to misuse these powers, and that the same head of spirits may approach him anew, possibly under a different mask, to regain his previous victim with the same intention of taking him again to his sphere after his physical death. Such a sorcerer, however, has a much freer will on this earth and can therefore resist such temptations much better. His conscience, too, works much better and will warn him more forcefully than does the conscience of a human being with no such personal career. Thus it seldom happens that a sorcerer falls in a second time. Usually he is so purified by his experience that he walks along the true path of magic and is less inclined to take up contacts with demons or negative spirits. This statement of true facts may be a warning to all truth-seeking people not to follow the path of sorcery, for one can see from what has been said above that such a step is a great regression in the spiritual evolution and development of a human being. That all I have said is no fantastically made-up story but a sad, true fact that can be checked by any true magician. Our incarnated sorcerer proceeding along the right path of initiation is exposed to a far greater number of temptations than an average human being who is starting his spiritual development from the beginning. The planes which formerly bound him try time after time in the most refined manner to get their previous victim again under their control. In this work I do not intend to name anybody from ancient or modern times who has sealed contracts with beings, but besides the cases generally known to the public, like Dr. Faustus and Urban Grandier, there are numerous others of whom the public has never heard. There is yet another way to seal contracts, known to only a few initiates. This should be a warning to all those who try to get into contact with various kinds of beings. This pact is not handled directly, but by the help of a human body already existing. Which of the two ways to seal contracts is the more advantageous depends on the view of the individual magician. The less known way may be preferred by deceased people as well as by other beings of the Earth zone, even by beings of higher zones. The getting into contact through a human being requires the human being's control of the elements, the light, and the occult principle, and a higher intelligence and magical maturity on the side of the spirit being which wants to get into contact with, and make a contract with the human being. From the Hermetic point of view, such a contract is quite possible and is practiced by a number of sorcerers without their differing from the average people by anything strange or unnatural. Only the well-trained clairvoyant and the eyes of a genuine magician are able to distinguish such a pact. The sorcerer is usually invited to such a contract by a being, and he is not seldom offered such a pact by beings of the elements, which live next to the earth. If all conditions are fulfilled, the making of such a contract presents no difficulty. The method rests on the following procedure: the being looks for a physical body anywhere in the material world at the moment of its dying. A healthy body is preferred in this case, a body which dies of little cause, such as for instance during an accident. Also, bodies dying from the consequences of an inflammation of the lungs, of encephalitis, heart failure, etc. may serve this purpose. On the other hand, bodies are not welcome which have been destroyed by tuberculosis or other infectious diseases of vital organs, and in which the destruction of such organs have been the cause for the person's physical death. The restoration of the harmony in a body destroyed by such diseases would take much effort. At the moment the linking thread between body, soul, and spirit rends and the life matrix is interrupted, the being gets hold of the human body and is able to build up a new thread between itself and the human body by doing what I have already described in Initiation into Hermetics, that is, by employing the light fluid. It is quite clear that the being, before uniting itself with the physical body, must form its astral body according to the shape and size of the human body concerned, using for this purpose the matter of the elements, in order to get into a harmonious unity of the two life threads, the mental and astral matrix. The being who has taken possession of a human body in the described way becomes itself a human being in a borrowed body. The relatives and onlookers form the opinion that the dying person, after having been in agony, has come to life again as if by miracle and finally recovered from the disease. This is how the relatives and those persons, who are not able to observe by clairvoyance the leaving of the astral body from the physical body, look on the event. Since the being possesses a miraculous degree of adaptability and maintains all faculties and powers of the astral world, and since it knows everything, it continues playing the role of the person who actually died, but it will try to disappear from the surroundings of the relatives of the deceased person and to get into contact with the sorcerer without attracting attention. The being keeps all its abilities of its former sphere in the new body and puts itself at the disposal of the sorcerer. With the exception of a true magician, nobody will ever find out the true facts, and nobody will find anything suspicious in two friends or a boyfriend and girlfriend meeting each other, and the people around the two will never find out about the true relations of the two. The services which the being may render the sorcerer during his physical existence are exactly the same as if the sorcerer had got into contact with another being of that sphere. If the sorcerer wants to have his influence work on the astral or mental world via this being, then the latter puts itself into a state of trance and so can fulfill the sorcerer's wishes. The question of carnal contact is usually discussed at the moment of the first citation or meeting with the sorcerer, and the sorcerer is well informed about the whole procedure. That the sorcerer must never say a word to anybody about the matter is only too clear, for otherwise he would have to pay with his life for his communicativeness. Sorcerers have often instigated mermaids to get hold of the bodies of beautiful girls of this world in the above-mentioned manner in order to get into carnal contact with these undines, and have even married such beings. There was then no difference between a normal female and an incarnated undine, for the latter, in its carnal body, was subject to the same laws as all other human beings. It kept, however, the faculties and powers of the water element and made use of them in its human incarnation. The incarnated undine could also have children. But the most tragic fact about the matter was that she wanted the sorcerer to be absolutely loyal, since she maintained a contact between her own physical body and the sorcerer's physical body. If the sorcerer wanted to have sexual intercourse with another woman, he was in danger of having to atone for this with his life. In such a case, the undine was also no longer able to remain in the physical world and was not able to get into further contacts. Soon after the death of the sorcerer who had become her lover or husband, she also died. After her death, such an undine does not travel to the earth zone like any other human being, but has to return to the water element and again lives there as undine. If a magician with a high degree of perfection and relationship to God would bring about such a procedure, he would, by his creative power, be able to build up, with the undine, the same kind of harmony of the elements as it possesses any human being. He would be able to create a new human being whose spirit would be as immortal as the spirit of any other human creature. However, a true magician will never undertake such operations without having sufficient reasons. I only mention this here because I want to show that such a thing lies within the faculties of a magician. The non-initiate may believe this to be an incredible fairy tale, but, from the Hermetic point of view, such things are quite possible and can easily be realized. The true magician will not have any doubts of these possibilities. Apart from spiritism, there is another kind of evocation of spirits called necromancy. The difference between a sorcerer and a necromancer is the following: the sorcerer usually tries to get into contact with higher beings of the earth zone, with the heads of the elements or with the heads of other zones. The necromancer, on the other hand, merely practices the evocation of deceased persons. The method of necromancy is quite simple, and a magician who has not yet reached perfection is able to apply this method with more success than a sorcerer practicing evocations. A necromancer faces the same kind of dangers as the sorcerer, since a deceased human being may also take full possession of the necromancer and make him completely dependent. If a necromancer becomes so dependent on an astral being that he cannot do anything without the advice and help of the being, then we may also talk of a sort of pact in this case, though this kind of contract may not have the same tragical consequences as the pacts dealt with before. The magician is able to call any being from the astral world without any danger, without becoming dependent on it, and without becoming a victim of necromancy. A necromancer is a person with a low degree of spiritual and magical development, whose main object is to get into contact with astral beings of the earth zone, preferably with dead people. The necromancer will in most cases try to make use of a being from the astral sphere, that is, he will either require of such a being certain magical duties in the physical, astral or mental plane, or merely try to satisfy his curiosity. For this purpose, the necromancer will choose a human being after his physical death who during his life on earth busied himself with any of the secret sciences and who possibly has reached a certain degree of perfection in this. If such a person happens to be a true magician who has followed the true path of initiation and has learned all its laws here on earth, having thus acquired a certain degree of perfection, who noble-minded strove for positive aims and controlled the negative powers, he will, if he thinks it beneficial, appear to the necromancer and point out to him the advantages or disadvantages of his projects and intentions. A true magician will, however, never keep up a constant connection with a necromancer, nor will he try to influence the necromancer in such a manner that he becomes dependent on him. He will always be prepared to warn the necromancer and will give him permission to call him in case of emergency. Furthermore, he will give good advice to the necromancer and initiate him into the laws of the astral sphere, but he will never be prepared to serve the necromancer, or to do whatever he wants, or to fulfill his material desires. Only bad magicians with little experience and an affection for negative powers or mere sorcery will try to maintain a contact with a necromancer or assist him in realizing his desires and to satisfying his curiosity. If the necromancer gets into the sphere and under the control of such a being, he will acquire the same kind of vibration as that being has in the earth zone and thus becomes a fellow sufferer. The astral being will then prevent the necromancer from making any progress in his spiritual and magical development and will see that he is never enlightened or blessed with personal advance. The being will then be full of malicious pleasure because it has succeeded in being troublesome to a human being on earth. It remembers the days of its own life on earth, its difficulties and troubles there, the temptations it could not resist, the powers it misused and the lack of chances for its true initiation, and it will also try to hinder the necromancer in his development. The danger that arises for the necromancer in such a case need not be analyzed. I will, however, mention the fact that the necromancer may easily be vampirized by such a being and that the being will try to realize in the astral world its own egocentric plans by help of the vampirized powers of the necromancer. Therefore, every scholar is warned not to take up any such contacts and not to make himself dependent on any being. The manner in which a necromancer calls a being from the astral plane rests on two methods. One method is spiritistic. The being is asked to reveal itself by help of mediums, that is by mediumistic writing or by mediums put into a state of trance. This method requires great perseverance until the being is able to take up a direct contact and to appear to the necromancer. The other method is that of evocation. The necromancer takes up contact with the being by help of a picture of the spirit's previous incarnation or by enlivening such a picture until finally the being steps out of it like an elementary, taking on its previous shape. A necromancer does not usually succeed at once, but if he goes on with his work persistently he might, depending on his maturity, development, willpower and imagination, force the being to appear to him visibly. A necromancer can hardly differentiate whether, in such a case, his power of imagination plays the main role, or if he has created an elementary, or if the visible connection with the being has in fact taken place. But a narrow-minded necromancer does not care who has brought about the connection or what has actually caused the desired effect, if it has been his power of imagination, fantasy, or if repeated stressing of his nerves has created an elementary or if the being evoked really has appeared from the astral world. Should the necromancer have a predilection for negative powers, his evocation and his endeavors to cause a projection in the astral world will possibly be readily answered by a so-called black magician who will himself try to get into contact with such a necromancer. All of the necromancer's appetite for instructions, practices, satisfying of his curiosity, fulfillment of his desires, will then be quenched by that being. The necromancer is responsible for all that happens and he will thus charge his karma to his account, especially if he wants to see desires realized which he can in no way justify. That the end of such a necromancer cannot be other than tragic need not be stressed. Necromancers usually die an unnatural death or suddenly of an incurable disease. I should also mention the fact that there is also possible a passive relationship with beings of the astral plane and with beings of higher zones. This passive intercourse, however, is not so effective and does not give such great magical results as the practice of evocation. Also in this case an unexpected pact could be the final outcome, and the person taking up the connection by this passive intercourse is sometimes even worse off than the sorcerer or necromancer, since he has no control at all over the being with which he has taken up connection, or over the effects caused by it. There are two principal kinds of this passive intercourse. The first is a spiritistic one. The spiritist himself is the medium for the contact and intercourse with the being, either by medial clairvoyance, clairaudience, automatic writing, etc. The second possibility for passive intercourse is that a hypnotist or a mesmerist takes up the connection with the being by means of a somnambulant medium and maintains the contact continuously, for satisfaction of his curiosity or for certain tasks in the mental, astral or physical worlds. If the hypnotist or spiritist has not undergone any magic training and if, therefore, has not the necessary degree of magical development and maturity, the health of the medium is endangered in both cases. Many mediums and spiritists who have been in constant connection with a single being and have often made use of it, so that they finally became dependent on that being, which actually results in an indirect pact, have had to pay for it with severe diseases of the mental, astral, and physical body. Many a lunatic asylum could bear witness for such deplorable cases. All I have said above especially applies to the work of sorcerers and necromancers with negative powers and the dangers involved. In this connection, I should like to point out that the genuine magician, who having come along the path of true development tries to get into contact with positive beings irrespective of their rank or zone, should not become dependent even on good beings or intelligences. He may, if he likes, get into touch with a good being any time he wishes, but he should not join any being even if he is especially attracted by it, for if he does, a pact could also be the result, similar to such with negative beings, though the dangers for a genuine magician operating with positive beings could never be so great nor so tragic. There also exist methods and instructions for the making of contracts with genii of any zone, who, due to such a contract, may advise and assist the magician in any respect. Of course, a genuine magician will, during the course of his development, try to get into touch with good beings, since this is no doubt necessary, but he must not make himself dependent on any single being, no matter whether angel or superior intelligence. By becoming dependent on a good being, a magician would take up, like a sorcerer, the vibration of the sphere from which the good being has come and by, would influence himself so strongly with this vibration that finally he would take on the complete nature of that being. Such a being, however, will of course not be interested in a written contract. There are also methods for the conclusion of the same kind of written contract or pact between a magician and a superior positive intelligence. This contract concluding, the magician can be sure that the being will protect him in any respect, that it will help him, warn him, and do every kind of good service for him, but after the death of the magician the being will automatically draw him to its own sphere. In that zone the magician will not have to serve the guardian angel by force, but freely. Since such a magician is in constant connection with good beings, he will become part of that plane and will lose any interest in climbing any higher or in traveling to another zone. He will be content with his life and his evolutionary rise is temporarily interrupted. If a magician is sent by divine providence to the earth zone or into our physical world to fulfill a certain task as a human being, he starts longing for a sphere set above him. Should a magician, after having been allied to a genius in a certain zone, be incarnated in our physical world, then such a former alliance becomes obvious by the magician's special ability either in the field of hermetic science or in any other cultural field such as art, literature, etc. This shows that the procedure is the same, no matter whether it is a positive or negative one, and a genuine magician will never be hindered in his development by any pact with a genius or an angel, but will advance in his development unimpeded. By an equal affection for all beings, the magician will always remain conscious of his desire to become a perfect human being, created as the true image of God, and true divinity will be reflected in him. He is not influenced by any sphere, therefore he can reach true perfection, providing that no one element is prevailing within him and that he has been able to develop within himself the absolute equilibrium of all forces and powers and to maintain the standard of this development in future. The higher spheres are the place where it is decided whether a magician is willing to reach the highest perfection possible or likes to become a saint. A magician desirous of the highest degree of perfection may become the greatest and highest Lord of creation, for he fully symbolizes the true and complete image of God in all his aspects. A saint, however, remains under one aspect only and reaches perfection therein. He becomes a part of that aspect, and finally, when he has reached perfection in this aspect, he loses his individuality. The highest degree of perfection that man is ever able to reach is that of becoming a true sovereign, a true magician, thus actually representing a true and complete image of God, whereby he never loses or is forced to give up his individuality. By the knowledge of the hierarchy of the beings, of their zones, their causes and effects, the true magician is able to rule over any being of creation, no matter whether good or evil, as this is actually his true commission. Ruling over the spirit beings does not necessarily mean ruling by force, for the beings, good or evil, will always be prepared to serve the magician, to complete his will and to fulfill any of his desires without asking for anything in return. The heads of zones also like to serve a magician, and if the magician desires it they will even put at his disposal the beings serving them, and will provide him with the necessary anchor without ever daring to ask the magician to conclude a contract with the relevant zone. The genuine magician is free to put under his will as many serving genii as he likes, from any sphere he likes. They will all have to serve him as their highest master, or their sovereign. The genuine magician with a noble character will make no difference between a positive or a negative being, for divine providence has not created anything unclean. He is quite aware of the fact that demons are as necessary as angels, for without these contradictions a differentiating hierarchy would not be possible. His respect for a being, whether positive or negative, will depend on the being's rank. He himself will take the golden path of the middle way, the path of true perfection. The Spiritus Familiaris or Serving Spirits. Most grimoires and other books dealing with the magic of evocation often talk of serving spirits, the so-called Spiritus Familiaris. According to these books, serving spirits are put at the magician's personal disposal by high beings, especially by the principles of demons, with the idea that the magician need not bother personally with the principles of demons, that is their masters, on each occasion and for every trivial matter. The books further state that such serving spirits usually are delivered to the magician, or, as is more likely, to the sorcerer by that head or principle of demons with whom he has concluded a contract. By means of an anchor, the serving spirit is provided by its head with the same kind of force, power, and faculties etc. that the head possesses. The magician does not care by whom the effect he wants is caused, whether it is by the head himself or by any of the spirits serving him. One thing, however, is important: the karmic responsibility always lies with the magician, or with the sorcerer. As already mentioned in the chapter dealing with the various kinds of contracts, the magician must, after the contract has expired in the physical world, follow the principle of demons into his sphere and there pay back in full measure for the work done by it. This repayment, of course, is not a material repayment, but a spiritual one. From the Hermetic point of view, the serving spirit must not be taken for the so-called family spirits of the primitive peoples of antiquity. These family spirits were, in most cases, the deceased of a tribe, its ancestors and pre-ancestors, heroes etc., with whom a type of necromancy was practiced similar to a more primitive kind of fetish worship by keeping up a permanent contact with these deceased. This kind of necromancy may be compared with the spiritism of our own days. Since every initiate knows about the practices, cult operation etc. necessary for getting into contact with an ancestor, with a family spirit, I will desist from writing again about this matter. Not only had each family their family or house ghost, there were also numerous tribes having their own genius, as is known from history. The true magician is able to tell the difference, from the Hermetic standpoint, between an actual spiritus familiaris and a family or ancestral spirit. The attitude a genuine magician takes towards getting into contact with a head, that is, a higher being, a higher intelligence, is quite different to that of a sorcerer or black magician. The latter wants to get beings under his power without any special effort and without the appropriate preparatory operations and magical development, in order to make these beings serve him and help him to realize all his desires. Unfortunately, a sorcerer is likely to forget that by doing so he is debiting his karma and that he is doing this at the costs of his evolution, and above all, to the costs of his magical development. Beings serving a sorcerer never work without reward. From the material point of view, such services may only be regarded as loans. Actually, the sorcerer becomes the slave of the relevant being, for after their contract has expired, the sorcerer must, as already pointed out before, pay back everything. The beings are fully aware of this fact, and their devotion towards the magician, which is to ensure him that they are always willing to serve him and to fulfill any of his desires, often delude a sorcerer to the erroneous opinion that he has become master over the beings. His desires, his claims towards these beings increase during the course of the alliance, and the sorcerer eventually develops into a glutton. Only shortly before the expiration date of the contract, the sorcerer realizes what he has done and what karmic responsibilities he has taken upon his shoulders. But at that point it is usually too late, and all advice and instructions to shake off the bondages of such a contract are, from the Hermetic point of view, useless and impracticable, and in the eyes of a true magician, sheer ridiculous. Negative effects that have once been set at work, no matter in which way, must, due to the law of cause and effect, have their due clear off and adjustment. One might oppose that divine providence, in its aspects of love and charity, could, in some cases, make an exception. However, the genuine magician knows that causes are always followed up by the relevant effects, otherwise the law of karma, the law of retaliation, the rule of law of the whole universe, would be untrue, that is illusory. That this is not so, but that, on the contrary, everything takes place due to the most genuine laws with a most admirable precision need not be stressed here. Divine love and charity with all their other aspects such as benevolence etc. work up to the point where man realizes that he himself is the cause of the sorrows that have overcome him, and this knowledge enables him to carry his burden more easily. From the correct universal point of view, providence, in its aspects of love, benevolence etc., cannot further intervene. Every experienced magician, knowing the universal laws, finds this in order. Every genuine magician should therefore take heed not to conclude a contract which would entirely halt his personal magical development and evolution. A true initiate will not even be tempted to conclude contacts with high and good heads, no matter how great the advantages might be. To bind oneself to spirit beings and their spheres means losing the freedom of one's own thoughts and doings. Why then, one might ask, is it necessary to deal with the magic of evocation? Is it not better to work for one's personal development and to leave the beings where they are? The answer to this question is that the genuine magician may, if he likes, get into contact with any beings, positive ones or negative ones, and that he should even regard it as his duty to practice the true magic of evocation, but he must never be tempted to bind himself to any being. He can use his connections to enlarge his knowledge about the various spheres, to learn about the laws of such spheres, and to demonstrate his magical authority to those beings with which he operates during his evocations. No doubt, such beings will not only be prepared to give him any information he wants, but they will be quite pleased to serve him, for to them the genuine magician is their master, is the true initiate to whom they owe obedience and loyalty. They would not even dare to approach a genuine magician, who has been truly initiated into magic and has therefore reached perfection in it, with a contract in mind. The magician may, if he thinks it necessary, employ serving spirits from one sphere or the other, but he knows quite well that he does not owe them anything, for anything that a being might be doing for him he can do out of his own powers as the result of his systematic magical development. The magician may employ beings firstly to help his fellow men, not himself, and secondly to use the valuable time saved for his own development. This is the right attitude to take, and it cannot be compared with the attitude of a sorcerer, as one can easily see. The magician need not practice the magic of evocation all the time, but he must be able to carry out successfully such practices whenever it should be necessary. Exact knowledge of the true magic of evocation will increase his wisdom, will increase his power over beings of the universe, and, in this manner, strengthen his magic authority. A true magician must therefore be perfect in every respect. During his magical evocations he will pay attention to the exact hierarchy of the beings, and will 1. Get into contact with the heads of the elements and their beings, if necessary, also with their serving spirits, their subjects. 2. Have regard to the earth zone with all its heads and subjects. 3. Change over to the beings of the moon according to the hierarchy. 4. Have regard to the heads of the zone of Mercury. 5. Then he will pay his attention to the Venus zone. 6. The Sun zone. 7. The Mars zone. 8. The Jupiter zone. 9. The zone of Saturn. Magical evocation. If the magician takes into his hands a book on evocation, or if he has, in his library, several books dealing with this subject, he will find a certain connection between all the instructions, and if he takes them all together he will be informed how to call a being and which formulae have to be used for that purpose, etc. In none of the books, however, will he find the actual preconditions for a successful evocation. Therefore it is not at all surprising that nearly all attempts go wrong. From the Hermetic point of view, any contact with a spirit being of a certain sphere may be regarded as a sort of evocation, irrespective of the fact whether spiritistic methods, methods of necromancy or any other methods are applied for establishing such a contact. The question of whether the desired being actually appears on account of the various methods applied remains unanswered, for only the person who tries them could give a true statement about it. If sometimes such an attempt made according to the methods laid down in those books leads to a success, it is still undecided whether the results have come out because of the method, for other practices could also have played a decisive part. For instance, in the case of spiritistic evocations, success can be brought about by some quite different factors, even if a great amount of evidence is available indicating that the success is the result of the method of evocation suggested. The subconsciousness of the oral medium may be the cause for the spiritistic success, if it is a success at all. Furthermore, the subconscious creation of phantoms, elementals, elementaries, which the operator's increased attention and power of imagination might have created during the evocation, can in such a case, not be attributed to the being but to the operator's own individuality. This fact is hardly ever acknowledged by the person concerned. I shall give, from the Hermetic point of view, a full description of everything absolutely necessary for a successful evocation, that is, the actual magical connection with beings of any sphere. Above all, the magician or the person intending to busy himself with magical evocation should know that without the development of one's astral senses, especially those of clairvoyance and clairaudience, a successful evocation cannot be thought of. It would be the same as if a blind man wanted to follow an unknown street without a guide. Clairvoyance and clairaudience is the first condition for consciously getting into contact with a being by the help of active magic. If the magician does not care for this condition, or if a person dares to try an evocation without having his astral senses trained accordingly, he can be sure that he will, like all other operators, be disappointed and have no success at all. At the same time, he is in danger of being degraded to a necromancer or sorcerer if, during an exalted state, he should have any partial success of whatever sort, regardless of the fact that his plans and intentions rest on good motives. The magician must, under all conditions, be able to make use of his astral senses during his operation, because then he is able to control exactly the whole procedure and is not in danger of being deceived or of working without success. A magician whose astral senses are well developed knows at once whether the being involved is merely a creation of imagination or whether it is the being he wanted to appear from a certain sphere. An evocation, from the Hermetic point of view, is therefore the conscious getting into contact with a certain being, not affected by passive intercourse, as described in Initiation into Hermetics in the chapter dealing with the conscious passive connection with beings, the magician being used as a medium, but outside of his body. The being or power of any sphere which is to be evoked outside the body of the magician may either be called into the magic triangle, or the magic mirror, or onto a material impregnated with a fluid condenser to be condensed there. At the beginning, the magician will not be able to do without the magic implements. Later, as soon as he has enough experience and as soon as he has a certain sphere under his complete control, that is, as soon as the beings of that sphere are fully under his power, pay him obedience and loyalty and, by that, acknowledge his magical authority, he can do without magical aids. The experienced magician then is in the position to call any being of the sphere he has under his power and to work with it, without using magical aids. He can call a being to any place at any time, how and when he wishes to do so, without the aid of the circle or triangle and without any special preparations. A beginner, on the other hand, must necessarily use magic aids, for they are a support for his consciousness and are therefore necessary for a successful evocation. If the magician has complete control over a sphere without having to use any magical weapons, he advances to the next higher sphere and again makes use of his magical aids until he also controls that sphere completely. The magician must always bear three principles in mind when he wants to bring about a successful evocation. 1. If he intends to call a spirit being of a certain sphere into his sphere, no matter whether he calls it into the triangle, the mirror, or into a fluid condenser, he must bear in mind that the being is only able to move about in an atmosphere appropriate to its own sphere. He therefore must artificially create the spheric atmosphere by accumulating the light, the material of the sphere, either into the triangle, or preferably into the whole room in which he is working. If working with a magic mirror, it has to be impregnated or condensed respectively with the according light material of the sphere. When operating in the open air, the impregnation must be kept within such limits that the beings or powers that are to manifest themselves have sufficient room to move about. The accumulated or impregnated light must have a color which is in accordance with the color law of the individual planet. I have already given the reader and student a detailed information on this question of impregnating or accumulating light in space in Initiation into Hermetics in the chapter dealing with space impregnation. If, for instance, a being of the moon sphere is evoked outside oneself, the light, or rather the material to be accumulated, must be of a silvery white color. In the case of a being of Mercury, the light material must be opalescent. Beings from Venus must have a green, beings from the Sun a golden yellow, from Mars a red, from Jupiter a blue, from Saturn a violet light, etc. If, for instance, the magician calls a being of the earth element, he must get the element of the earth into the magic triangle or the magic mirror by the help of his imagination. If he wants to call to him a being from the moon, he must create the vibration of the moon sphere. No being is able to dwell in a sphere not appropriate to it. If, in case of citation, this principle is not adhered to, a being might be forced to come to our physical sphere, but it would, in such a case, have to create, by itself, the necessary spheric vibration. The magician would, in this case, lose his control over the being, and his authority, too, would suffer from such a failure, for the being would consider the magician as not perfect and would therefore not pay him respect and would refuse to obey him. Strictly adhering to and acting according to this principle is most important when evocations are carried out, and this must never be forgotten by a true magician. 2. The magician must be able to place himself, with his consciousness, during the evocation, into the sphere of the being cited, so that the being will behold him. This transplanting of one spirit is done under the laws of the occult principle, that is, by the magician's putting himself into a state of trance in which he does not know any time or space, and it is in this state that he cites, according to his will, and due to his authority etc. the being concerned. Without these faculties the magician is not able to make a being appear. 3. The magician must call forth, by means of his magical authority, the beings or an obedience, for otherwise no being, no matter whether positive or negative, would respect him. The magical authority or influence of the magician does not work on a being due to the magician's personality, but because he has influenced or bound himself with an intelligence superior to the being or appears as a deity in the aspect authoritative to the being. It is thus not the magician who makes his influence work on the being, but the authority of the superior being or of the highest possible intelligence, of the evoking deity itself. When practicing evocation, the magician will first influence or ally himself with the superior intelligence. He will only take on the shape of the highest quality for his self-assertion as an authority and show it in obstinate cases in which the being should try to oppose anyhow. If the magician were to try to influence the being evoked by his own personality only, the being could refuse to obey him, or could, for the worse, deceive him in a most shocking manner. If, however, the being is actually receiving his orders from a superior intelligence, or even God in any aspect, not from the magician himself, then the being must, under any circumstance, obey the order. The magician has already learned from Initiation into Hermetics, the identification with an intelligence or with a divine aspect where I wrote about the community with the individual God. One can see from what has been said above that these three principles have never been mentioned in any instructions, because no author has ever had personal experience in the magic of evocation. They have therefore derived their teaching methods from other written sources which, in fact, were also incomplete. Without adhering strictly to the three basic principles, no successful evocation is possible. Before a magician starts with the evocation of beings, he must have the whole procedure precisely entered into the book of formulae and should, if possible, know it by heart, so that he is not delayed during his operations by any looking up. It is possible that difficulties will arise at the beginning of the magician's practice, but soon the repeated evocation of beings will increase his self-confidence. Besides that, he will realize that an evocation is not just the calling of a being, but a regular ritual, composed of a whole number of magical operations. The magician must make sure that no hiatus exists in this rite, for each hiatus would be a disturbance not only to the magician, but also to the being evoked. A faultless operation is that which the grimoires call the complete circle. This expression does not refer to the circle that is drawn by the magician for his protection, and as a symbol of the microcosm and macrocosm, which is of the relationship to God, but it refers to the total coherent magical operation. The purpose of the evocation, too, must be laid down in writing before its beginning, for during the evocation no additional questions may be raised. As one can guess from the whole procedure of preparation, a cautiously prepared and precisely completed magical evocation requires much time. If, by repeated intercourse with one and the same being, the magician has established a good connection, so that the being pays him absolute obedience and thereby completely acknowledges his magical authority, the magician may, to save time, arrange a different way to contact the being, either by an abbreviated individual rite, or even just a word for the evocation of the being and by getting the being's approval for this, or he may cause the being to choose an abridged method to which the being itself and its servants are bound to react at any time. This abridged method, too, has to be written into the book of formulae conscientiously, so that during its practical application no mistakes occur. This is especially important should the magician have entered into a number of connections with beings. If the simplified method is offered by a being who, at the same time, requests the magician not to write down the procedure, but just to remember it well, the magician must respect such a request. Even if the magician is allowed to make some provisional notes on this abridged procedure, these notes, like the whole book of formulae, must never get into the hands of other people, not even into the hands of a genuine magician, the only exception being those cases where the being, the originator of the simplified procedure, agrees to the magician's handing the procedure over to somebody else, or even asks for this. Otherwise the magician should never dare to evade a prohibition or even break it, unless he does not mind his authority being shaken. What this would mean for a magician need not be further discussed here. A being first appears to a magician in the same manner as it is accustomed to move about in its own native zone. If the magician is not pleased with the way in which the being appears, he may, by means of his magical authority, cause the being to appear in the shape he approves of. There are no restrictions in this respect, and it is up to the magician to decide which shape the being evoked should, by help of his imagination, take on. The sex, too, is in this case of no consequence. The magician will, however, do well not to insist, for instance, in a being's appearing in a male shape, if in its relevant sphere it has been a female creature, although the being would have to do even this, should the magician insist upon it. Therefore, beginners in magic operations are recommended to let a being appear in the shape familiar to its own zone. The magician converses with a being in his own familiar language. Since he is, in any case, in an elevated state, in the state of trance, his language automatically changes into the spiritual language, into the so-called metaphorical language, and is so understood by the being. The being, too, who normally uses its own language, will converse in this spiritual language, which again will be translated automatically into the language with which the magician is familiar. Due to this fact, the magician will at first have the feeling that the answers by the being come from his own subconscious, much in the same manner as a person's inner voice is heard. By and by the magician will get used to this and will finally realize that the being is actually speaking outside him, and after repeated work in this field it will appear to him to be the same as if he were talking to one of his fellow men. The unwanted accompanying factors mentioned in the grimoires, for instance the vandalism of beings, creakings, thunderstorms, flashes of lightning and other disturbances which are said to usually accompany evocations, are totally unknown to the genuine magician and may only occur with necromancers and sorcerers who have undergone no magical training, or with people who have left the necessary preparatory operations unobserved or who have made only little preparation for a true evocation. A genuine magician will not experience any unwanted accompanying phenomena, and his evocations will run as smoothly as if he were carrying out any other physical, astral or spiritual actions. In the beginning a magician will do well not to ask a being too many questions, but to address it with only a few concrete questions. They should refer to the sphere from which the being has come. No questions should be asked that would infringe upon the dignity of the being. At a later date, a being, an intelligence, a head, or the servant set at the magician's disposal may be asked to play an active part. They need not be used for the conveyance of knowledge only. The beings, in general, like to serve a genuine magician and help him in an unselfish manner as much as lies in their power. A magician certainly will never be so silly as to ask a spirit being to bring him treasures or to do for him heavy physical work, since the effect of the being's display of power in our physical world depends on the fuel, that is, the material used for its materialization, that the magician puts at its disposal. At first, the beings will only be able to do mental work. Later, when the magician has enough experience, they will do astral and after some time also physical work for him, though the magician is recommended not to burden a spirit being with physical jobs, for it would have to carry out such duties in exactly the same manner as the magician with his acquired magic faculties. The beings make use of the same powers that are used by the magician for his personal operations. This means that to do physical work they need the fluids of elements, that is, the electrical or magnetic fluid, and take into account the occult principle, just as the magician himself. The beings usually draw the matter or substance and the power out of the atmosphere of the magician. Therefore, a magician should always bear in mind that every evocation is done at his own cost. This is reason enough for the magician not to carry out an evocation for the mere satisfaction of other people's curiosity, and he will, as already mentioned, practice an evocation first of all to help his fellow men, or to increase his power over beings and elements and so acquire more personal experience. For the actual evocation of beings no spells or similar nonsense is necessary. Since, during the whole time of the evocation, the magician is in an elevated state, in a true relationship with God, he places himself with his consciousness into the sphere of the chosen being and, after having called out its name, asks the being to appear to him. The being hears the magician, at once reacts to his call, and quite willingly comes near him. A true magician will never be obliged to threaten a being or do anything of that sort in order to make the being obedient to his will. This may only happen with stubborn demons to whom the magician demonstrates the power of his relationship to God. In the case of a true relationship to God, hardly any being, no matter what rank it may have, will ever dare to place itself in opposition to the divinity, for the divinity is the power by which the being was created, and therefore it must be respected. Since, for the magician, the saying is true that the stars influence, but do not force, it is left to the magician to fix the time for the evocation according to astrological rules, provided that he has a fundamental knowledge of astrology and is therefore able to fix the favorable planetary moments in respect of the relevant beings. All the various ways of evocation described in grimoires are not for magicians but for sorcerers. Therefore, for a true magician, the instructions given in a grimoire are useless, and consequently the magician will put them aside. He knows the true path of initiation, he knows, too, how an evocation is to be carried out, and he is therefore convinced that he will fully succeed in his operations. After the end of the evocation, it is the magician's duty to send the spirit being back to its sphere, that is, to discharge it. He accompanies it with his consciousness and, in doing so, he has an inner feeling of satisfaction and certainty that the being will return to the sphere from which it has been called and from which it has come. All the implements used for the evocation are returned by the magician to their depository and all accumulated powers are again discharged by his will and imagination. And this is the end of the evocation. The practice of magical evocation. The magician will certainly find it useful if an example of a genuine evocation is given here, for in no book written up to now will he find such an exact description of an evocation in accordance with the universal laws. As far as the general setup is concerned, it is left to the magician to make any small changes or additions here and there and to adapt it to individual situations and circumstances under which he intends to carry out the evocation. The best thing, of course, is, if he has available for this high purpose a special room which will only be entered by him alone. In such a case he should not even ask another person to do the necessary cleaning. A room like that will, in the truest sense of the word, serve as a temple. If the magician is in such a lucky situation, he is able to have regard to all laws of analogy, and he can furnish and adapt the room in the same way as the old magicians had their temples established, which had an altar in the east. The magician may, in accordance with the degree of his maturity and his religious belief, place on the altar a symbol of his deity, or he may set up in the middle of the altar a magic mirror, like the old initiates and magi did, and place on either side of it a candlestick with 7 arms and a censer between them. Formerly, temples were usually embellished by 4 columns ornamented with various symbolic figures, each column representing one of the elements. The walls were decorated with pictures symbolizing various deities of the 4 elements. In the days of yore, only such initiates as were members of the highest social circles could afford such temples. Unfortunately, there will be only few people also today so wealthy that they can afford such a splendidly equipped magical workshop. This information refers only to the essentials, and every magician, whether poor or wealthy, should therefore be able to practice magical evocation, even should he have no special room at his disposal. The magician is not bound to any special place, and he may carry out the citation in a bedroom as well as in a kitchen. Even an attic or a suitable place in a cellar may serve the purpose and enable the magician to carry out a faultless evocation. If the magician has none of the above-mentioned possibilities, then all he needs to do is to betake himself to a lonely place somewhere in the open air where he is sure that he is not being watched by anybody and, consequently, can work without being disturbed. Of course, conditions like this cannot be taken into consideration in detail in the description, and every magician should know best how and where he may carry out his operations. Since it is easy to understand, I have chosen as the example of an evocation the Venus intelligence called Hagiel. The magician will, of course, proceed in the same manner in respect of any other spirit being or intelligence. However, he will always have to take into consideration the laws of analogy effective in each individual sphere in respect of the accumulation of colored light. Before the magician begins the actual evocation, he must know in advance exactly, apart from having worked out a precise plan, from which plane or sphere he intends to call a being, or intelligence, and what he intends to ask from it. In part 2 of this book, dealing with the hierarchy of beings, the magician will find a number of good, that is, positive, beings of various individual spheres, a large selection, enabling him to choose the being, according to his wish, which will help him to realize his plans. It must be understood, however, that this book by no means gives the reader complete information on all beings and intelligences, for there are thousands of them in each plane and sphere. But the intelligences mentioned will be, in general, sufficient for practical work. Let us assume that the magician has decided to evoke the Venus intelligence named Hagiel and that he intends to ask this intelligence for luck and success in his operations, in which he has to rely on the friendship and sympathy of a certain person, for the Venus intelligence will serve this purpose well, since it is endowed with all such faculties as friendship, love, luck and success. Before starting the evocation, the magician takes a bath or at least cleans his whole body, for one should not evoke a being in an unclean state, especially if a high and good intelligence is to be evoked. An evocation not only requires a clean spirit and a clean soul, it also requires a clean body. If it is not possible to bathe or to wash the whole body, the magician must at least carefully wash his hands. Everybody is able to do this, and therefore it must never be forgotten. When washing, the magician has to concentrate on the idea that all unfavorable physical and psychic influences run off with the water. Prepared in this manner, the magician takes his magical implements, one after the other, from their depository and puts them on a clean, preferably new, piece of cloth which has been kept in the depository especially for this purpose and which is to protect the implements from dust. Let us assume that the evocation of Hagiel is carried out in a normal living room. See that during the whole evocation you are not disturbed by anything, and, in order to evade any glances of curiosity, cover the windows carefully with a curtain. Then go and change your clothes, that is, put on your magic garments, first your silk stockings, in cold weather your silk underwear, and house shoes. The evocation already starts with the act of dressing, for you must concentrate on the thoughts which are to do with the evocation only. So bear in mind that by putting on the clothes you are insulated against all unfavorable influences that may come from the universe or the invisible world. When dressing, you must be entirely sure that your body is not being influenced by any being, whether good or evil. Then, after having dressed, this meditative attitude of being completely insulated and protected must be maintained. Then put round your waist your magic belt and be completely taken up by the thought that you are the sovereign over all elements, the master of all powers. Finally, you put round your head your magus band or put on the magic headgear with a feeling of true relationship to God, and that not you as a magician, but that God is actually carrying through the whole operation. You must unite yourself with the divine principle inside you in such a way that you have the feeling that you are the deity itself. Having done all this, you are able to go a further step in your operation. You light the magic lamp, which, in our case, must fill the room with a light green light. Set the magic lamp in a place round which you will be able to draw the magic circle or hang it up in the center of the room. This does not mean that the lamp must be exactly in the center of the room, though it would have the advantage that the whole room gets an equal light. Your next task will be the setting up an impregnation of the magic mirror, if you like, of 2 magic mirrors. In this example, instructions are given for the use of 2 mirrors. One mirror is to bring about the materialization of Hagil in the physical world, the other is to keep off unwanted influences. Being conscious of the fact that not you, but the deity is carrying out the procedure, you create, by the help of the imagination, a great sea of light in a wonderful emerald color, which, also by imagination, you accumulate from the whole universe into the mirror in a manner that the whole surface of the mirror is taken up by this color. The power of illumination of the condensed green light must be so strong as to illuminate completely the room in which you work. At that moment you must have the imaginative impression that this accumulated light is actually a power matrix, a fluid, which can almost be seen by the physical eye. In any case, you must have the permanent impression that you are moving about in the room in an oscillation of green light. This is the way to prepare, magically, the room for the being to be evoked, and in a room like this there will be no more obstacles for the being and it will feel the atmosphere of its own sphere. Already at the moment you accumulate the light, you concentrate on the idea that the purpose of this accumulation is to condense the evoked spirit being in a manner that you can see it with your physical eyes and hear it with your physical ears. The stronger your imagination, belief, will and conviction, the better condensed and true Hagil will appear to you. When impregnating the room, do not forget to include that you wish the accumulated planetary light power to remain in the mirror and in the room until you dissolve it again by force of your imagination. Similar examples are given in Initiation into Hermetics in the chapter dealing with room impregnation, and here you find the evidence that all the exercises and magic operations of that first work have their special purpose. You will also see that when carrying out further magical operations you will not be able to do without any of these practices. If you have not actively gone through the exercises of the first book, you are unable to get into conscious contact with any spirit being outside you, or of materializing such a being. Now you start impregnating the other mirror by charging it with the occult principle. Project, by force of imagination, into the surface of the mirror, which previously has been covered with a fluid condenser, the desire that not any disturbing being, not any unwanted power or the like will penetrate into your workroom, into your evocational operating room. This has been the second step of your evocation. The room in which you work is now appropriately impregnated. However, you have yet another possibility. You can impregnate the mirror that you intend to use for keeping off unwanted influences with the wish that the being you want to evoke must appear in it. This impregnation, of course, must have accumulated light in the relevant planetary color. In our case it must be green. Now take a piece of blotting paper and cut into the shape of a heptagon. In its middle draw with green ink, or what is even better, with a green-colored pencil, the seal of Hagil. Symbolically redraw the seal with your magic wand or with the finger, concentrating into the seal Hagil's qualities, which are luck, love, friendship, etc. Before the operation you can let the blotting paper soak in a fluid condenser and get dry again. Moreover, you must concentrate on the idea that this intelligence is allied to the sign and will react to it at any time and be always willing to perform that which you, the magician, want it to perform. You must be aware of the fact that it is not you who draws the aforementioned sign, but God, and that therefore the intelligence will render absolute obedience to God. With this meditative attitude in mind, a failure is quite impossible. With regard to the various spheres, the blotting paper must have the following shapes. For the sphere of Saturn, a triangle. Of Jupiter, a quadrangle. Of Mars, a pentagon. Of the Sun, a hexagon. Of Venus, a heptagon. Of Mercury, an octagon. Of the Moon, a nonagon. As far as the Earth zone or any other zones are concerned, the round shape of the seal is to be maintained. Your seal is now ready and you can start preparing the circle and the triangle. If you have a circle sewn into a piece of cloth or painted on a piece of paper, you put it on the floor beside the triangle and once more run over its lines with the magic wand or with your right hand, or with one finger of your right hand, meditating on the idea that they represent the eternity, the microcosm and macrocosm, that they are symbolizing the whole universe in its great and in its small aspect. The circle, in the middle of which you must stand when calling the intelligence, is for you the small and the great world. Your meditative attitude must be so strong that no other idea can exist in your mind at that moment. You follow the same procedure when redrawing the triangle, which represents the three-dimensional world, that is, the mental, astral and physical world. In order that the intelligence you intend to evoke should appear not only in its mental, but also in its astral and physical shape, you must include this wish when you concentrate on your meditative attitude towards the triangle. Your imagination at the moment of drawing, that is, redrawing, the magic triangle is as important and essential as the drawing, that is, redrawing, of the magic circle. The magician determines the shape and the range of effectivity of the intelligence that is to appear. If he omits this, Hagil will only appear to him in her mental shape and will consequently only be present in the magician's mind. The manifestation of Hagil would not succeed, not as far as her appearance and, naturally, also not as far as her influencing power is concerned. If these preparations are finished, too, you put the triangle in front of the circle and place the seal prepared in the middle of the triangle. Some magicians intensify the three-dimensional effect of the being to be evoked by placing into each corner of the triangle a small spirit lamp and by lighting it. The fuel he uses must be an extract of spirit and chamomile, that is, a fluid condenser in which the magician has already accumulated, by the help of imagination, the three-dimensional world. When the spirit lamps, which are provided with small wicks, are burning, much like the spirit lamps of laboratories, the power of imagination concentrated in the fuel slowly expands in the room as the fuel slowly evaporates. By this, the materialization of the evoked being is supported. However, the setting up of spirit lamps is not absolutely necessary, but it is a good aid, especially for beginners, for a beginner in evocational practice needs many more supports than a magician with experience in this kind of work. Beginners may place such lamps, in regular intervals, not only in the triangle but also along the line inside the circle. The number of lamps to be placed inside the circle depends on the analogous number of the relevant planet. In our case, an intelligence is involved which belongs to the sphere of Venus, to which the number 7 appertains. For your information, the relevant numbers are given below which belong to the planets. If necessary, use. For the Earth zone, 10 lamps. For zone of the Moon, 9 lamps. Of Mercury, 8 lamps. Of Venus, 7 lamps. Of the Sun, 6 lamps. Of Mars, 5 lamps. Of Jupiter, 4 lamps. Of Saturn, 3 lamps. The magician may also symbolize the element in the circle, in which case he only needs 4 lamps. He himself stands in the middle of the circle as the 5th element, as the representative of the occult principle. When setting up the lamps, the magician takes into consideration the 4 cardinal points and places a lamp in the east, west, south, and north side of the circle. It is entirely left to the magician either to express by the lamps the planetary number or to symbolize the elements. Of course, it is also possible for him to draw 3 circles. In the middle circle he puts 4 lamps, as the symbol of the elements. Into the external circles he places the number of lamps analogous to the symbolic number of the planet from which the being is to be called. Naturally, the setting up of lamps will complicate the preparations for the evocation, but the person able to provide himself with such lamps should not desist from using this aid, for the more aids to support his consciousness he has at the beginning, the better will he succeed. The censer now comes into the picture. The magician either places it between the circle and the triangle or directly into the triangle. The censer is either filled with burning charcoal, or has a wick and over this a little copper plate fixed. This plate is heated by the flame. The powder in the censer must in all cases correspond to the being's sphere and is to be placed on the plate. Since, in our case, we are dealing with an intelligence from Venus, ground cinnamon bark will suffice as incense. Only a small quantity should be used so that the room just faintly smells of cinnamon. Cinnamon tincture can also be used, and a few drops of this substance must then be poured on the copper plate. You will get this liquid substance from any chemist, though you may also prepare it yourself, if you wish. Just mix normal cinnamon with 2/3 of spirit of wine and let it stand and draw for 8 days. After this period filter it and the cinnamon tincture is ready for use. If, during magical operations, you do not intend to work with a censer, put a few drops of cinnamon tincture on a piece of blotting paper. In either case the smell of cinnamon will create a temple atmosphere agreeable to the intelligence of Hagil, and this atmosphere will also help with the materialization of the intelligence in our physical world. The censoring of the room, however, is not at all so important as some books would have it. It is just another aid. Surplus censoring of the room usually has the disadvantage of making the magician to cough, which is neither desirable nor agreeable. Pernicious poisoning drugs and mixtures of narcotic substances will never be used by a true magician. If the magician is dealing with a being not belonging to any of the 7 planetary spheres and is not sure about the exact analogy in respect of the incense, he may use a universal fluid condenser when he senses his room. This rule is mainly applicable for beings coming from the Earth zone. The fluid condenser has to be appropriately impregnated, that is, the accumulation of the light fuel has to be carried out at the same time as the magician is concentrating on the wish for success. Below you will find a list of the incenses to be applied for the various spheres. It must, however, be pointed out that incense can only serve as an aid for the materialization at the beginning. It is by no means absolutely necessary. 1. Zone girdling the earth. Sage powder and elderpith, in equal parts. 2. Moon sphere. Aloe powder as the only drug to be used, or intensified in the form of a mixture in equal parts of aloe, white poppy, storax, benzoe and pulveris camphoris, of the latter, however, only a very small pinch. 3. Mercury sphere. Use mastic as the only incense, or, as an intensifying mixture, equal parts of mastic, incense, carnation blossoms, aniseed, juniper wood, chamomile blossoms and valerian roots, everything in pulverized state. 4. Venus sphere. Take pulverized cinnamon as the only incense, or pulverized cinnamon flowers, Flores cassia, in intensified form, cinnamon, rose blossoms, coriander seed, quiandel blossoms, not lavender, but Flores serpulae, lily blossoms, all in equal quantities and pulverized state. 5. Sun sphere. As an isolated incense use sandalwood powder, as an intensified substance use a mixture of the following drugs: sandalwood powder, myrrh, aloewood powder, incense, saffron, carnation blossoms, laurel leaves, all in equal quantities. 6. Mars sphere. As an isolated incense pulverized seeds of onions may be used, as an intensified substance use the following mixture: seeds of onions, leaves of stinging nettles, grains of mustard seed, hemp seeds, rue leaves and peppermint leaves, all in equal quantities and in pulverized form. 7. Jupiter sphere. Use as an isolated incense pulverized saffron, and as an intensified incense take a mixture of saffron, linseed, roots of the violet, peony blossoms, betony leaves and birch leaves, an equal quantity of each in pulverized state. 8. Saturn sphere. As an isolated incense, use pulverized black poppy seed. As an intensified incense, take a mixture of the following in pulverized state and in equal quantities: black poppy seeds, willow leaves, rue leaves, fern, cumin, fennel seeds. For all other spheres, a substance in form of a universal mixture will suffice: church incense, myrrh, storax, benzoe, and aloe, pulverized and in equal quantities. For each act of censoring, only the point of a knife should be used, either with a uniform drug or the mixture for each evocation. It is not necessary to fill the room with dense smoke, it quite suffices just to have the smell of the relevant drugs. Having done this, another preparatory step of the evocation has been completed, and you can now start with the actual evocation. Since we are dealing, in the assumed case, with Hagiel, that is, with a positive planetary intelligence, you may fasten your magic sword to your magic belt, on the left side of your body. If you have among your magical implements a dagger, you also put this implement under your belt, for a good being, no matter from which sphere it may come, will hardly ever require the use of a sword or a dagger. If, however, you were dealing with a demonic being, you would have to hold the dagger or sword in your right hand as the symbol of victory. Your magic wand would, in such a case, have to be in your left. By putting the sword to your belt, you express the idea that the being concerned will not have to be forced by any means to do your will. With regard to stubborn beings, the magician will not be able to do without the sword or dagger. Negative beings are ordered by the magician, with the help of the flaming sword as the symbol of victory, to render him absolute obedience and to do whatever he wants. There exists not one demonic being which the magician would not be able to make obedient to his will. All he needs to do is to hold the point of his sword in the direction of the place where he wants the being to appear, and the negative being will immediately do what the magician orders it to do. Since every being has a drive of self-preservation, all demons are afraid of the magic sword or dagger, for in true relationship with God a magic sword or dagger would, to speak symbolically, tear a demon to pieces. Take your magic wand into your right hand, step into the center of the circle and concentrate on the idea that you are the center, that you are God, the sovereign of all spheres, and that you are with your all-consciousness at the same moment in the Venus sphere. As a divine principle, you call in your mind the intelligence Hagiel as if you would call its name, in your mind, throughout the whole sphere of the Venus. You must be convinced that your calling the name is heard everywhere in the Venus sphere, and that Hagiel, acknowledging you as her God, also hears you. Remain in this state of stress for a few moments, for your spirit will then conceive that Hagiel is answering you in your mind. Since you are in the Venus sphere with your all-consciousness, you will first register Hagiel's voice as if it were coming from the inmost depth of your own spirit. As soon as you hear the voice of Hagiel, and as soon as you are sure that you see the spirit being, you return to your soul, keeping up your consciousness of being God himself, and you will find yourself reunited with your soul within your physical body. Now call for Hagiel again, this time actually whispering, and repeat the name a few times in the same manner. You will at once realize that Hagiel is already in your astral atmosphere, that she is already present in your room. If your operations have been successfully carried on up to this moment where Hagiel has come to your place of working, above the seal, then call in an undertone, or even aloud, that Hagiel should appear to you physically. At the moment of transition from the astral to the physical world, never forget to convince yourself of the three forms of existence of your personality, so that you feel yourself allied to the astral body as a spirit, and that you are with both these bodies at the same time in your physical body. This act of self-control is to help the being to follow the course of your thoughts and to betake itself from its own sphere into the sphere which you have prepared for it in your room. This means that the being appears in its mental and astral shape, and that, depending on your power to materialize, it also assumes a physically condensed body. You can now see and hear Hagiel in your magic triangle, or, if you have appropriately prepared your magic mirror for the appearance of this intelligence, Hagiel will appear in the mirror in accordance with her symbolic layout of the qualities of the Venus sphere, so that you are able to contact Hagiel consciously. Hagiel will appear in the shape of a queen with a most beautiful face, clear eyes, and a well-shaped body. She is dressed in a green dress embroidered with gold, and her head is ornamented with a royal crown. Her voice is so delightful that it cannot be described, and everybody would regard Hagiel as the incarnation of beauty. Now it is up to you to tell this intelligence what you desire. If you intend to contact Hagiel repeatedly, then do not forget to make arrangements at this first meeting, in which simple manner you may in future call this high and beautiful spirit being. If you are interested, you can also win Hagiel's servants for you. These are usually represented to the magician in their female shape. The servants of the Venus Queen are also very beautiful, as the magician may see himself. Evocations like these will bring you the most diverse experiences. To give you details on them in this connection is quite impossible. It is, however, left to the magician's own will to gain as much experience as he wants. I can only give here a few hints from my own experience as to how he has to go about, as a genuine magician, the evocation of beings. If you have reached an agreement with Hagiel on everything, and if Hagiel has promised to fulfill your wishes, you can be sure that she will really keep her promise. All that now remains for you to do is to send this intelligence off again. You offer your thanks quite individually, for instance, by expressing your pleasure in the fact that Hagiel wholly acknowledges you as a genuine magician and is obedient to you, and then you ask the intelligence to return to her own sphere. With your all-consciousness you place yourself into the Venus sphere and concentrate by means of the imagination that Hagiel is returning from the partial sphere of your room to her domicile. After having done this meditative step, you return as a magician from your all-consciousness to your normal consciousness, thereby bringing the evocation to an end. Staying in the room in which you have carried out the evocation, you will find yourself, for a while after Hagiel's departure, in a state of happiness. A feeling of bliss will pervade you, and, as if dominated by true happiness, you will find yourself in a state of exaltation. If you please, you may remain in the room within the magic circle for some time and reconstruct the whole experience with Hagiel once more in your mind, so that you will remember well every part of it when you completely finish your evocation. By help of imagination you dissolve the accumulated light into the universe, take the sign out of the triangle and put it away in safe keeping. You can leave the circle without any danger, put out the lamps, etc. All magical instruments and aids are returned to their repository. If Hagiel has informed you of any special knowledge which you should not put down in writing, but merely keep well in your head, the knowledge being intended for you alone, then you must comply with such a wish. Otherwise you enter the procedure of the whole evocation into your diary to enable you to keep a good control over your workings and to have a reference book for them. You can follow the same procedure as with Hagiel in respect of any other being from any other sphere. By and by you will also become a perfect master in this respect, and your personal experience will grow immensely. The description of the practice of a magical evocation is herewith completed. Part 2, Hierarchy. Hierarchy. In this part of the book a description will be given only of those beings which I contacted personally a long time ago, either by evocations or by mental wandering to the various planes and spheres, for to describe all the beings of the entire hierarchy is something quite impossible. However, this does not mean that the magician is strictly bound to the hierarchic order given below and that he should only get into contact with the beings mentioned here. If he uses other sources giving information on certain beings, he should be able to gain control over such beings, too, and have his eventual wishes fulfilled. The magic literature has a lot of books dealing with different beings, their seals, etc., and the magician is free to use these too. I deliberately desist from writing about demons of any rank and sphere in order to prevent, from the beginning, any negative application. Nevertheless, due to his development up to now and due to the exact instructions here given, the magician will be able to evoke demons also and to get them under his control. Apart from that, many a work of magical literature, be it an ancient or a modern one, will offer him further information on demons of various spheres, of their faculties, seals, etc. The magician will be able to place any being, positive or negative, into its correct order of the relevant zone or sphere according to the hierarchy laid out here. The beings mentioned here are known only to a few initiates who have had connections with them, therefore the magician may, if he likes, use this hierarchy for his work. If he gets into contact with any being during his mental or astral wandering, he is able to name at once the sphere from which this being comes. In cases like these, the esoteric synthesis of astrology as well as the Quabala with its analogies will serve him well. A person knowing much about Quabala will give at once the right name to a being, judging from its qualities, color, etc., without being deluded by the possibility that the being might, at that moment, be given another name than its usual one. The magician knows that the name is actually the mirror of the being's true fundamental qualities. Each seal, which actually represents the being's fundamental qualities, is used in the magic of evocation to call the relevant being, by the help of its sigil, into the triangle in front of the circle. After the operation, the seal may be destroyed. In this case, if the seal was drawn on a piece of blotting paper soaked with a fluid condenser with the corresponding planetary color, the seal is destroyed in its elements in a manner which depends on the element to which it has reference. Thus, seals of beings of the fire and air principle are to be burnt, seals of beings of the water principle must be torn to pieces and thrown into flowing water, seals of beings of the earth principle must be buried. Furthermore, beings may be called by talismans. In such a case, the relevant signs are to be engraved on apt metal plates and should be placed in the triangle before the circle at the time of the first evocation or contact. The being evoked must then acknowledge this seal and get into contact with it, that is, with its relevant sphere, by itself. Such a seal need naturally not be destroyed, but can be put away with the being's consent. If the magician wants to contact the being in order to see it in his magic mirror, or if he wants to have it fulfill a certain wish, he needs only to take the seal into his hand. All details, of course, depend upon a mutual agreement with the being. Years ago I used to take a seal with a certain being's character engraved on it in one hand, and with it draw the sigil in the air in a magical, that is, three-dimensional, manner. By doing this, the sign was transposed directly into the occult principle. At once I was in contact with the being, as I wished it. This, of course, may only serve as an example, for a magician who wants to contact a certain being may make his individual arrangements. Should a magician want to keep up a constant connection with a certain sphere or being, he needs only to carry the seal with him all the time, either as an amulet, a ring, or anything similar. However, it is not wise to wear an amulet for a long time with the sign of a being, for the magician would become too dependent on the being and could lose his equilibrium and magical authority. A well-trained magician is able to manufacture, at any time, his own seal, after having got the being under his control, and to engrave on it the character of that being in the form of the relevant sign, and he can then charge the seal himself, in the magical way, with the being's qualities, without having to contact the being for this purpose, that is, without any preceding evocation. The charging of the seal has to be carried out in the way indicated in Initiation into Hermetics, in the chapter dealing with the charging of talismans. But it is important to know that the magician can only practice this if he is master over the being in question. If he carries out this practice though he has not full control over the being, he puts himself into immediate connection with the being's character and sphere regardless of his wishing to do so or not. The magical charging of seals in talisman shape may therefore not be carried out, unless the magician has already become absolute master of the being or intelligence by magical evocation. Now I am going to introduce the hierarchy of spirit beings, one after the other, and will name some beings and intelligences of every sphere. This may serve as a guide. As already mentioned, each sphere, according to our measurements, is inhabited by millions of beings, all of which have different ranks due to their different qualities and each are given certain ranges of influencing power. I have set under individual chapters the beings and intelligences with which I have maintained personal contact. Apart from these, I have also dealt with many others of the most diverse spheres, but the ones mentioned below may serve the magician well as guiding principles for magical evocations, for it must eventually be left to him to compile his own hierarchy of beings he gets into contact with by transposing his consciousness into one sphere or the other. 1. Beings of the Four Elements. Figure 1, Piram. In the kingdom of the elements, Piram is a powerful spirit of fire in the rank of a king or sovereign. A great number of fire spirits are subject to his power and are constantly at his disposal. He will reveal special methods to the magician who rules him, methods by which the magician may have striking successes with the help of the fire element. Piram may also put spirits of the elements at the magician's disposal who, being in possession of the same powers as he himself, are able to bring about the same effects as he himself would do. From Piram one can learn about everything that may be achieved magically by the pure element of fire. Also, in cases where influences through the fire element are involved, Piram can bring about the desired effect. Every magician getting into personal contact with this fire spirit will be able to convince himself of his versatility. The sign of his seal must be drawn in red color on a piece of blotting paper at the time of his first evocation. One may also use a small iron plate instead of the blotting paper, and engrave the sign of seal on it. A talisman produced in this manner must, however, always have the shape of a pentagon. The latter statement goes for all signs of seals for beings of the fire principle. Figure 2, Aftif, is also a spirit of the fire having the same rank as Piram. He therefore is able to bring about the same effects as Piram. The only difference between the two lies in the fact that Aftif is not so active as Piram and therefore is easier to control. He has a greater affection for human beings and can give the magician various magical information on the fire element, for instance, how, by help of the fire element and various effective rites, excellent effects can be obtained and the like. Aftif will initiate the magician, should he wish it, thoroughly into the magic of the fire element, using special methods for this purpose. He is also quite willing to offer the magician the services of the being subject to his authority, and confers the same powers that he himself possesses to them. The sign of his seal must also be drawn in red color for the first evocation. Figure 3, Orudu, is a much dreaded spirit of high rank in the realm of fire. Employing his subjects, he causes outbreaks of volcanoes either directly or indirectly, and he instigates all matters that are connected with fierce and great fires. The latter may not only be caused by him, but can also be controlled and stilled by him. The magician with Orudu under his control and as his friend can achieve great things with the help of the fire element. Orudu, too, like the other two spirits of the fire, may provide the magician with subordinated fire spirits, and many a magician has been able to achieve many magical arts with the help of the fire element and assisted by the beings Orudu placed at his disposal. The sign of Orudu seal has to be drawn in yellow color for his first evocation. Figure 4, Itumo, sign to be drawn in yellow color, is also a male being of the fire, who likes to be, and to move about, near the surface of our earth and who has a special capability of causing heavy thunderstorms, preferably cloudburst, by means of his subjects. Controlled by a magician, he instructs him how to cause various types of thunderstorms with his servants and how to stop them. Everything that may happen in a thunderstorm is affected by Itumo. By his assistance and by the help of his servants I have often successfully influenced thunderstorms. Figure 5, Koroman, sign to be drawn in red color, has the rank of a potential head with legions of beings fulfilling various tasks in the fire element. Koroman controls the fire element in the three kingdoms, the kingdoms of men, animals, and plants, and may have effects through them. He can offer reliable subjects who are able to help the magician by the force of the fire element in any respect, regardless whether he operates ritually with the subordinated spirits or whether he has his influence work by the magic of sympathy. Koroman can introduce the magician to a great number of practices, especially the curing of sick people who may be treated with the fire element. Figure 6, Tafath, sign to be drawn in red color, is, like the above-mentioned being, also a friend of men. He is able to assist the magician in a number of alchemical operations and to protect him by his element, that is, the element of fire. He, too, makes the magician succeed in various magical operations with the fire element and teaches him to recognize the various states in alchemical operations and to know and control the individual procedures. Tafath, too, puts at the magician's disposal good subordinated beings who can help him in many ways to work successfully with the element of fire. Figure 7, Ahriman, sign to be drawn in blue color, is a powerful fire spirit who, too, can help the magician with many magical practices for which the use of the fire element is essential. His fundamental qualities of pyrotechnics enable him to make the magician acquainted with the art of pyrotechnics, which may later also be practiced, ritually by the magician himself or by Ahriman's subordinate beings now put at his disposal. Ahriman and his subordinates like to control the work done in gorges and like to be about places where manual or mechanical work is done by the help of fire. The magician receives the most interesting information from Ahriman and his subordinated beings on everything that has to do with pyrotechnics. Figure 8, Amtaphel, sign to be drawn in blue color, is by no means lower in rank and power than the beings of the fire element already mentioned. This fire spirit shows the magician how he can be effective in the kingdom of the fire element. He instructs him how to assert his magical authority there so that he has complete control over any being of the fire element. Amtaphel therefore is an excellent initiator into the so-called magic of the fire. The magician is taught by him how to defend himself against the element of the fire in order to become unassailable by fire, that is, invulnerable up to a certain degree. The magician is then afterwards able to take burning coals into his hands without suffering any harm. But also many other magic arts which can be realized by the fire element are freely revealed to the magician by Amtaphel. Nevertheless, Amtaphel is, even if completely controlled, rather a dangerous fire spirit. Many such fire spirits of the same rank with whom I formerly had communication could be mentioned here. However, the above 8 examples will be sufficient for the magician. As far as the beings of the airy element are concerned, also 8 names of heads, together with the signs of their seals, will be given here. They are: Figure 25, Parahim, Figure 26, Apilki, Figure 27, Urkaya, Figure 28, Dalap, Figure 29, Kapisai, Figure 30, Drisophi, Figure 31, Glisi, Figure 32, Kargost. However, I desist from giving any closer description of these intelligences for the simple reason that beings of the air are, apart from being very shy, not at all pleased with men. It takes much effort to force them down, and only a genuine magician will succeed in getting them entirely under his control. The things that the airy beings taught me were later also communicated by any head of the zone girdling the earth. The reader will be given more information on this zone and its beings in the 2nd chapter of the hierarchy. Each magician is able to find the evidence for these statements by his own practical experience. Next are 8 beings of the water element. Figure 9, Amasol, red color to be used for the first evocation, is commissioned to cause storms on the sea either by himself or by his subjects, or to calm them depending on what divine providence has ordered him to do. Amasol informs the magician how to get under his control, from the magical as well as the quabalistic point of view, the magnetic power of the water. He places at the magician's disposal also excellent subordinated beings who help to realize his wishes by the watery element. Figure 10, Ardifni, color of sign also red, is a good initiator and teaches the magician how he should, by force of the water element, work his influence by ritual magic on man and animal in the right manner. If the influenced object gets somehow into contact with the water element, for instance by rain, washing, drinking of beverages etc., then Ardifni or his servants will help to speed up the influence and, in consequence, to realize the magician's desires. Figure 11, Isophil, color of sign, silvery white, is a very beautiful ruler in the kingdom of the water element. To describe her beauty by words would give much difficulty even to a talented poet. Isophil has many servants known as water fairies or nymphs. Isophil knows many magic secrets in relation with operations with the element of water and can give the magician much information and reveal to him many practices. However, a magician has to be very careful with Isophil, just the same as he has to take heed in respect to the following sovereign mistress called Amu, that he does not lose his head when working with them. Both are experts in binding men by their beauty and taking possession of them. If the genuine magician wants it, Isophil will be pleased to place the being subordinated to her at his disposal. Figure 12, Amu, color of sign also silvery white. This female ruler also possesses a great number of watery beings subordinated to her. If the magician intends to keep up a connection with a Mu, he will be instructed by her how to get fish and other water animals under his power. So, if the magician busies himself, in this material world, with fishing or rearing fish or the like, he will get from a Mu useful advice and instructions which will enable him to control completely everything that swims or creeps in the water. Also, a Mu will place at the magician's disposal subordinate beings who will contribute to the realization of his wishes. Figure 13, Aposto, color of sign, red, is again a male being in the kingdom of the water element and rules over all brooks and rivers, small and large. He informs the magician about what is at the bottom of brooks and rivers and at which place under water he can find jewels and semijewels. Aposto is completely acquainted with the magic of the water principle. If the magician asks for subordinates, Aposto will be pleased to let him have them. Such subordinates have often saved people, swimming or doing other water sports, from drowning. Besides this, the magician may learn from these beings where to find the bodies of drowned people. Figure 14, Hermit, color of sign also red, has almost the same qualities as Aposto. Figure 13. Hermit introduces the magician into the magic of the water element and furthermore teaches him how to manufacture from this element magic vaults for certain purposes. Hermit will gladly place his servants at the magician's disposal. His fundamental qualities are to make human beings love each other by help of the water elements. With women, Hermit is, in this respect, especially influential. Figure 15, Osipe, color of sign, blue, is a most beautiful female water being and not only a complete ruler over this element, but also of the magic of the water. She likes very much to introduce the magician into the rhythm of the water element by the magic of sounds. She is an excellent singer and dancer, as are also her subordinate beings experts in these arts, and they perform the nicest dances and accompany them with lovely songs. If the magician resists the tempting invitations of this female ruler and gets her under his power, she will place at his disposal several beings subordinate to her. I know from my own experience that she likes to serve quite by herself the magician who rules her. Figure 16, Istifal, sign of color also blue, is mentioned here as the last example of a water being. She, too, has a female shape. Apart from being able to make the magician better acquainted with the magic of water, she can, if he so wishes, make him see pictures of the past, present or future on the surface of waters or other liquids. She is mistress in the task of bringing about various transformations which can be caused by the element of the water. Amongst other things, she teaches the magician, should he wish it, how he can cause love in friends or enemies, either by magical practice alone or by the assistance of her beings. Many a magician has already been ruined by Istifal when she succeeded in binding him by her great art in erotic love and by her beauty. By getting into touch with Istifal, magicians usually lost their interests in any further, more essential connections. Therefore, every magician should always remember that he should rule and never succumb to any being, no matter of whatever rank or from whatever sphere. The above described beings are, of course, not the only ones in the water element, and the magician may, if he likes, get into touch with further beings of equal rank. Here are now a few beings of the fourth element, the element of the earth. Figure 17, Mentifil, color of sign for the first evocation must be black, is a mighty king of gnomes in the kingdom under the earth. He is equipped with many powers and qualities. This ruler can inform the magician about all medicinal herbs and make him acquainted with the preparation and effect of herbs and medicines against all types of diseases from which man or animal may suffer. Apart from this, Mentifil is a master in alchemical work and reveals to the magician how the prima materia can be transformed into the philosopher's stone, that is, how the lapis philosophorum is won. He has a great number of gnomes as subjects who help him with his work and doings in the kingdom of the earth. The magician who has control over this spirit of the earth has also a good friend and may learn much from this powerful ruler of the element of the earth and enrich his knowledge with many a secret. Figure 18, Ordifi, color of his sign, black, is also a mighty king of gnomes. He influences greatly all metals that are to be found under the surface of the earth. If the magician so wishes, Orphi will lead him through his kingdom and show him all treasures that are under the earth in the form of ore. He, too, has a great number of gnomes subordinated to him who do the work designated to them under the surface of the earth. Some of them guard the ores, others work on their refinement and maintenance. Orphi likes to place gnomes at the disposal of the magician, which will at any time assist him in his operations with the earthly element. However, the magician must be careful not to request anything coarsely materialistic from him, and he must never use these spirit servants for avaricious purposes. He would, in that case, always be in danger of having immense difficulties in getting out of the range and power of this king of gnomes. Figure 19, a rover, color of sign also black, is the next mighty ruler in the kingdom of gnomes. Apart from the usual range of powers appertaining to a spirit of the earth, a rover has been specially ordered to guard all stones and precious stones to be found in the earth. He is able to change pebbles into precious stones, and he can teach the magician how to load stones with the element of the earth or by any other methods for special purposes. The occult meaning of all precious stones is well known to a rover, and the magician can find out about this especially for producing talismans, lucky stones, etc. Should the magician request it, this powerful ruler over gnomes can place at his disposal many subjects of his kingdom. But the magician must take heed not to succumb to the brilliant appearance of a rover. He should not mind being taught certain things by beings like this, but he should never ask for anything material of them, for they like to see magicians take presents in order to make them dependent. Figure 20, Ldura, color of sign also black, is another powerful ruler over gnomes who is commissioned with crystallization in the earth principle. His biggest range of power lies under the earth where there are crystal products like salts, for instance. From Idura the magician will find out where to look for stone, salt or other compounds, and will be taught by this king of gnomes how salts in general develop, is informed about their chemical and hermetic analogies, and will learn, at the same time, the occult use of various kinds of salt for magical purposes by the element of the earth. Idura knows many secret methods such as how various salts are derived from plants and minerals, and is quite willing to inform the magician about this. He also introduces him to their practical use for medical, alchemical purposes, etc. A magician may learn a great deal of things from Idura that mere book learning could never give him. Figure 21, Musa, color of sign, brown, is also one of the powerful kings of gnomes and a specialist in the magic of the earth. He informs the magician about the electromagnetic drifts inside the earth, how to control them practically and how to make use of them. Furthermore, Musa will introduce the magician to the magic of nature, which he is able to practice by the plus and the minus of the earth, that is, by the electric and magnetic fluids. He also learns from this king of gnomes how these two radiations, which by chemical disintegration influence the life on and under the earth, originate from the hermetic point of view. In the kingdom of the element of the earth, Musa is one of the most respected beings. He may be called a genuine magician of the earth. Figure 22, Nekas, color of the sign, brown dash, also one of the rulers of gnomes, will explain to the magician the hermetic procedure of vegetation and its occult meaning. From Nekas the magician can find out how trees, vegetables and all other plants are being nourished by the drifts and powers under the earth. He will be informed by him how to accelerate and control the life of vegetation by the magic of the elements. Figure 23, Irami, color of sign, black, is regarded as a powerful gnome magician. If requested, he will teach the magician who controls him all about the magic of sympathy and make him acquainted with the preparation of the earth mirror and the various fluid condensers. Besides this, he will initiate him into the practical application of the earth element. The magician will also learn from Irami how to protect himself against various dangers by the help of the earth element. Irami may reveal a great number of secrets regarding the magic of the kingdom of the elements, and he will be pleased to let his servants work for the magician. Figure 24, Andemo, color of sign, black, like Irami, has an affection for human beings. He is well informed about everything that takes place in caves, grottos, subterranean waters, coal mines, etc. His special commission is to give shelter and assistance to all those people that are under the earth and have to work there. He is a great friend of all miners. A magician who is in his favor will always be protected by Andemo, no matter wherever under the earth he may be. Since he is well acquainted with alchemy, he may also assist, theoretically and practically, the magician in this respect. My own experience makes me point out to every magician that Andemo may easily tempt him to project physically, either directly by himself or by the help of one of his subjects, a burning stone, the so-called living sulfur. If, in such a case, the magician, during the projection of the stone, takes the stone into his hand, he will get badly burned by it. Andemo likes to place such stones before the magician's feet or before the magic circle. You must leave this stone untouched and order Andemo to take it away again. If the magician touches the burning sulfur transmuted by Andemo from the principle of the earth, i.e., prepared by methods of alchemy, with the sign of Andemo's seal, which he earlier drew on a second piece of parchment and had magically prepared, the parchment with the sign of the seal will catch fire and the sulfur stone at once turn into the true alchemical projection powder of a red color, the so-called red lion. This powder then is quite safe and may be gathered up with a glass spoon and stored away in a well shut-up glass. This kind of projection powder usually has a projection capacity of 1 to 10,000 and is the philosopher's stone in its purest form. However, the magician may then be tempted to use this powder for making gold or prolonging his own life. If the magician is misled by such temptations, he would conclude, by such alchemical operations, a formal pact with the said being. The magician is therefore warned in advance not to do such a rashness and never to practice alchemy in such a manner. Not even in case he assumes that he is mature and experienced enough in everything that has to do with the science of magic, for he might, nevertheless, be misled to take an ill-considered step. When dealing personally with Andemo, I had the opportunity of convincing myself of these facts, but I ordered Andemo to take the powder back to his own kingdom. At that moment it disappeared at once, with a hissing sound. The 8 beings of the earth element mentioned above may be enough for the magician, for he is able to gather individual experience by his own practical work. However, I must point out again to every magician that he must not be the first to start the conversation with a being that is being evoked for the first time. Furthermore, it must be mentioned here that every being appears in a different way. I have desisted from describing each being's color, height, shape and way of speaking, for it would be of little value to the practicing magician. It could even happen that due to a full description the magician, at the moment of evocation, could be deluded by his power of imagination, and, in consequence, would create an elemental instead of evoking the actual being. Such an elemental would then take on the shape of the being. In order to prevent this, no details have been given here about the outer appearance of any being. The genuinely prepared magician will never be misled by hallucinations and will not create phantoms or anything of that sort. If he has done the necessary magical preparations well, he will always get the true being under his control and will see it, hear it, and feel it. 2. Some original intelligences of the zone girdling the earth. As soon as the magician practicing ritual magic has become true master of the beings of the elements, he may take a further step in his magical development and start dealing with the next sphere, with the zone girdling the earth, that is, the mental astral sphere of our planet. Many beings abide in this earth zone or zone girdling the earth, with whom the magician can get in touch in order to increase his knowledge and to strengthen his power. Out of this sphere I again name in the following those beings with whom I have been in connection a long time ago. The magician can of course establish a connection with other beings of this sphere by mental and astral wandering too. Figure 1, Ashmunadai, is a powerful initiate in the zone girdling the earth. He has the rank of an absolute monarch. His universal seal, as shown in picture 1, is very complicated, but is a graphical representation of all the fundamental qualities with which this high intelligence is equipped with regard to the zone girdling the earth and also with regard to our physical world. For the first evocation, this seal has to be drawn in blue, red, green and yellow colors and has to be placed into the triangle outside the magic circle in front of the magician. As soon as he has been able to contact Ashmunadai, he will get from him an abbreviated sign, see figure 2/8, by the help of which the magician will be able to call the intelligence. This simplified sign of Ashmunadai's seal must not be used unless approved by Ashmunadai. Ashmunadai can make the magician acquainted with all laws governing the mental and astral sphere of the zone girdling the earth and enable him to apply these laws. With Ashmunadai's help, the magician can get under his control the total zone girdling the earth and gain plenty of knowledge. Since Ashmunadai is in possession of a great number of servants, he can place at the magician's disposal, if asked by him, servants who will assist him either in the zone girdling the earth or in our physical world and do everything he wants. Figure 2, Eladia, and Figure 3, Colorum, are Ashmunadai's representatives and his first subjects. The signs for their seals have to be drawn in black color for their first evocation. Eladia has an excellent control over the elements of the zone girdling the earth. To make this evident, I should like to point out figure 4, that is, Jibora, and to say that during my former contact with Eladia I was given by him both name and seal to control gales and thunderstorms. When pronouncing the name of Jibora and drawing the sign into the air with the magic hand, Eladia will enable the magician to calm at once all gales, thunderstorms, and heavy winds. Of course, this sign does not become magically effective unless the contact has been taken up with Ashmunadai and his two representatives. Figure 5, Seela, color of the sign, green, is another head of the zone girdling the earth and can explain to the magician all symbols, that is, he teaches the magician to understand perfectly the symbolic language of forms. If the magician has a good command of the symbolic language of solid forms, he knows, also, the analogous connection of each form with the universal laws and therefore also with the occult principle. Figure 6, Lilitha, color of sign, red, is a female original intelligence of the zone girdling the earth, like Ashmunadai, knows all magic practices in respect of that sphere as well as in respect of our planet. Figure 7, Asamark, color of the sign, red and blue, being an original intelligence of the zone girdling the earth, controls the true legality, that is, the laws of analogy of the zone girdling the earth and of the physical world, and he can teach the magician about this. Being a high intelligence, he can make the magician acquainted with the highest knowledge of the zone girdling the earth and at the same time teach him how to make practical use of this knowledge. Figure 9, Emuel, colors of his sign, red, blue, black, can explain to the magician the synthesis of the positive and negative in respect of propagation, that is, reveal to him the original secret of life. Figure 10, Ubave, colors of sign, red and blue, informs the magician about how the influences of the moon sphere work on the zone girdling the earth and on our physical world, mentally, astrally and physically. Figure 11, Osoel, colors of sign, red, blue and green, introduces the magician to the electric and magnetic oscillations of the zone girdling the earth and helps him understand and control the influences of these oscillations on our physical world. This intelligence also makes the magician acquainted with the true electric and magnetic fluids in the mental and physical world and teaches him how to apply them correctly. Osoel is an expert in producing electromagnetic volts for certain purposes and may give the magician the respective instructions. Figure 12, Gojul, colors of sign, red, black and green, is a specialist in the chemical composition of all things created. The magician may learn much from this intelligence about the various chemical compounds, powers and so on and the practical application for the magical knowledge. Figure 13, Armiel, colors of sign, red, blue and black, knows about all alchemical processes. He can teach the magician the secrets of the transmutations of metals, that is, he can, for instance, inform him how the philosopher's stone is to be made in a dry process and what preparations are necessary for this. Figure 14, Amuthim, colors of sign, red, blue and green, teaches the magician how to transform any shape magically into another shape, that is, he can reveal to the magician the secrets of dematerialization and materialization of objects. Figure 15, Koel, colors of sign, red and blue, acquaints the magician with the law of analogies of the animal kingdom and teaches him how to magically influence animals by force of the laws of analogies. Figure 16, colors of sign, red, blue and green, shows the magician the symbolic representation of the electric and magnetic influence in respect of its effect on the zone girdling the earth. Any being of the zone girdling the earth can make the magician acquainted with this symbolism of the influences on the three-dimensional world. However, if the magician meditates deeply enough on this sign, he will by himself find the explanation for the symbolic analogies. Figure 17, AEOIU, colors of sign, red, blue and green, teaches the magician who has placed himself into the zone girdling the earth to draw the powers of electric and magnetic tides in a three-dimensional manner from other spheres into the zone girdling the earth and from there into the physical world. This intelligence knows how to charge any object in a three-dimensional manner with the said powers and teaches the magician how to do it. Figure 18, Juia, colors of sign, red, blue, green and violet, shows the magician how to penetrate the consciousness and subconsciousness of any being and how to get control over it. Figure 19, Nahum, colors of sign, red, blue and violet, reveals to the magician a special magical practice by which he can put to sleep any being, man or animal, of both sexes. He is an excellent expert of hypnosis. The magician is taught by him or his servants how to cause dreams or visions with any male at will. Figure 20, Imikat, colors of sign, red and green, is, contrary to Nahum, who is regarded as the master over the world of dream, a female intelligence of the zone girdling the earth. She informs the magician of the method of putting a human being into a refreshingly dreamless sleep at the magician's will. He may also employ Imikat herself or one of her servants in order to bring about the above effect in respect of any type of human being. Imikat is the mistress and ruler of sleep. She can inform the magician about everything that is connected or has to do with sleep. In the case of narcosis or deep unconsciousness, the intelligence will offer the magician protection so that he can be sure that he will awake out of such or similar states without any risks. Figure 21, Osrael, colors of sign, red and violet, is a very powerful and frightful intelligence of the zone girdling the earth and is regarded as the death angel of that zone. Everything connected with death in the zone girdling the earth as well as in the physical world is influenced by this intelligence. It is not wise to evoke this intelligence. Only a highly experienced magician should dare to do it. If he succeeds in getting Osrael under his power, then the magician has complete control over the life and death of any human being. However, in order not to put a heavy moral burden on himself in the cosmic and karmic sense, the magician will never make use of this faculty. If anyone would misuse the sign of Osrael, this intelligence could become his destiny. Therefore the magician must be very careful with this being. I have only included figure 21 in the list in order to inform the magician about Osrael and as a warning. Figure 22, Aduz, colors of sign, red, blue, green, violet and black, is the guard of many magical treasures. He teaches the magician true magic with the aid of the element of the earth. He also shows him how to make practical use of electromagnetic currents in the physical world in a magical manner. Figure 23, Satapasaja, colors of sign, red, violet and yellow, lets the magician know how the occult principle is manifested in all beings of the zone girdling the earth and how one can place oneself from this sphere into the occult principle, that is, the so-called principle of causes. Satapasaja is a very powerful intelligence and reveals to the magician many possibilities and instructions for his protection, by means of the occult principle, against all dangers that might arise when he places himself, with his mental and astral body, into the zone girdling the earth. At the same time, Satapasaja initiates the magician into another secret, how to make his mental and astral body invisible in the zone girdling the earth so that he cannot be seen by any being regardless of the sphere from where it might come. Many more secrets can be revealed to the magician by this intelligence. Figure 24, Leosa, colors of sign, red, blue and green, is again a female intelligence of the zone girdling the earth. She teaches the magician how to move about freely and without any danger in the various subdivisions of the degrees of density. She also initiates the magician into a special magical practice by which he can leave, anytime he likes, his physical body with his mental and astral body in order to betake himself to the zone girdling the earth. Laosa is an excellent initiator into the magical practices of mental and astral wandering. 3. The 360 heads of the zone girdling the earth. These heads, which I will now describe in detail, hold in constant harmony, in the zone girdling the earth, all actions and conditions. Each head is a high intelligence with all the faculties that any being of this sphere may possess. So, for instance, a magician can be informed by any of these heads about the past, the present and the future of our physical world, and each head, by force of the occult principle, can affect our earth. Apart from this, each head has specific qualities, that is endowed with certain special assignments. The magician need not get into touch with all of the heads of the zone girdling the earth, and at the occasion of an evocation need only choose a certain intelligence which seems the right one to fulfill his plans. When evoking beings from the zone girdling the earth, the magician may somewhat simplify his operations by using Kabbalistic astrology for the first evocation. Starting from sunrise, every 4 minutes another head is the ruler. The first 4 minutes after sunrise are reserved for the head who has the greatest influence on our earth. For the following 4 minutes another being takes over the rule, then for the subsequent 4 minutes follows the third ruler, then the fourth, etc. During the 4 minutes of his reign, a head can most easily be evoked, for at that time he is in close contact with our physical world. An experienced magician, of course, need not bother about the Kabbalistic hour of evocation, for he is able to evoke any being from any zone at any time. The description of the different shapes in which these intelligences appear is also neglected here. In the course of his practice, every being sighted will appear to the genuine magician in the shape appropriate to its personal character. The order of the seals are dependent on the zodiac and their division into grades and the influences of the elements. I shall only mention a few characteristics of the various intelligences, for, as mentioned before, each being an intelligence of any sphere is equipped with the usual magical faculties. Furthermore, the magician always has the possibility of asking an intelligence about how it may be able to help him. If an intelligence cannot fulfill the magician's wish because its range of influence is a different one, it will name that intelligence which is capable of fulfilling the magician's desires. The zodiacal sign of Aries. Here are 30 heads who come under the zodiacal sign of Aries and whose seals are to be drawn in red color. Figure 25, Morek, 1 degree Aries. This intelligence is very active and impulsive. It is distinguished by an extremely strong wit. It is very learned and cannot only supply the magician with facts of general knowledge, but it can, above all, make him acquainted with excellent methods to influence his memory in a favorable manner and to increase his power of intuition. Apart from this, Morek may help the magician with inventions of any kind in a decisive manner. He is a ruler of the fire element, with the help of which he can bring about marvelous effects. Morek can inform the magician about any questions which are connected with electricity, no matter whether they have to do with electrotechnics or with electrophysics, or whether astral or mental electricity, the so-called electric fluid, is meant. Figure 26, Malacha, 2 degrees Aries, has the same qualities as Morek and brings about the same effects. On top of that, it teaches the magician how to move about in the kingdom of the salamanders and how he can operate with the powers of fire on different planes. Furthermore, the magician may learn from Malacha in which way certain states of trance can be brought about with the help of the fire element. If the magician wishes it, Malacha can charge for him elemental volts for special purposes and transfer them into the occult principle of the zone girdling the earth, which, in consequence, have their effects on the physical world. Should the magician ask for it, Malacha will be pleased to place at his disposal suitable familiar spirits with high magical activity and magical faculties. Malacha can give good advice in respect of alchemy, that is, he can procure the prima materia for the preparation of the great elixir in a dry process. Many other things will be revealed to the magician by Malacha, if the former is able to get into contact with him. Figure 27, Echelon, 3 degrees Aries, can initiate the magician into the magic of love. If desired by the magician, he can change hostility into friendship and secures for the magician the favor of very important persons. This intelligence is able to charge magic mirrors for special purposes, for instance to make the kingdom of salamanders visible in the mirror, and the like. Since this head is well acquainted with all magical rites, he is able to offer the magician various special hints with regard to the magic of evocation. Figure 28, Lurchi, 4 degrees Aries, can be most useful to the magician in all love matters. He can also protect and strengthen the magician's existence, and if it is necessary, Lurchi helps the magician become rich by showing him means and ways to reach this end or by the direct help of his servants. Figure 29, Aspidit, 5 degrees Aries, is a very fine intelligence and secures the magician's luck in games, competitions, bets and so on. Dexterity in one's profession, in art, etc. can also be achieved by the help of Aspidit. Figure 30, Nasala, 6 degrees Aries, this intelligence will help the magician to become a talented writer, or it will make him acquainted with the methods by which he may quickly and easily develop this talent within him. This intelligence may also help him greatly with literature and art. Figure 31, Apollyon, 7 degrees Aries, this head is a custodian of magical secrets and may reveal to the magician many practices, rites, and so on, for his personal use. Apart from that, he informs the magician in what easy manner he can get into contact with beings of the moon sphere. If the contact with Apollyon has once been established, then one is able to roam the moon sphere by his personal assistance or by the help of his subordinates and get into touch, in a special manner, with the beings of the moon sphere. Apollyon teaches the magician how he can practice mental magic in the moon sphere and have direct effects on the moon sphere or by the beings of that sphere on our physical world. Figure 32, Ramara, 8 degrees Aries, is an excellent master of magic and shows the magician how to achieve special magical faculties by suitable methods, prevailingly ritual and magical formulae, and how to apply these. Figure 33, Animil, 9 degrees Aries, this intelligence has special control over electromagnetic fluids. It teaches the magician how to load electromagnetic volts for special purposes, and if the magician demands it, it will by itself create such volts, transfer them into the occult principle and have their effects work on either the mental, astral or physical sphere. There exists no problem in the zone girdling the earth which could not be solved by Animil. The magician can ask this intelligence any question and he will have it answered instantly by way of inspiration. Figure 34, Tabori, 10 degrees Aries, this intelligence allows the magician to glimpse into the deep secrets of the water element, and in its analogies. It draws his attention to each of the magic practices and methods and shows him also, by the magnetic fluid of the water, how he can bring about various effects on himself as well as on other persons. If the magician wants it, then Tabori causes the effects by himself or by subordinates. Tabori will also give the magician special instructions, for instance, how he can, without much effort, get into contact with beings of the water element and how he can safely deal with them. Following Tabori's orders, the most beautiful undines are at the magician's disposal. From this intelligence the magician may also learn how to calm spirits of the storms, how to stop thunderstorms and how to tranquilize a rough sea. Figure 35, Ijiji, 11 degrees Aries, this head teaches the magician how to get power over men and animals. At the same time he shows him how to dynamize magic formulae so that they have a specially strong effect. Figure 36, Biolode, 12 degrees Aries, the magician will learn from this intelligence how he can procure magical authority. He is taught how to use the powers of the earth zone at will, furthermore the method of changing base metals into pure metals. The magician with a specially strong disposition to magic may get this intelligence so far as to bring about the transmutation of the metals by itself. Biolode also introduces the magician to the magic of the sun, that is, the magician is taught how to make conscious use of the powers of the sun in the mental, astral and physical plane on a magical basis, and also how to protect himself against negative influences of the sun sphere during his mental wanderings there. Figure 37, Opalon, 13 degrees Aries, is capable of assisting the magician in all operations either personally or by his servants. He can furthermore instruct the magician in any field of science of the physical plane, that is, he can grant him knowledge. Figure 38, Dracro, 14 degrees Aries. This intelligence also can by himself or by his subordinates help the magician with all his operations on the physical plane. Moreover, it can make him eloquent and sharp-witted, and at the same time teaches him how, by means of the occult principle, he can rouse this faculty within himself as well as with others. Figure 39, Golog, 15 degrees Aries. This head is well acquainted with any field of science in our physical world, and there exists no problem which he would not be able to solve. Golog is regarded as a great philosopher and exposes the synthesis of philosophy to the magician by intuition and inspiration. Figure 40, Argelo, 16 degrees Aries. This head assists the magician, theoretically and practically, in all questions of love and friendship in the mental, astral, and physical plane. The magician may have all his demands in this respect fulfilled by this head. Figure 41, Barnal, 17 degrees Aries. Like Argelo, this intelligence is well acquainted with the art of love and is an expert in excellent practices which make one win the favor of friends and enemies of both sexes. Barnal gives the magician special instructions and makes him acquainted with special methods in respect to the magic of sympathy. This head not only places at the magician's disposal good beings from his own region, but also enables him to get into touch with particular beings of the air which otherwise are very shy of the earth and therefore hard to contact. Barnal is also an expert in music, and if the magician desires it, he inspires him with musical compositions, provided the magician is basically interested in music. Figure 42, Cern Polo, 18 degrees Aries. Assisted by this intelligence, the magician can quickly develop his talent for languages. Cern Polo also helps the magician improve his position in life and gives him methodical instructions how to make practical use of the magnetic powers within his range of effectiveness. Figure 43, Hyris, 19 degrees Aries, is an expert in the magic of water with regard to the elements, to the magnetic fluid, and to bring about effects with these powers. Hyris can reveal to the magician many possible influences by the element of water on our physical world and, apart from this, let him know special secrets and give him special instructions regarding the realm of the Undines. Figure 44, Ahadu, 20 degrees Aries, is not only well acquainted with the magic of water, but he can also, due to his special faculties, give the magician various instructions in respect of the preparation of liquid fluid condensers, especially for their charging with magnetic fluids. Ahadu is very much liked in the kingdom of the Undines, that is the element of water, and should the magician ask for it, this head of the region of the water element can send him as many male and female servants as he may need for the realization of his wishes. Figure 45, Oromonas, 21 degrees Aries, makes the magician acquainted with various laws, powers, and effects of the zone girdling the earth. It is from Oromonas that the magician learns how to set the various powers in motion with the help of various methods and instructions. Oromonas is a very generous intelligence, very friendly with human beings and at any time willing to realize the wishes of the magician as far as it lies in his powers. Figure 46, Bacaro, 22 degrees Aries. By this intelligence the magician is endowed with the knowledge and wisdom of the zone girdling the earth, which only a few beings of that sphere are able to do. Bacaro has a specially high interest for justice and harmony and therefore is also able to assist the magician in the physical world in cases where justice is involved, either in legal matters or in other situations of life. Spirits of the storms and salamanders are very much afraid of him, since he is capable of revealing to the magician formulae by the application of which strong electrical and elemental effects can be brought about in the fire region of the zone girdling the earth, which the most stubborn salamander spirit instantly makes submissive. If Bacaro places any being of the salamander kingdom at the magician's disposal, such a spirit, being of high intelligence, understanding, and cleverness, will render the magician loyal service. Figure 47, Belliphers, 23 degrees Aries. This head, like the two foregoing ones, is superior to the others in wisdom, cleverness, and sagacity, and he teaches the magician to apply the laws of the zone girdling the earth, by the occult principle, to realize them in the physical world. Belifares is always willing to help the magician in any respect. Figure 48, Nadel, 24 degrees Aries, is especially well acquainted with medical magnetism and reveals to the magician methods by which the most severe diseases can be cured by magic or by any other means. Nadel is not only a physician for the physical body of man, but can also teach the magician how he can help himself or any other person in any respect and in any situation of his life, by the help of the occult principle. This head is very much loved in the kingdom of gnomes, and if a magician gets into contact with this kingdom by Nadel's assistance, even kings of gnomes place themselves at the magician's disposal. Figure 49, Eromus, 25 degrees Aries, 2, is an expert in magical science, in particular a master of alchemy and spagyric. From Eromus the magician learns how to prepare various herbs and roots in a spagyric and alchemical manner, and how to make these especially dynamic by the application of an electromagnetic fluid and by a special kind of vaulting. If the magician so wishes, he will get instructions from Eromus how, by the occult principle, to change causes within himself or within other people so that they have a less unfavorable influence on the mental, astral and sometimes even physical plane. Besides this, Eromus teaches the magician how to change a person's fate and to carry out magical operations without their being impregnated into the occult principle to cause contra-effects. Eromus, too, is beloved in the kingdom of gnomes, and all gnomes, especially those of the upper class, meet this head with the highest respect. Figure 50, Hadku, 26 degrees Aries, is a master of mental and astral magic and teaches the magician how to make practical use, in the mental, astral and physical worlds, of extraplanetary powers for various purposes. Figure 51, Balakman, 27 degrees Aries, is an excellent initiator into synthetic astrology and reveals to the magician the most remote secrets of astrology. By this initiator the magician learns about the astrological influences on the mental and astral worlds, furthermore the opposite oscillations and vibrations of the various spheres with regard to the mental, astral and physical plane. The knowledge of the cosmic effects on the mineral, the plant, and the animal kingdoms is also taught to the magician by this head, either directly or by intuition and inspiration. Figure 52, Jugular, 28 degrees Aries, introduces the magician into the art of talismanology. From this head the magician learns to solve the most complicated symbols from the synthetic side. Apart from this, Jugular teaches the magician how to express truly by the appropriate symbol, each power and each being of the zone girdling the earth together with its qualities, or how to shape it into the correct graphic representation. At the same time he initiates the magician into the secret of making such symbols magically effective by various methods. Figure 53, Sakabmi, 29 degrees Aries, brings about various effects on the mental, astral, and physical plane by help of the magnetic fluid. This head is a master of the art of producing scents and can instruct the magician how to prepare, in the spagyric manner, not only medicines, but also scents from various plants. Figure 54, Kalacha, 30 degrees Aries, is the last head of this zodiacal sign. He teaches the magician how to treat various diseases with the element of water. Kalacha is a master in hydrotherapy and is always prepared to assist the magician, theoretically and practically, in this field. Magicians dealing with naturopathy will find an excellent initiator in Kalacha, who can reveal to them many secrets by intuition and inspiration, secrets which have remained unrevealed up to this date. The zodiacal sign of Taurus. Here is the description of another 30 heads of the zone girdling the earth. They come under the zodiacal sign of Taurus. Their signs and seals have to be drawn in green color. Figure 55, Serap, 1 degree Taurus, is the first head of this sign. He informs the magician about the magic of sympathy which can be realized by the element of fire. As I have learned from personal experience with this head, he will introduce the magician to practices which are usually connected with the application of fluid condensers, which after having been transferred on blotting paper must be burnt. He likes to give the magician methodical instructions how to proceed with various magical practices for the making of friends, for the arousing of sensations of love, improving the power of propagation, etc. The magician may learn a lot from this head in this respect. Figure 56, Molabida, 2 degrees Taurus. If the magician wants to get into contact with this head, he will be taught by him how, by application of the electric fluid, in connection with the element of fire, various phenomena in nature, which are equivalent to miracles, can be caused. Molabida is a loyal guardian of the deep secret mysteries of sexual life, which he will only reveal to the mature and ethically highly developed magician. Figure 57, Manmes, 3 degrees Taurus, is an expert of the magical knowledge of plants. From this head the magician learns to recognize the various plants from the Hermetic point of view, and is introduced by him into the art of bringing about various effects by applying plants in a magical manner. Manmes draws the magician's attention to various plants which can be used as incense material and which can serve the magician well as an aid for various operations. Figure 58, for Luna, 4 degrees Taurus. This intelligence is a very great friend of human beings, and helps the magician, should he want it, to wealth. It gives him various instructions how to make from plants certain substances which are able to preserve his body, or even to make it younger and more resistant against inharmonious influences, diseases and the like. For Luna is an excellent instructor for the production of spagyric substances which can be gained from certain plants. Figure 59, Nossi, 5 degrees Taurus, can give the magician good advice, either by himself or by his subordinates, on how he can make his life agreeable and full of pleasure by various improvements. Nossi tells the magician how to increase his income, and helps the magician to improve his position in life either by himself or by his servants. He is regarded as a perfect master of the making of pleasure and earthly happiness. Figure 60, Conioli, 6 degrees Taurus. This head is an excellent mathematician and an expert in the knowledge of numbers. The magician is initiated into astroquabula by this intelligence. Conioli knows how to express mathematically in numbers any power, faculty, realization etc. and, vice versa, how to explain to the magician any number in respect of its influences and qualities. Apart from this, Conioli teaches the magician how to make, from the magic point of view, practical use of the knowledge gained. Figure 61, Carabot, 7 degrees Taurus. If the magician is a writer, this head may assist him by intuition and inspiration with proposals and projects for literary use and distinguished style. Magicians dealing with fairy tales, legends, sagas and the like, find in Carabot an excellent initiator. Figure 62, Judgeregi, 8 degrees Taurus, 2, is a very great initiator, especially for writers on occultism, since he knows very well how to inspire the magician so that he is able to reproduce occult powers, effects, laws etc. in the form of novels. Many magicians who have published novels dealing with occultism may have been inspired by this intelligence without having been aware of it. On the other hand, Judgeregi is also able to explain to the magician all occult novels, events etc. in respect of the universal laws and the laws of cause and effect on the mental, astral and physical plane, either personally or by his servants, or by intuition. Figure 63, Orionel, 9 degrees Taurus, gives information on occult aids, auxiliary methods etc. which may contribute to the development of various mental, astral and physical faculties. Orionel also reveals to the magician by which manner he can acquire any certain faculty. Such aids are mainly rites, formulae or gestures, as I know from own former practical experience with this head. If the magician stays in contact with Orionel for a longer period of time, he can make provisional notes on all magical aids, which are revealed to him by way of intuition by this head. Figure 64, Concario, 10 degrees Taurus, is an excellent master and teacher in respect of moon magic. He draws the magician's attention to the various influences of the moon and the 28 stations of the moon, furthermore how these may have mental, astral, or physical effects on the zone girdling the earth as well as on our physical world, and how practical use can be made of them. Concario explains to the magician the synthesis of the astrological magic of the moon. Figure 65, Dossum, 11 degrees Taurus, is a very good initiator into occultism, especially hypnotism, medical magnetism etc. From this head the magician learns how to apply correctly hypnosis regarding spirit, soul and body. If the magician wants Dossum to place any of his servants at his disposal, these servants will do all relevant operations and bring about the effects according to the magician's desire. These powers and faculties, however, must never be used for ignoble purposes, for otherwise the magician would get connected with the contragenius. In order to prevent any misuse of intelligences and beings, I have desisted from mentioning in this work the intelligences and heads of the zone girdling the earth which represent the negative qualities. There are as many negative heads as there exist heads with good and positive qualities. Figure 66, Galago, 12 degrees Taurus, instructs the magician how, by impregnation of his aura, his magical space, by means of the electric fluid and the elements of fire he can magically secure honor, esteem, dignity, friendship and love etc. Figure 67, Paguldes, 13 degrees Taurus, is an excellent initiator into all the aspects of the magic of nature. If the magician gets into touch with this head, he learns from him how to get going, by natural means, various powers, how to bring about certain causes, respectively effects which almost reach the unnatural. At the magician's special request this head will reveal to him by which means he can bring about various phenomena of nature. For information I mention here that the contragenius is guardian of the secrets of various sorcery projects of the magic of nature. Figure 68, Professor, 14 degrees Taurus, renders the magician professional assistance and inspires him to improve his professional situation. If, for instance, the magician is a businessman, this head will help him, through his employees, to get more customers etc. Professor is very polite and is always pleased to help the magician in any respect whatsoever on the physical plane. In the kingdom of gnomes this head is very much respected, and gnomes like to serve the magician if they have been told by Professor to do so. Figure 69, Dramoni, 15 degrees Taurus, being an excellent initiator, he can inform the magician how to make money easily and quickly, providing divine providence approves of it, by wins, bets, speculations etc. Dramoni also knows where to find hidden treasures, and if he thinks it wise he can tell the magician their exact location. However, this head knows very well whether or not the assistance which he is to give the magician is permissible from the karmic point of view. If he should not give the magician the assistance he wants, he will tell the magician so during his first evocation and will only assist him as much as he is permitted by divine providence without burdening the karma of the magician. The magician should know that sometimes wealth, riches and surplus money may be great hindrances on the way to perfection. Figure 70, Tardo, 16 degrees Taurus, has the power to awaken in the magician various talents, for instance talents in art, literature or other, by suitable practices, rituals and the like, or, if the magician has the disposition for certain talents, to develop these quickly. If, for instance, the magician wants to make a career as an artist, he will find in this head the initiator and assisting friend that he needs. Figure 71, Uberim, 17 degrees Taurus, initiates the magician into the use of various means for the blazing up of love and friendship, and he can give the magician many methods and instructions in this respect. At the same time the magician receives from this head detailed instructions for the manufacture of amulets of love and friendship. Uberim can also charge amulets and talismans for this purpose, either by himself or by his servants, should the magician request it. Figure 72, Magalucha, 18 degrees Taurus, gives the magician various instructions on how to operate magically with the elements of the air and of water in the mental, astral and physical plane, and how he can make use of these two powers to reach various goals. Magalucha is a master of these two elements, and his practices he only reveals to the mature and genuine magician. The magician can learn much from this head in respect of fluids and their application for various purposes. Figure 73, Shadale, 19 degrees Taurus, is a true guardian of agriculture, and, in general, he inspires not only the magician in this physical world, but also all those people that have to do with agronomy, agrochemistry, agricultural improvements and the like. If the magician is a farmer, he can learn from this head how he can improve his soil either by normal means or in an occult manner in order to effect an accelerated growth of his plants. Furthermore, how by the radiations of various chemical products he can increase the productivity of his soil in respect of quality and quantity. He also draws the magician's attention to various labor methods and instructs him how to achieve a better growing of natural products by the help of the electromagnetic fluid, or the elements, or Kabbalistic methods. By the assistance of Shadale or his servants, the magician is able to get almost phenomenal results in agriculture. Figure 74, Chiragi, 20 degrees Taurus. This head is a marvelous inspirer of technical inventions for agricultural and forestry purposes. If the magician gets into contact with Chiragi, he can acquire much experience by this intelligence or by its servants in the above-mentioned fields. Figure 75, Hagos, 21 degrees Taurus, is a master of the magic of polarization and electric fluid. He instructs the magician how to bring about an accelerated growth of plants by the magic of polarization in connection with the electric fluid, how, for instance, he has to proceed in order that a seed which has just been planted grows into a tree with fruits within an hour. Farkers who are able to grow a tree from a seed within an hour, this miracle is known in India as the so-called true miracle of the mango tree, do this by means of their knowledge of the magic of polarization and of the electric fluid. Such a thing is no secret for the magician, and I have already mentioned in Initiation into Hermetics that this phenomenon is brought about by the application of the electromagnetic fluid, by the application of the magic of polarization. I mention this here because the magician may be enabled by Hagos or his servants to create the same phenomenon. Figure 76, Hyla, 22 degrees Taurus, can help the magician acquire a clear mind, good power of judgment, sagacity and cleverness through the channels of high intuition and inspiration. He can help the magician either personally or by one of his servants with various affairs, for instance, with examinations in diverse fields of science in this physical world, and more of that sort. Figure 77, Kamalo, 24 degrees Taurus, is, apart from having other faculties and ranges of effectivity, very well acquainted with the secrets of mineral compounds and their occult application, and he guards these secrets well. Above all, he informs the magician about the analogies of various metals to the spheres, powers, individual spirits, etc., and how these powers can be magically made use of in the mental, astral, and physical world. If requested by the magician, he will reveal a number of formulae for the making of fluid condensers, and also for the true electromagicum which is used for various purposes, thus for instance, for the manufacture of a magic mirror, wand, etc. Naturally, the magician also learns from this head in which manner these fluid condensers are to be charged for magical use and various purposes in the zone girdling the earth and in our physical world. Figure 78, Balto, 25 degrees Taurus, informs the magician on the various kinds of work in mines. He supervises the gnomes of the underworld of our planet and knows about all the subterranean waters and ores. He can also give the magician information on volcanoes and tell him the exact moment of their eruptions. Besides this, Balto can give him methods and instructions on how to use magically, for the most various purposes, the currents existing below the surface of the earth. If requested, he will introduce to the magician the art of working with a divining rod and the appliance of the Sideric pendulum regarding its faculty for finding electromagnetic currents as well as a great number of other things of this nature. Figure 79, Cimmerian, 23 degrees Taurus. By this head the magician will be informed of the magic relations between the various kinds of food from the point of view of health and the harmony of the body. Cimmerian instructs the magician which food he should choose, whether fruits or prepared compound meals, in order to adhere to the occult laws of analogies. Through the channels of intuition and inspiration the magician is revealed by Cimmerian how foods and meals are to be charged, what fluid, electric or magnetic, is to be used, or what elements have to be employed to bring about a certain effect on the mental, astral or physical body. He is an excellent inspirer with regard to diet, especially in respect of diseases of any kind, that is, disharmonies of body, soul and spirit. He is always prepared to give the magician his assistance. Figure 80, Amalomi, 26 degrees Taurus. this high inspirer is regarded as the cosmic language teacher. By him the magician is instructed how to use Quabala, that is the cosmic language with reference to the physical world. Amalomi initiates the magician into many formulae and tantras, and, at the same time, teaches him how to dynamize these in order to bring about effects by force of the occult principle in the mental, astral and physical world. I shall make mention in my third work entitled The Key to the True Quabala of some formulae, methods and the like, which this head has permitted me to publish. Figure 81, Gag Ison, 27 degrees Taurus. This head is regarded, in the zone girdling the earth, as a universal philosopher. By intuition he makes the magician comprehend all religious systems of this physical world of the past and the present, as well as their true legality. The magician who is a friend of this head can learn a great deal from him and get to the bottom of any religious system that he wants to scrutinize from the Hermetic point of view, and find the universal laws effective in it. At the same time he realizes to what extent universal laws have been hidden, veiled or misunderstood, and may correct these errors from the philosophical point of view for his personal use. Philosophy of religion will teach him how to separate the chaff from the wheat. If the magician contacts Gag Ison often, he will soon see that from the days of yore all religious systems have been following the universal laws like Ariadne's thread, and that up to the present day these laws are more or less strongly manifested in any religious system. Figure 82, Karahami, 28 degrees Taurus. This head could rightly be called the teacher of cosmic universal physics. He makes the magician understand the cosmic powers, their analogies and their legality in nature, and teaches him how to control them. Karahami can reveal to the magician many metaphysical and metapsychic secrets in regard to nature. Phenomena that have become clear to the magician in their causes and effects due to his growing knowledge of cosmic powers do not leave him in any doubt, and he not only finds the correct explanation for any natural phenomenon, looking at it from the Hermetic angle, but, depending on his personal maturity, he is able to bring about such phenomena by himself. A true magician, however, will never dare to cause any chaos by magical operations of this sort, for he would only heavily burden his karma by doing so. Figure 83, Kalamos, 29 degrees Taurus, can reveal to the magician excellent methods for the grafting of plants in our physical world. But since he has a great affection for the sea and the lives in the sea, he can, apart from that, name the magician special magical methods by which he gets under his power and controls everything that lives in the water. Kalamos can inform the magician of magic spells which will calm the rough sea, and also teach him how to protect himself during voyages. In the case of danger, when a ship with the total crew is likely to sink, a magician who is in connection with Kalamos will always be able to find a way for the rescue. If the magician requests it, Kalamos will also place at his disposal elemental beings of the sea, or he will instruct him how to get into contact with beings of the sea. Undines, dwelling near lonely beaches, and all subterranean beings highly esteem this head of the zone girdling the earth, and meet him with the greatest possible awe, fulfilling at once anything that he may order or desire. Figure 84, Sapasani, 30 degrees Taurus, like Kalamos, is an excellent master of the magic of water. All being living in the water and all elemental beings obey this head. His special knowledge is connected with the use of sea salt for purposes and operations of alchemy and magic. The magician is informed by Sapasani how he can get into touch with water beings in a sympathetic manner by using a small punch of sea salt, how he can make useful, for various purposes, the powers of the elemental beings of the sea, and he is initiated into many other practices by this head of the zone girdling the earth. The zodiacal sign of Gemini. The seals of the following 30 heads of the zone girdling the earth which belong to the zodiacal sign of Gemini must all be drawn in brown. Figure 85, Proxones, 1 degree Gemini. The magician will be given exact information by this head on all questions dealing with the electric fluid and its relation to the mental, astral and physical planes. Proxones is regarded master of the electric fluid and therefore also master of electricity. At the same time he is the special guardian of inventions, and, as far as these are concerned with the basics of electricity, he keeps them in the right equilibrium. All people dealing with inventions in the field of electricity are accordingly inspired by proxones. He will tell the discreet magician of inventions which will be made after many years, or even after many centuries. Of course, the magician is not allowed to publish these inventions, but he will hear from proxones what periods of time it will take technicians to make progress in the field of electricity and can accumulate great knowledge in this respect. With proxones' permission, the magician may make use of some secrets, but only for himself, for this must in no case result in a chaos of the orderliness of the worlds. Figure 86, Ipaka, 2 degrees Gemini, is, like the foregoing head, also in charge of the custody of technical inventions. Ipaka, too, can tell the magician under the seal of secrecy what progress the world will have made in 50, in 100 or in even more years than that as far as technical inventions are concerned. Should the magician be working on some invention himself, he has with Ipaka the best inspirer for providing him, by intuition, with good ideas. Figure 87, Obidoma, 3 degrees Gemini, this intelligence informs the magician about all branches of chemistry, biology, etc. in their relation to metaphysics and metapsychology. Thus, for instance, the magician may get from Obidoma recipes for the treatment of various diseases which are due to analogous chemical and biochemical connections, which have quite a different range of diagnoses and effectivity than the chemical qualities of any separate substance have. This head can also give the magician excellent information on homeopathy from the metaphysical point of view. By the help of Obidoma, the magician also becomes acquainted with the application of chemical rays in respect of the various analogous laws of nature and of man in the microcosm as well as the macrocosm. Figure 88, Pardidi, 4 degrees Gemini, is the inspirer of the painters of our physical world. If the magician deals with painting, this head is able to let the magician know compositions, by the way of intuition and inspiration, of which the magician himself has no idea at all. Pardidi teaches the magician, depending on his degree of maturity, to express genuine beauty. To project beauty which corresponds to the analogous laws of the microcosm and the macrocosm outside of oneself, is a great art which can only be brought to perfection in the case of inborn originality. However, if the magician is in contact with Pardidi, this rare art will be embodied into him by this intelligence, which, apart from this, can reveal to the magician many secrets concerning the composition of colors. Figure 89, Perilit, 5 degrees Gemini, this head is a great master in the knowledge of life and death. From him the magician may learn at what time a child should be procreated on this earth to become endowed with certain faculties. Perilit teaches the magician how to generate a baby consciously in the magic manner and gives him special instructions for the education of the baby before its actual birth, which enables the magician to supply the child, before it is born, with certain qualities, faculties and talents. The magician is also informed by Perilit which spirit of the zone girdling the earth is going to be born with the baby generated by him, and what fate and karma it will have. At the same time, this intelligence informs the magician how he can help his child during lifetime, what role he is to take, not only as father, but, if necessary, also as teacher, and the like. Since Perilit is an excellent initiator into the mysteries of sex, he can easily explain these to the magician. Figure 90, Isnerki, 6 degrees Gemini, informs the magician of methods and instructions by which he can comprehend the mental and the astral sphere of each animal, no matter whether it lives on the earth, in the water or in the air, and which help him to understand their worlds. By this head he acquires the faculty of placing himself, with his full consciousness, into the mental and astral shape of any animal, and by doing this he learns to understand any animal from these two states of consciousness and to influence it, if necessary, according to his own will. This helps him also to acquire the faculty of knowing the fate of each animal. Assisted by Isnerki, the magician can place himself into the relevant sphere of the group of animals in which each animal comes after its death in this physical world, and there he can take up certain connections if he likes. Magicians who at the same time are great lovers of animals may learn much from Isnerki in this respect. Figure 91, Morillon, 7 degrees Gemini, this head is a marvelous initiator and master of symbolism. By pointing out various methods to the magician, he teaches him how to gain the faculty of expressing every outside form, in this physical world, by symbols in its mental and astral equivalences analogous to the laws of the microcosm and macrocosm. At the same time he learns from Morellan the faculty of how to express any law, any quality, regardless from whatever sphere, by an exterior shape. In possession of this faculty, the magician can become an interpreter of dreams, for he is then able to explain any dream. By being able to learn about the symbols of the analogies, the magician also learns to understand completely any being appearing to him in any sphere whatsoever. A magician endowed with these faculties will never be deceived by any being, for it will always have to take on the shape of its true qualities. Figure 92, Golema, 8 degrees Gemini, may be called an excellent philosopher of occultism, for not only does this head know all the laws of our world and of the zone girdling the earth, but he is also able, should the magician get into contact with him, to teach the faculty of expressing the most difficult problems in our physical language, that is, in the language of the intellect. How difficult it sometimes is to express in words occult and philosophical themes so that they become comprehensible also for the non-initiate, is only realized by magicians who are writers on occultism or teachers and advisors in this field. With Golema, the magician has the best inspirer he can find, who, by way of intuition and inspiration, will help him to express any problem in such a way that any misunderstanding will be impossible. The magician with a bad memory or bad faculty of perception can, by Golema's methods or direct assistance, acquire the contrary, that is, a very good memory and an excellent faculty of perception. Figure 93, Timiran, 9 degrees Gemini, this head is an excellent expert in the laws of harmony, not only in respect of the zone girdling the earth, but also in respect of the whole microcosm and macrocosm. He can make the magician understand the harmony in our physical world and in the zone girdling the earth from the Hermetic point of view. Timiran explains to the magician the true meaning of introspection and the way in which the magical equilibrium is applied. If the magical secrets of introspection are quite clear to the magician, he can achieve, due to his acquired knowledge and faculties, a complete harmony not only in himself, but also in other people, and he can create, at any time, harmony and equilibrium in all cases in which he wants to do so, and in which the influences of chaos or disharmony are obvious. Only few magicians are in possession of these faculties, and this head, Timiran, can help the magician a great deal in this respect. Figure 94, Golemi, 10 degrees Gemini, this head, similar to the foregoing, is also an excellent expert in all laws of analogy, that is, not only in respect of this physical world and the zone girdling the earth, but also in respect of all other spheres. Benefited with Golemi's inspiration and intuitional assistance, the magician learns how to evaluate correctly the beings of any sphere and plane. He learns to recognize the range of effectiveness of each being which has been attributed to it by divine providence, so that in the presence of the magician no being is able to maintain to know anything that in fact is not so. Furthermore, the magician is taught by Golemi to classify and identify any being from its outside appearance such as color, tone, shape, etc. Figure 95, Darachin, 11 degrees Gemini, the magician is taught by this head how to penetrate and influence the brains and the intellect of a man in a most subtle manner. If the magician wants it, Darachin will give him appropriate instructions and show him methods which will enable him to embody himself in the intellectual faculties of any person and to be active in somebody else's state of consciousness. This faculty makes the magician master over the brains and intellect of any human being. He can, should he want it and regard it as necessary, improve or diminish the intellectual faculties of a person. Thus he can, for instance, either awaken pictures of the past in a certain person or he can influence them in a manner that they completely disappear from the memory of that person. However, Darachin will only reveal such specific methods and instructions to magicians with a genuinely high degree of ethics. To be in possession of the above-mentioned faculties means being able to know, at any time, everything that any other person knows. Figure 96, Bagaloni, 12 degrees Gemini, has a special predilection for telepathy, for thought transference, and is an excellent master in this respect. He gives the magician appropriate instructions and methods which help the latter acquire these faculties. The magician, following the special instructions of this head, is able to transfer any picture to some other person, either by vision, acoustics, or through the person's consciousness. At the same time, he acquires the faculty of arousing, in the astral body of any other human being, not acquainted with magic, special qualities of character. Figure 97, Parsky, 13 degrees Gemini. This head can assist the magician in being a successful diplomat. He can reveal to the magician who is a diplomat and the way to fortune in his diplomatic career by, for instance, unveiling to him certain top secrets which are only known to a few diplomats. In difficult diplomatic matters, the magician, being in connection with Parsky, may be inspired by this head, so that eventually he has full success. This intelligence may justly be called the head of the diplomats. Figure 98, Amami, 14 degrees Gemini, helps the magician with philosophical literature, or he helps him to get hold of the right books or other literature. In general, the magician need not bother about books, for anything that interests him or that he must know about in the field of philosophy, or any other field of the arts, he can get directly from the beings or by their communication. However, it sometimes happens that a magician is a great lover of books, and that for him the collection of books is more a matter of personal affection than a matter of learning. If the magician is fond of books, there is no reason why he should not ask Amami to assist him in this respect. This head will in no way disappoint the magician. Figure 99, Pygios, 15 degrees Gemini. If the magician is a writer, he will find a true friend and advisor with this head, who will assist him at any time by force of inspiration. He especially likes to help poets by inspiration and to assist them in choosing the right words and expressions. Pygios is justly regarded as the head of all poets and writers. Figure 100, Separcha, 16 degrees Gemini, has a special affection for beauty, harmony, and external splendor. If requested by the magician, this head is always prepared to initiate him into the various mysteries of beauty care, and he will tell him ways and means by which he can make his body look good-looking and attractive. Magicians with a sense for beauty with special emphasis on their external appearance will find an excellent inspirer in this head. Figure 101, Ujivo, 17 degrees Gemini, assists the magician, theoretically and practically, in gaining the favor of very important persons. He also instructs the magician how to become liked by women or men, whichever seems necessary for him. If the magician follows precisely these instructions without doing things according to his individual views, he will always have full success in this respect. Figure 102, Amagestol, 18 degrees Gemini, initiates the magician into the secrets of love, into its legality, its causes and effects, no matter whether lowest animal love or highest cosmic love is in question. Amagestol is the guardian genius of all beings who love each other on earth. Figure 103, D-Bam, 19 degrees Gemini, is a master of magic, especially in the field of gesticulation and individual ritualistics. Should the magician be in need of any ritual for individual purposes, this head will give him the best advice. From D-Bam the magician learns how to make full use of any power of any sphere by help of the appropriate gesticulation and, above that, how to put into action certain powers of all three planes by appropriate gesticulations. Figure 104, Kolani, 20 degrees Gemini, is the initiator in respect to occult dancing, especially in respect to dances with the purpose of putting into action certain powers, or of getting into contact with them. This head can reveal to the magician, by intuition, dances which arouse in man certain extraordinary faculties. If the magician wants to place himself into mental ecstasy by occult dances, Kolani will give him the necessary advice. Figure 105, Mimosa, 21 degrees Gemini, all people dealing with law are under the care and supervision of this head of the zone girdling the earth. If this head is called for in any legal matter with an unjust sentence or settlement, either Mimosa himself or someone of his subordinates will render the magician help. Therefore it is only right to regard this head as the guardian of all human rights. All judges, lawyers etc. who have to do with legal affairs, can, should they be magicians, refer to this intelligence at any time. Figure 106, Eniki, 22 degrees Gemini. This head can, in the most diverse ways, initiate the magician into the art of prophecy and prediction. Eniki provides the magician in this respect with sagacity and high intuition. If a magician gets into contact with this intelligence, he will be taught to control all kinds of foretelling, chiromancy, graphology, etc. Figure 107, Corellan, 23 degrees Gemini. This head is the guardian and assistant of all artists working for the public, no matter whether singers, stage actors, circus artists, virtuosos, etc. If this head is evoked, he will assist everybody by inspiration, in the above quoted direction, to display his art or work to everybody's complete satisfaction. Corellan makes professional artists very much loved by the audience and also secures their financial success. In case the magician is a stage artist himself, or in case he wants to assist somebody else theoretically and practically, then he should refer confidently to this head, who will fulfill his wish at any time. Figure 108, Igarami, 24 degrees Gemini, has been commissioned to explain to the magician all causes in the mental, astral, or physical plane registered in the occult principle. Therefore, if the magician has good connections with this head, he will be taught by him how causes which have been conjured up by thoughts, feelings, qualities of character, physical actions, etc. are to be differed from each other in the occult principle. Furthermore, how, from these causes in the occult principle, fate in the mental, astral, and physical plane can be reliably predicted. If the magician learns to make these differences, he will be able to predict hindrances which later will occur in the mental, astral, and physical world. This head, Igarami, will show the magician means and ways of diminishing such hindrances, sometimes even how to eliminate them completely. Figure 109, Gemini, 25 degrees Gemini. This head may be regarded, by the magician, as an expert in the history of religions, for he can inform him thoroughly on all religions which exist in our world or which have already ceased to exist. He can do this from the esoteric as well as from the exoteric point of view. This intelligence also initiates the magician into the esoteric knowledge of the oldest religious sects. Figure 110, Bilifo, 26 degrees Gemini. This head is in charge of the custody of all magic and mystical circles, associations, and sects, so that one may call him their legal guardian. He decides on the creation, maintenance, and decay of such associations. A discreet magician may get detailed information on magic and mystic lodges and all secrets by this head without being himself a member of such or similar associations, brotherhoods, etc. He will, of course, keep the information and knowledge gained to himself for his own personal use. Figure 111, Mafalak, 27 degrees Gemini, helps the magician to solve any difficult problem by supplying him, either by himself or by any of his subordinates, with suitable books, manuscripts, and the like. If, for instance, the magician is completely self-dependent and if he is operating quite alone, that is, without the help of a teacher or initiator, this head may also assist him by introducing him, sooner or later, to a human being who will become the magician's true master. The quality of the teacher depends, in each case, on the quality and maturity of the seeking person. Figure 112, Kaflasi, 28 degrees Gemini, being an excellent initiator, this head will initiate the magician into the secret analogies, that is, into the laws of analogies of the microcosm and macrocosm. Thus the magician will learn from this head all laws of analogy in respect to the body, soul, and spirit and their relation to the universe and how to make practical use of this knowledge. Figure 113, Sibyllus, 29 degrees Gemini, again informs the magician contrarily by explaining to him thoroughly the true connection of all exoteric, that is, worldly matters, with the genuine laws of analogy and by teaching him how to draw the attention of the higher powers on him by external matters and events, sometimes even how to put them into action. The magician may learn much from this head, especially in respect of the magic of nature. Figure 114, Senior, 30 degrees Gemini, the last head under this sign of the zodiac is the protector of all human beings who do water sports. He may help the magician by making him acquire, by appropriate methods and instructions, extraordinary faculties in sports, for instance, records in speed and distance swimming, in swimming underwater, etc. He can also help the magician with the rescue of people who are in danger of drowning. If somebody is missing, that is, if people assume he or she has been drowned, Senior or his subordinates will show the magician the place where the body can be found. If the magician has a good connection with this head, he will never in his life be in danger of drowning, for Senior sees to it that the magician is rescued in every case. The zodiacal sign of Cancer. The following 30 heads come under the zodiacal sign of Cancer of the zone girdling the Earth. Their seals have to be drawn in a silvery white color. Figure 115, Nablum, 1 degree Cancer, will be pleased to inform the magician, by inspiration and intuition, on the various degrees of warmth, temperature, in respect of alchemic or spagyric methods. However, since these not only play role in the preparation of plants and metals, but also other fluids, for instance light, color, tone, oscillation etc., the magician may also be informed by him on these things. Nablum is an expert in alchemic and spagyric operations, and the magician can profit much in this respect by his inspirations. Figure 116, Nudatoni, 2 degrees Cancer, the magician, being in connection with this head, gets from him closer information on the eruptions of volcanoes on our physical world and on the earthquakes with them. Nudatoni can inform the magician in advance when a volcanic mountain will throw out lava. Nudatoni, or his servants, can, if requested, accompany the magician on his mental or astral wanderings into places deep under the earth to show him hot springs, caves with stalactites, hidden treasures or anything else which is to be found under the surface of the earth. This head is at the same time a very good initiator into the science of pyrotechnics, especially as far as operations with the electric and magnetic fluids are concerned, and he informs the magician how to bring about various pyrotechnical miracles in a magic manner with these fluids. Figure 117, Jackal, 3 degrees Cancer, knows about all erotic secrets and can initiate the magician into them. He is always prepared to furnish the magician with many magical means by which love can be aroused or diminished. Apart from this, he informs the magician how he can, by the force of magic, make himself beloved by an attractive to the other sex, and how one may become effective from the erotic point of view. He will, if he wishes, be informed by this intelligence on the most secret arts of sex magic. Figure 118, Helali, 4 degrees Cancer, this head is an excellent initiator into sympathimummial magic. He can give information on how, with the help of the elements, the magician practicing mummial magic can bring about various effects, and he can apart from that, explain to the magician the influence of the electric and magnetic fluids on nature. Helali introduces the magician into special working methods which have not been known to anyone up to now and which have to do with mummial magic. The special mummial magic instructions given by him or by his servants can help the magician bring about effects which he would have never thought of. Figure 119, Omphalion, 5 degrees Cancer, advises the magician on how he can get a strong and healthy constitution, a handsome, attractive face, fascinating eyes, that is, the freshness of youth which he will preserve into advanced age. From Omphalion the magician gets the necessary instructions for the preparation of substances by which he can so impregnate his body that it will not decay. If a magician has a good connection with this head, he will be given the appearance of a youth, though he may already be rather old, or he may at least always give his fellow men the impression that he is but a middle-aged gentleman. Also the preparation of magic elixirs from various plants for special magic purposes will be fully revealed to the magician by this intelligence. Figure 120, Pleuroki, 6 degrees Cancer, explains to the magician the actual facts about the so-called message through the air, which is especially well known in the East. He tells the magician, should he wish it, about suitable methods in which he is an expert, so that finally the magician will also be able to send messages to far-off people, no matter whether they are initiates or not. The magician is taught by this head to make this phenomenon work on the mental and astral, and sometimes even on the physical plane by help of the electromagnetic fluid and the air element, or by the help of beings, spirits, and the like. The magician will also be able to bring about other magical phenomena by the help of Pleuroki. Figure 121, Losserman, 7 degrees Cancer, informs the magician on the original mysteries and original systems of the religious beliefs of the oldest peoples of the world, and also on the magic phenomena which the people of the times past, especially their high priests, were able to create. Losserman knows in what way and under which circumstances the phenomena of those days could be brought about today, and, if requested by the magician, he will initiate him into these methods. At the same time, this head is able to reveal to the magician the secrets of the phenomena of levitation, so that these can either be brought about by the help of beings or by the special powers or faculties which the magician has acquired, because he has learned to control the electromagnetic fluid, and by the help of these fluids the magician is able to regulate or overcome the gravitation of the earth. The magician is, in that case, able to withdraw from the earth its power of gravitation, and by doing this he makes himself, and also other people, as light as a feather, so that, in consequence, he is able to walk along the surface of waters without sinking or to lift his body into the air. That he can practice this art with any object whatsoever is quite clear. Figure 122, Kiliki, 8 degrees Cancer, initiates the magician into the mysteries of rhythm and vibration, and, at the same time, teaches him how both rhythm and vibration can be set at work in any sphere or plane. Kiliki is regarded as the master of life, for life is nothing else but rhythm and vibration. Figure 123, Oramos, 9 degrees Cancer, can give excellent information on occult faculties, especially on clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairfeeling, psychometry, and the like. He gives the magician special instructions concerning the manufacture of magic mirrors, their charging with certain influential powers, etc., and he teaches the magician how to charge mirrors in the Kabbalistic manner. Even though the magician might be a perfect clairvoyant, Oramos can teach him how to increase his acquired faculties. This head also advises the magician on how he can procure familiar spirits for certain purposes and how he is to treat these. Oramos gives the magician also exact information on the so-called controlling spirits for magic operations. If the magician has a good connection with this intelligence, he may get from him many other good and valuable hints. Figure 124, Tarato, 10 degrees Cancer, this head instructs the magician how to influence the weather by the magic of water, by electrical and magnetic fluids, by magic rituals, by the cosmic language, and the like. He who has good contact with this head can let it rain or stop raining at his will, can lead lightning into a certain direction, can cause a hailstorm, and is, in general, able to bring about and evoke anything that has to do with the weather. Figure 125, Horamor, 11 degrees Cancer, this head knows all high magic mysteries, mysteries of initiation, of the zone girdling the earth and also of our physical world, and can not only teach the magician to understand them, but he is also able to arouse the magician's intuition and inspiration by his radiation in such a manner that he learns to control all mysteries of wisdom from the universal point of view. One may call this head the instructor in magical enlightenment. Figure 126, Tmarko, 12 degrees Cancer, initiates the magician into all secrets of transmutation of powers, effects, and the like, in the zone girdling the earth, and into the secrets of plants, minerals, and metals in our physical world. This intelligence, too, may be called a guardian of true alchemy. Figure 127, Nimilon, 13 degrees Cancer, any magician dealing with invisible beings and intelligences and also acquainted with the science of the Kabbalah will sometimes have made the experience that it may be very difficult to reproduce intellectually the language of the beings and the cosmic language. Nimilon can assist the magician in this respect by making him acquainted with the methods by which he may acquire the faculty of finding, at any time, the right means to express and explain what might be communicated in the cosmic language and the language of beings and intelligences. Nimilon may therefore be regarded as a marvelous initiator into the mode of expression in all intellectual languages. Figure 128, Kamalo, 14 degrees Cancer, this head is well informed on the remotest secrets of magical science and shows the magician means and ways, as well as methods, by which he can make himself invisible. It is with Kamalo's help that the magician becomes invisible, that is, that he can betake himself into all spheres, mentally, astrally and, if necessary, also physically, without being recognized there. The faculty of making oneself invisible anywhere desired is quite a special faculty that is only controlled by a few magicians. Figure 129, Nimtrix, 15 degrees Cancer. This high initiator into magic teaches the magician the art of dematerializing any object by appropriate methods, that is to decondense it, and to materialize, that is to condense it, again in the place where he wants to have it appear. The magician may also employ beings for the dematerialization and recondensation which Nimtrix will place at his disposal, should the magician want it. Figure 130, Calote, 16 degrees Cancer, is a phenomenal expert and master of cosmic laws. He is also an instructor in divine virtues and therefore informs the magician about these, showing him how these divine virtues, in their cause and effect, become valid under the legality of the microcosm and macrocosm. Figure 131, Ischiron, 17 degrees Cancer, makes the magician recognize to what extent divine love, mercy and all parallel divine virtues in respect of their legality, harmony and justice are applied, and come into play in all the spheres and planes. From Ischiron the magician learns to differentiate these theurgic secrets. A magician who is allied to this head knows not only about the karmic effects in all spheres, but he also becomes acquainted, at the same time, with very high quabalistic secrets of the divine emanation. Figure 132, Sekesti, 18 degrees Cancer, instructs the magician in respect of the most subtle analogies and secrets of the evolution of the microcosm and macrocosm. From Sekesti the magician learns to know, at least from this intelligence's point of view, about the act of creation of everything as divine providence purposes it. Figure 133, Abagrian, 19 degrees Cancer, is an expert in magic formulae, and the magician in contact with this head is informed by him on the use of the various magic formulae and at the same time learns about their magical power of effectiveness in the mental, astral and physical world. Abagrian can teach the magician many magic formulae for his protection against negative and unwanted influences. Figure 134, Kibigali, 20 degrees Cancer, the magician is taught by this head the faculty of evoking, with his mental body, subordinate beings in the zone girdling the earth, that is, not in our physical world, and to protect himself against diverse dangers, malice, and the like. To carry out an evocation in the zone girdling the earth with the mental body alone is far more difficult than in the physical world, for there the magician has no supports for his consciousness. What can be effected by such evocations will be explained in detail to the magician by Kibigali. Figure 135, Arakusan, 21 degrees Cancer, instructs the magician cause, purpose and effect of diverse laws and may, apart from this, lead him towards deep wisdom. Arakusan, like many other heads of the zone girdling the earth, may be regarded as a high priest of magic. Figure 136, Maggio, 22 degrees Cancer, the magician is instructed by this head in how to put into action certain powers directly from the zone girdling the earth and how to realize them in the mental, astral and physical planes. Maggio allows the magician to penetrate deeply into divine emanation, that is, into the workshop of divine providence. Figure 137, Dirilisin, 23 degrees Cancer, is master and initiator of the magic of space. The magician is taught by him how to become master of time and space not only in our physical world and the zone girdling the earth, but also in all other spheres of the macrocosm. What it means to be master of time and space in all spheres can only be comprehended by a really mature magician. Dirilisin gives him detailed information on how to make magical use of this faculty. Figure 138, Akahimo, 24 degrees Cancer, this head instructs the magician on how to know and control the various degrees of oscillation of the divine virtues, qualities and powers from the Okosha principle of the zone girdling the earth for the purpose of emanation. What this faculty means cannot be explained by simple words, it can only be grasped by the genuine magician who also deals in practice with this high science. Figure 139, Araga, 25 degrees Cancer, makes it possible for the magician to look into the workshop of divine providence by using appropriate methods and purification procedures and to recognize and experience the correlative relations between the Okosha principle and the divine light, the first emanation of divine providence. It need not be mentioned that this possibility leads the magician to the highest enlightenment of the zone girdling the earth. Figure 140, Granona, 26 degrees Cancer, tells the magician about the means necessary for achieving cosmic alliances within the interplanetary spheres by diverse visions, no matter whether they occur in trance, during sleep, or in daydreams, or whether they are caused by the help of magic mirrors. In this way the magician, assisted by Granona, may recognize, in the planetary spheres, causes and effects reproduced either in true shape or by symbols. Figure 141, Zaggle, 27 degrees Cancer, instructs the magician on the magic of cosmic spheres. If the magician places himself in any sphere with his mental body, for instance, into the zone girdling the earth in which he possibly intends to practice ceremonial magic, he can evoke, into this sphere, beings from other spheres in exactly the same way as if he were doing it in our physical sphere. What laws, and the like, have to be adhered to in case of such operations in certain spheres is a question on which Zaggle will give the magician exact information. Figure 142, Menolica, 28 degrees Cancer, is a master of the Quabbala, that is, a master of divine theurgy. This head teaches the magician how to use divine names, in a Quabbalistic manner, for various spheres. Apart from this, the magician is informed, by Menolica, about the various virtues of divine emanation, its cause and effect in each planetary sphere, from the Quabbalistic point of view. Figure 143, Forfasan, 29 degrees Cancer, draws the magician's attention to the various systems of wisdom. He reveals to the magician his own individual way in which he will travel once he has reached a certain degree of maturity. In the zone girdling the earth this head is regarded as a protector of wisdom and the keys to it. Figure 144, Charanthona, 30 degrees Cancer, imparts to the magician diverse practices with the occult principle. On the basis of special methods Charanthona demonstrates to the magician how diverse magical operations have their direct cause in the occult principle, and therefore produce effects. Charanthona is an excellent connoisseur of the laws of cause and effect, that is, an expert on karma.